Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Rocket Rackers TV. We are bringing you another live money match. Today's ad hoc money match is between Scott Bessey and Tinks Singh Pottiwal for £2,000. It should be an interesting match. This is a race to 21, so potentially 41 frames. But you are watching a money match day, ad hoc money match, where we have minimum pots of £100, minimum races to 13. We've got a Money Match Day 4 brought to you by Neil Turner. That's coming up on the 4th of June. So if you're interested in getting involved on a money match, that'll be a good opportunity. Today's action is brought to you live from Ronnie's pool hall in Southampton with over 30 pool tables of various disciplines. Dartboards, live BT Sports on multiple screens. There's no membership required. You can pop down 10 till midnight Monday to Saturday or 10 till 10. And they also have a Q Sports Academy for the juniors aged 10 to 18. That runs from 10 till midday on Saturday for only £10. So get involved in that. Today's match sponsor is Appiday Multimedia. That is the company that brings you everything you see and hear today. Today's stream sponsor is Q Sports, the organisation that brings you Rocket Ronnie's Q Sports Academy. We're just getting ready now for the players. Be here soon. While they're around the table, getting ready. And today's cause for thoughts is PDSA, the Public Dispensary for Saving Animals. So if you're looking for a cause to support, then they are a worthy cause indeed. We are joined today by Kev Butler and Ryan Watts in the commentary booth. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, not too bad.
Welcome to the commentary, Kev. First time for you. And Ryan's done this a few times now, so he's become a bit of a veteran.
Yeah.
Good to see him back.
Thank you.
I'll leave it to you guys now to discuss today's matchup and give us your thoughts before the lag for break.
That photo was your choice, Kev, wasn't it?
Yeah, I got that off Facebook.
Yeah, Kev would have loved you that you got that one.
Make sure you're nice and close to the microphone.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. This is this is what we.
Yeah, I'd say so. Definitely. Not as reserved as you, Mr. Big Shaw.
The Indian.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Scott's got a really aggressive game. Very good at it. Up against a little bit of a second. Hopes for that, but I think he should. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. That's the key part of this. About how they both cope with the twists and turns. This always seems to get a massive split like that. 3 yellows go down. Not really neat.
He drops it.
You always want a nice opener. Wide gap. Drop in the gap by the middle.
Traffic.
Yeah.
Wanted to play.
Kind of wants to come past the Reds and first mistake. Big money. Not before. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah. Right, yeah.
But it,
Yeah.
But if it goes in, what has he got afterwards?
I think it's red to the middle. Right side. Red to the middle. Red to the corner. I think it might be.
I think if his white was further over, maybe this side.
Yeah.
I think he'd play this red in the middle and then snooker him on the bottom red over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that plant was the shot.
Is that red? That's red. That red's gone right on the knuckle now. But he's put himself in. He's got his own problem now, hasn't he? He's created with the red being on the sewn up to the knuckle.
Yeah, it is a problem that he didn't have. He's got a couple of problems, but he's in control, and that's what he'll be happy with.
Yep.
If I was in this position, I'd just be thinking that I'm in control of the table. Unless Scott pulls off a miracle cut here, I feel like I'm pretty safe. Question for me there, Rye, is if he could hit it that thick, it means he could hit it thinner. So why did he not just go for the cut?
Go for the cut, yeah.
Like that, in my opinion, without sounding harsh, that shot he just played has no value to it at all.
No, because now it's pushed it safe as well. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think he could even see it. So for him to be able to play is a bit like real thick there. I would have played it thinner and pushed it towards the pocket. Because even trying to just trying to put, because the thing is, if he pushes it towards the pocket and then it hangs in the pocket, with Tinks having a problem ball where it's on the knuckle there, it doesn't go anywhere. He's going to have to develop that in the clearance. That puts more pressure on Tinks to not go for the clearance, but obviously to try and leave it safe enough for him not to be able to pot the yellow because it's in the pocket.
Yeah.
So I think the thin yellow cut before, like you say, was probably the right shot, but
Actually, the shot that Tinks played, also I believe had no value because Scott's accidentally put his ball bottom on the safe, and you've got two or three problems on the table. Yeah. Sort your problems out, but instead he's tried playing a safety that doesn't really have much value, and he's allowed Scott to get his ball back out now.
That's right, yeah, because now his ball's out from an awkward position, and Tinks has still got one in an awkward position, and now pushed another one.
If he didn't get lucky, he would have left Scott with a chance there.
I think Scott can see this yellow though, can't he?
No, he's fully totaled.
Is it fully totaled?
Yeah.
Yeah, both being a bit wasteful with shots, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think we'll be looking at seeing any of these players flow too much until at least 6-7 frames in.
Yeah, once they both settle down. I definitely know that Scott's nervous. He said that to me before.
Yeah. Yeah, they will be. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely playing for this sort of part on live stream. And that's unlucky because he's now put his yellow safe-ish and brought his other red out awkward, so you've only got one problem now.
Again, yeah, Tinks is in the same position here. Does he just play a non-valued safety again, or does he think, right, Scott's ball's on the top, I need to go for something here, just don't make any stupid mistakes?
Yeah. I think I would have been pushing that towards the pocket and leaving him behind the reds, rather than going for it here. Because that red...
Yeah, I don't think he'll go for it. He'll go for it.
But then it's not the easiest places to find someone to hide the white now, is there? Whereas just then he could have pushed the red over towards the corner, and he would have been screwed behind most reds, and then trying to come off around all of the table to try and get on that yellow, or hit the yellow at least, was going to be hard work, wasn't it?
Yeah, but you can...
And then you've got two, you can just take the red off the cushion, and then you've got clearance on. Plus you've got the yellow in the cushion anyway, so that's your getting your yellow safe, and then also having sorted your problem out at the same time.
Yeah, with Paul though, you can take clearances out in a specific way, can't you? So that even if it goes wrong, you've still got a safety net.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
So he could maybe take this and drop it in the middle now. I think he might be a little bit worried that he kind of clips off the two reds, but if he drops this in the middle, he could play the red up to the top and still have options. Well, that's worked out perfectly for him, isn't it?
Yeah. But remember, these middle pockets on these Supremes love to pop balls out. And if he's going to play... Because that red goes past the black to the corner, yeah? He's got an angle now to try and screw the red in and pop that red off the cushion slightly.
No, that's too risky for me, I think.
But then, yeah, but...
Because where he needs to hit the ball to get it out, he's more than likely to go in off, isn't he?
That doesn't go, does it?
I don't think it drops in the middle, but can he play it in a way where he just brings the white across the table to play the... He's playing safe, is he?
Can you see this yellow? I think you can see a thin edge of it, can't you? Oh, it's just called total. I think he's going to have a look. And it is total. You can't see the knuckle from this, can you? The knuckle, push the yellow across the table, put it in the corner and be on the black. So we'd love it to work out.
This is really tough because even if he gets a good hit on this,
yeah, he's going to leave a red on.
Likely to leave a red on.
Yeah, he has to be like tight behind this yellow if he's going to get this right.
So I can't see anything else other than a 1-0 Tinks here.
Yep.
I personally would be playing the black off the bottom cushion and leaving the angle on the red to play it into the middle to come above the next red and have an easy black in the bottom. You can do it this way, it's easy as well, but sometimes it's 3 or 4 ways to skin a cat.
Yeah. Are you sure there's 3 or 4 ways to skin a cat?
Sometimes 7 or 9.
And that's 1-0 Tinks. Yeah. What you'd expect from an opener, I think, wouldn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Back to and throwing and a couple of mistakes, and yeah, first frame's always the nerviest one, isn't it? So, what do you think your prediction would be then?
I don't know. I mean, I've had a couple of races with Scott leading up to this race, just to kind of see where he's at. I know roughly where he's at now. I haven't seen Tinks play a lot recently, but I personally think that if Tinks turns up and doesn't allow Scott to get into his flow, I think there's only one winner, to be honest. Brutally honest. But if Scott starts getting a little bit of confidence,
like that,
it doesn't really matter who he's playing, he can blow anyone away.
Yeah, for sure. Yes.
So he'll want this to be as open as possible. He'll not want to be getting stuck down in any frames with Tinks. He won't be wanting to get involved in any mind games. I'm going to go 21-16 either way.
Ooh. Okay.
What do you think?
Obviously, knowing both of them and playing both of them, wow, more Scott recently than Tinks. I know Scott's got loads of things in his armour that can win him games. He just needs to show it, and once he gets flowing, it will work. But it's all dependent on how Tinks approaches the game as well, because he likes to try and push people out of their flow and that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And if that's going to wobble Scott, that's the big point of it. But I'm predicting 21-18 Scott.
Nice. Yeah,
because I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be a massive swing between gaps between the frames, as I think that both of them can win frames. So there's not going to be one of them running away with it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they're just as good as each other.
Yeah. So it'd be a close one, I think. But yeah, 3 frames maybe.
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, lovely
shot. Yeah. I think if Scott controls his nerves okay, because in the first frame he'll tell you himself that clearance in practice is 9 out of 10 for him.
Oh yeah, 100%. But like we said, that little flick off that yellow at the beginning and the clearance was the key part of the clearance that made it harder, wasn't it?
Yeah, correct.
To get on that next ball.
Just little float up here, and don't do nothing with the white, just float up to leave yourself an angle. That's a bit short.
Yeah, it could be going by
running,
the red, by the middle there.
He is running now.
But that's not too bad, really. If
you might have to play it with a bit of screw and try and miss the red near the middle pocket and play the yellow in the right middle.
Yeah, or he comes to the right side of the yellow. He's gone. Yeah, perfect.
I didn't think he could get into it that much.
No. It didn't look like he could, did it?
No.
The only problem is now he's dropped too high on the red and the yellow, so he's going away from the black now.
The black doesn't go in either bottom pocket.
No. So he needs this to...
I don't even think he can can't do a cross double on the yellow either to get down the bottom of the table.
Yeah, I think the red's just in the way.
I think he'd have to. I think his only shot here is to play this with this tough shot, loads of top right hand side into the middle, and he has to try and get down the table as much as he can to cut the black back in that middle. There's nothing else on, in my opinion. There's no doubles.
I think
maybe play the black off the cushion, off the red into the near the bag, and because he's got a couple of reds on cushions and stuff.
Yeah, it's forcing it there, wasn't he? That's
Yeah,
not
so
too bad. It's come out all right.
Sometimes in those situations, you've kind of just got to think to yourself: is the middle going to take this? Am I going to try and force it too much? Am I better off just settling for a less risky option, just to make sure that, look, because if again, Tinks has got a table full of balls to play with now, hasn't he? So
yeah,
even with troubled balls, even with that red tied up with the yellow, Tinks will expect him to win this frame now.
Yeah, maybe you've just pushed the yellow onto the knuckle in the middle, because then you stop the middle pot for the black. If he goes to the clearance, you stop the pot to the middle as well. Obviously, he's got sewn up balls as well, but you put the ball over, you put the yellow over the middle, and you give yourself an opportunity if he leaves you on it next. Ooh, that must have been frozen to the cushion, that.
Yes, not the best of shots. He's put himself in a little bit of trouble here, because he probably would have expected to take them out then. Might have to be looking for a safety here.
Yeah, safety shot on it, I think. Maybe, what would you do for a safety here?
Nah, I think he's going to go for the pot. I think this is the right option, to be fair. There is no safety on.
No.
What he really doesn't want to be doing, though,
He's missing this red. Because he leaves him on the yellow to the middle.
is taking this in a route where he leaves bottom and top till last balls.
Yeah.
Because this bottom ball's quite a tough pot now under pressure. He'll want to be taking that middle one, won't he, for a little bit of comfort. But the bottom ball is the right ball.
Yeah, 100%.
Under pressure, it's not the right ball in when you're thinking about it, but
No.
it definitely is.
The white, because the white naturally comes out into the middle of the table now.
Yeah.
You wanted to come a little bit short on that red then to the middle, because then you could have dropped the red into the middle and come low to the bottom red, cut it in, and then you leave yourself plumb in the middle of the table for the red to the corner, and then leave you on the black to the middle. This is the red that you should be playing last, because now when he puts this red in the middle, he's then got to play this red in the corner and get up high enough for the black if he gets a bad angle on it.
Plays a little bit of drag.
Yes.
That's tough now.
Yeah. Because now the thing is as well, when he cuts this in, that the white comes out towards
The yellow.
Yeah.
He
And you've got
could end up snooking himself.
When you look at the table, you think there's only one spot on the table I don't want this white to be. It's likely to possibly go there now with this angle.
When you're a little bit tentative, it normally does end up behind the yellow.
Yeah,
If
definitely.
you're playing with confidence, you'll bump full ball into it and pot the yellow, pot the black.
Or miss the red. And there's opportunity there for Scott, but it's still awkward.
So now if you're
Well,
Scott,
he drops it to the middle and then he plays the black to the corner.
well, that's very, very tough into the middle from there.
Yeah.
If you're Scott here, though, you can't be thinking, I'm a little bit messed up here. You got to be thinking I'm just happy to be back to the table.
I obviously playing with Scott. I fancy him for the middle pot, but it's all what he decides
early on,
to
and
do.
it's one of those shots in it early on. You don't want to be taking. I'd be taking this top right to let my arm out, and then play the black in the bottom.
Yeah, maybe. Sort of do or die, kind of cut to the corner.
Yeah, but then also you could play it into the top right, comes off the left cushion and goes into the same bag that you played the yellow into.
Yeah.
He is playing it into the middle, isn't he? Yeah, very tough. Very tough. Sometimes on the stream, looks very different to what it actually looks like on the table, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we've got the table right in front of us as well as a screen monitor that we can see exactly what everybody else is seeing. Now, that's not come out very well.
Nah, but I believe he's absolutely perfect on the double wear.
Yeah, but then if he had flicked that flicked it thin on the left-hand side of it, the white would have come across the table, left into the black to the corner pocket. I think he's just tried to pump it in and try and get himself in position, and it just sometimes in those positions you need to just play the natural shot to just get yourself on the ball.
Can he play this as a shot to nothing double? So he rolls it down the bottom left, leaves the white on the side right cushion where the black's nearest to, and just leaves Scott absolutely nothing. Or just go all out for it and leave Scott nothing. Again, from where Scott's been in this frame, he's got to just be happy to be back at the table here.
Oh yeah, right now I'd be just going, do you know what? Scrap this. I've pretty much ripped myself off in this frame. I'm just going to go for this pot to the corner and just slam it in.
Let my arm go here.
Yeah, let my arm go. Like kind of resigning the frame, but going, if I get this and I'm in the frame and I've pinched one.
There we go.
Scott.
Lovely.
Good shot, mate. That's going to settle him. That is. This is tough, but it don't matter about this. I don't think that shot there settled him. I think because he's had an opportunity in this frame, so he knows he's still there. Do you know what I mean?
I don't think you can settle over the one shot. I think he needs to get the black. As soon as you get a frame on the board, no matter who you are, even if you're a pro, you need that first frame on the board.
Oh my God. Classic Supreme. That's disgusting. That was heart in the pocket. Right, so Tinks goes 2-0 up.
Again, one of those things, Ryan, that you can very easily get to you straight away.
Yeah.
And obviously we're all human, so we're thinking everything's against us here. You know, he's potted that absolutely clean in the pocket.
Yeah, for sure.
Clean in the centre of the pocket.
I mean, that might bother you a race to 11. It may not bother you a race to 15, but a race to 21 is a long way to go. So kind of you'd forget about this.
I agree. I do agree, but it's just because it's the first frame, isn't it? It's wanting to get your first frame on the board.
Yeah, definitely.
And then you're both in the match then. It's 1-1. Now Scott's thinking, you know, I've got to try and get a frame on the board now. Tinks is 2-0 up. I should be 1-1. Yeah, so I think he might be able to get these actually. If he takes the right down the bottom corner where the two are close together as the first ball and just drop onto the bottom rail. This is actually a nice finish for him. Just drop onto the rail. Maybe could have just played that with drag and just dropped onto the bottom rail and played the one that's in the middle of the rail first, then the one over the pocket to the left, and then the one in the middle. Red in the right middle, red at the top, black. Now he's white balls.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter from there. I think he pots the red to the corner and tops it through slightly to the red to the middle.
But how much tougher is that than playing them the other way round? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now he's got to play a tough shot here, and he's leaving himself on the bottom rail. And And then the type of angle you're leaving on this red as well, you have to push it through, and it's similar to a couple of shots he's already played in the middle at pace.
Yeah.
And whatever angle he leaves on the red middle into the right, sorry, the red into the middle right. Yeah, he's not on that, because the angle he would have needed, it would have took him further away from the top red as well. So unless he can play this as a double and move the white out the way, I think he's white's running around again.
Shout out to Jimmy Ellie who's watching. That's how you say his name, Ellie? Illy? Oh, I'll just call him Dr. Evil.
Jimmy for England.
Jimmy for England. Yeah. Had a bit of side on that didn't it? Threw it straight off the pot.
Yeah, Tinks will know now. Tinks is a very clever player. He'll know now what's going on. He knows that Scott's not settled yet. And he'll be doing everything possible to make sure that he can't get his first frame on the board, and he keeps it as tight as he can. So he can just play safety on this bottom yellow, yeah.
Yeah, but how long do you do that? How long do you do that for?
As long as you need to.
Yeah, but what's as long as you need to? 5 frames, 6 frames, 7 frames, 8 frames, 9 frames ahead, 10 frames ahead? How long do you keep doing that for? Because eventually because it's really hard to keep your mind in that frame of mind when you're so far. If you become so far ahead of somebody, that it's almost like you can't. Even if you let them back in a little bit, they still probably can't catch you up. How far do you go with that?
You've been playing pool for years, right? You know just as well as me. Momentum's really fragile. It can change so quickly.
Yeah, 100%.
And all it takes is for Tinks to be a little bit careless, let Scott straight in with one frame. He gets a little bit of flow and suddenly reels off 5 or 6 in a row. He doesn't want that. He'll guard against that. You know when you get towards the end of a race and you're like, right, this person's ahead of me. I just need to keep him off the hill.
Yeah.
That's what he'll be thinking now. I'm so far ahead. I need to keep him on 0.
Yeah.
He's playing for £1,000 here. He won't be thinking, am I being too negative or anything? He'll do whatever it takes to make sure he wins every frame.
Yeah, definitely. Jimmy said we're sounding good. That's good.
Cheers, Jimmy.
Thank you. And a shout out to Emma and Kerry who are watching. That's Scott's mum and sister. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Now the sound's come on, apparently. I think there's a couple of issues with the sound to start with, but it's all clear now, I'm being told.
I played Jimmy the other week, actually. I used to play for him a while ago in the pub leagues. He was our captain, and we done really well. I never realised how quick he was as a player.
Yeah,
he's rapid. He runs around the table. Yeah.
Me too. Oh wow! He might object to you saying he's running. I don't think he wants anyone knowing that he's running. I mean, I played Scott the other day. I went 9 frames behind, got it back to 19. I was 12-3 down and got it back to 19 all.
Yeah, and Tinks will be aware of that. That's what I mean. But you're similar to Scott.
Yeah,
you're a rhythm,
that's why
you're a rhythm player, and you're aggressive. If you don't make sure of your frames, you'll let Scott back in, and he'll take 9 in the bounce like he did against you.
Yeah. No, I did against him.
Yeah.
Ahead. But that's been the same in other games. I think there was a game. I think it was 12. I was 12-4 up. I think, and he got it back to 13, 14 all. I think it's something like that. So he can do the same, and that's what Tinks has to remember, that you, like I say to you, how far in front do you need to be before you relax a little bit and stop playing like that and start flowing for a clearance or whatever?
I don't think you should. I think you should just play it frame by frame, not even worry about the score. He'll know, obviously, that he's 3, 4, 5, 6 nil ahead maybe. He'll know subconsciously that he's there, but every frame that he plays, he should be playing like it's 0-0.
Yeah, definitely.
And that is how he'll keep the mentality strong and stay stubborn with his shot choice, not be careless, and keep Scott on 0.
Yeah. So, a question that was asked before the game, because we asked both players, was what increments of games or like sections of games would you like to go through before you have a break? So they've agreed 8 frames, and then they're going to have a break every 8 frames. Now, something that I try and do when I play is I try, if I'm playing a race, especially a race to 21, try and break it down into smaller sections of games. So, like with the 8, as long as you comes away with after the 8 at 4-4, you can kind of say I'm still even kill.
Yeah, some players do that. Yeah,
I like to make it odd though as well, because then you're actually playing a race. So you're kind of going. If I say instead of going to 8, go to 9, and then you play a best of 9. Once you get to 5, you know the extra any frames you win after that are bonus frames for you in that part. And then when you get to the break, you go away to the break it number 4 for frame 4 for Tinks. When you go away to the break and then you come back, you reset to another race to 9.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's hard to do that though.
You forget about the race to 9 that you first had, because you've just gone and had a breather and a toilet break and whatever, and then you start again, try and hit the 5.
That's easier said than done.
It is easier said than done, but I feel like it's a better way to kind of break it down and keep yourself and your mind in the game all the way through. Because what you'll find is, as it gets on later into the games, your mind will sway back and forth from concentration and distraction, basically, won't it?
Yeah, well, in my opinion, the only person that needs to be thinking along those lines at the moment is Scott.
Yeah.
Tinks just needs to carry on playing as it is. Look, the balls have come out for him. He's like, right, I want my colour set. Yellows are in control here. Scott will be thinking, God's sake, another frame, yellows are in control, I'm behind in the frame again. It will change at some point. What he needs to be thinking now is, I've got another 5 frames to play. Where do I want to be at? Am I happy with 5-3 down at this point, if I'm Scott? Am I happy with 6-2? What are you happy with if you're 3-0 down here before your break?
What am I not going 4-0 down?
Not going 8-0 down.
Oh yeah, not going 8-0 down. Not going 8-0 down. But yeah, I think this is the point for me in that section where that's exactly what he's done. He's just loosened yourself up.
Yeah,
he's just loosened up there. Now look, the balls have come out, like reds are in control now.
And again, Tinks will notice that. Tinks will notice that Scott starts freeing himself up, and it'll probably make him a little bit tighter, because he's relaxed now. So
yeah, exactly. So Scott's taken.
Oh no! God. I mean, that's
it's not too bad, because that yellow only goes to the middle, doesn't it? Oh no, it goes to this corner, the far corner as well. It doesn't go to this one where the red is, and he's not got a very good angle to land on it now.
I would say so far, this is the 4th frame, Tinks has probably had
the run a little bit.
3 or 4 slices of luck already. Yeah. But again, Scott needs to not let that get to him, because it will get to him.
No,
and he needs to make sure it doesn't. Not this early.
Jimmy just said, you are actually talking sense. Do I even know you anymore?
Good point.
I've got matured.
What he's saying is he's used to me talking sense, so he kind of expected it, but he didn't know what you was going to say.
You must mean I compliment your sense that you talk. Oh, now this is the point. You see where I just said to you, loosen this up. You see him where he loosened himself up.
Yeah.
Now it could be. This would be hopefully get himself on the board, and then the first thing he'd play, I think, is
pop the yellow,
or the red off the back. Yeah.
Pop the yellow and screw into the red to push it across the other side.
Or play the red on the by the side cushion off the yellow into the corner and push the yellow safe.
Yeah, but from the distance, he's playing that. Got to play cushion first. I think he had to play.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine, because everything's on now and the yellow is still in a safer spot. So, because obviously you didn't need to pot on.
He's not on anything.
Pot on the first.
Is he? He's not on anything?
Yeah, that red cuts to the corner and that red cuts in the middle.
Yeah,
He's on the one to the middle.
I mean,
100%.
You want to be on something nicer, don't you?
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Can
Yeah, you can drop it in.
Fair enough.
See? Now everything's there. He's in the middle of the table. You just run these in. They go bottom corner, middle, bottom corner, top corner, black.
If he gets these, he'll be absolutely fine. He'll settle. If he doesn't,
definitely. This is a nice takeout. This is a nice relaxed clearance.
Yeah.
To get himself in a flow.
This is meat and drink normally for him. If he messes this up, he'll be very disappointed with himself. You swing this around the rails, is he? Yeah.
He is going that way. Okay.
Yeah. You can flick this in with a little bit of right hand side. I think he hasn't got a good angle, and I think he might have to force it off the cushion and like flick a bit of right hand side so he leaves himself on the red at the bottom.
Or
like that,
yeah.
Yeah, he's good.
Our breath there, aren't we?
Yeah, because you're kind of in the game with them, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely.
You watch it. You want things to go right, and you want a bit of drama, and
definitely. It's a strange feeling, this commentary stuff, isn't it? Watching, you get the feelings that they're probably going through, because you feel every shot, especially with the luck kind of things. When things go,
that's very true.
You go, oh,
but I'm like that anyway. Even if I just watch a pool match on YouTube, I'm like that. That should settle him now.
3-1. That should settle him now. And again, we go back to the 8 frame thing. That's just stopped Tinks getting on the hill, if you look at it that way. But I've stopped him getting on the hill. If I can win the next frame, I can then put myself in a position to get myself on the hill, and then we're back in the game.
What are you on about on the hill? On the hill means when you're one away from winning the match?
Yes, but what I'm saying is that if you break it down into the 8s.
Oh, on the hill before the break.
Before the break, yeah. You see? And that's how you try and settle your mind, to keep your mind in the game all the way through. Because it's a really tough... I don't know anybody that can play constantly for a duration of a race to 21 and it go 41 frames, for example.
No breaks.
Keep your mind... Yeah, no breaks, and keep your mind in full concentration. And that's gutting for Scott there, and you see him throw his cue a little bit, like, because he's just got himself back in, got himself for first frame on the board, and then breaks and the white goes in.
Yeah, it's like the pool gods have gone, right. You forced your way into it, but we're stopping you now.
And the way things are going at the moment, with kind of like you're saying, the slices of luck and stuff like that, Scott's probably going to be feeling like this is really against me at the moment.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
That
it's easier for us to sit here and say he's just got to tell himself that he's been kicked off there.
Yeah.
It's unlucky. But,
yeah, it is.
But when you're in the situation yourself, you just start to think that everything's against you.
Yeah.
I think the important thing for Scott is to just not get involved in the emotion of the game.
Yeah. And that's a really hard thing to do when you got £1,000 on the game.
Yeah. I think he wanted reds initially, but he might change to yellows now. I think all the yellows have got pockets. It's a nicer layout. Yeah. I think you're gonna clear in sections, so take the one by the black into the right middle. And then the next shot after that. This is a key positional shot. I don't know whether I would go up here. I'd
stay down the bottom end first.
Yeah, I think going up and then leaving the black as the left. Yeah, he's a bit straight now. He can't get back down. So that was shot choice there. So if he'd have took bottom, maybe he could have just played it off the bottom cushion and bumped into the red that's below the black, and then played the yellow into the left middle, and then went up table. And then this would have been his last ball before the black into the bottom left.
Yeah.
So the old Tinks probably would just cover the bag here. It'd be interesting to see if he
like
will.
Looks like he is playing to cover the bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the right shot. So it's just
the right shot for you.
It's always in my opinion, that's the right shot there for anyone. Because you're going to end up playing that with like loads of reverse side, and you could miss it, and the pocket don't take it, and you're like, why didn't I just stay in control? Tinks is like me. He likes to be in control. He doesn't like to do anything reckless.
Yeah.
And I think that's how the game should be played.
Yeah.
In a non-reckless manner.
Yeah, definitely. But then there's the over negativity though there as well.
Yeah.
Like you can go too far with it, can't you? As well. So there's a pendulum swing to this. There's playing the right shots, and then there's being too negative, and it costing you frames because of you being too negative as well.
It's finding the balance. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
When you play tactical, it's all about timing, isn't it? Going for it at the right time. You can be over negative, but again, I'm normally like that when I'm nervous. When I'm not nervous, my timing of tactical plays are a lot better. But when I'm a bag of nerves in a game, I never really know what to play, to be honest. The pockets end up being smaller. I don't see things the same. I start going cloudy. Sometimes I get down on a shot when I'm nervous, and I'll get like a blur across my eyes. And I have to get back up and like shake my eyes and go down and look back on the shot again. I'm like, how has that happened? So I know these lot will have the same as well. We're all human.
Yeah.
Does that ever happen to you? You ever got down on a shot before and you've had like a blur come across your face and you're like, what?
Yeah,
where that come from?
I've had a few moments like that where when you know it's a crucial shot in the frame as well, or a big shot where you've got to really cue the ball well or something. You go down and your sort of vision gets blurred, but you get nervous playing me all the time though, don't you?
I get nervous playing anyone, to be honest with you.
You're like a bag of nerves against me most of the time.
I'm whenever I turn up to a game, even if I'm playing someone that I believe that I'm better than, it's all about me. So I always think to myself, what version of me is going to turn up? And it's quite nerve-wracking to know sometimes that you have no idea which version of you will turn up.
Yeah.
That's what gets to me.
Yeah, so I travelled this morning to the game with Scott, and obviously he said to me he's nervous. I get this. I'm pretty sure you probably get the same thing. Before a game, when you know you've got, you've practiced, you put the hours in, you've got a good ability. No matter what happens before the game, you always get that feeling like, am I going to be good enough today?
Yeah.
Am I going to turn up today?
That's what I mean. Even against what you would consider weaker players.
Yeah.
You 100%. Always think to yourself, look, you know what the game's capable of doing to you.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, because you can never get too carried away with it either, can you? Because you could be absolutely destroying somebody, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, your back's against the wall, and you're trying to fight your way out of losing a game that you probably felt like sometimes you shouldn't lose.
Yeah, it's really, really fine margins. It can change quick. Definitely. But on the other hand, on the flip side of it, right, that's what I love about the game as well. I could probably practice for 15, 20 years at snooker, and I wouldn't never get anywhere near a pro, ever.
Yeah.
In my whole life. I could have practiced on the table since I was 2 or 3. With this game, you can beat pros.
Yeah.
You can turn up on your day, and you're capable of beating anyone. And when you've always got that mentality, if you're a confident person, if you've got that mentality, you can achieve things.
But the difference is the pros are consistent with it, aren't they? That's the thing. But that's because they're practicing all the time, I suppose.
Yeah, that's how I normally judge it. I say if I'd come down the club 7 days a week, how many days out of those 7 do I think I can play at the top of my game?
Yeah.
I would say people like us would like to think that we could do 4. Yes. 3, 4, and pros are more like 6, 7 days a week. It's just consistency.
That's a lovely shot. And that's the thing as well. You need to. It's commitment to it, isn't it? Because how do you? Sometimes, some days, like, or for me, if there's not anything out there to play for, it's hard to get motivated to want to play. sometimes. Because there's nothing to prepare for, or my mind works in a way where I feel like I need to be prepared for something, and that's why I'm practicing.
You need to focus.
Yeah, why am I practicing for? Because I've got this coming up on a weekend, or I've got a game coming up in a few months' time, or whatever. So that's what I want to practice for, and I want to get
practice
myself
for consistency.
Yeah.
Practice. So, because like I say, I never know what version of me is going to turn up. I always turn up and just want to play really well.
Yeah.
So I've always got the pressure on myself of, can I perform to that level every time?
Yeah, but my next point to you is, and it'd be the same for you, I feel, is that I have a lot of other aspects of my life that I have focus in, like kids. I have my daughters, and I have my oldest all the time. I play music, obviously. I play the guitar and sing and go to do gigs and stuff like that, and try and do open mics and stuff. So there isn't enough hours a lot of the time in the day to even be able to practice to get to get to the consistency of a pro, but to be able to consistently play up against pros. I'd have to take something like that out of my life to just put it on the back burner, just to concentrate on pool.
100%.
Yeah,
I done exactly the same. You have to prioritise.
Yeah, because you used to do music as well, didn't you?
I used to do music a lot, yeah, and it was something I really enjoyed doing. I was signed to a label. We're not going into that for unfortunate reasons. It broke down and stuff, but
that's the way life goes, though, isn't it? Sometimes things don't go always pan out how you want them to.
No, but I can obviously sit down and still do music if I wanted to. I'm 32 now. I do think to myself, do I want to sit down and spend 5 hours in a day writing something, or do I want to spend 5 hours down the pool hall perfecting this game?
Yeah.
Now I've made the choice to put more focus into pool than to music, and I've put music on the side.
Yeah, definitely.
And it just is what it is. And then obviously I've got football as well. I absolutely love football. Liverpool are absolutely on fire at the moment. I'm loving it.
You had to get that in, didn't you?
I did say it before I come today, at some point on the stream I will brag about how good Liverpool are.
Oh, God. Southampton, by the way, playing today. Chelsea. Wicked.
Yeah, and it's a good time to play them as well, because they've just lost
to Brentford
4-1 and 3-1 to Real Madrid in the week.
Yeah, it'd be good. Hopefully get a result.
And
today.
Saints at home are dangerous.
We are really
They've played really well against Man City at home a few times. So.
Yeah. Well, apart from the FA Cup, we're terrible against them then.
Saints are just one of those teams, aren't they? They're just absolutely work horses. So you need to make sure that you're ready for the fight if you're going to St Mary's.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyways, back to the pool.
Yep, I think Scott's turned it into being a tight game again.
I don't think he's turned it into
what he's done is he won the last frame. I think if we were practicing now, in that position he was just in, where he played that red and just put it safe, he would have went for the clearance there.
Yeah.
He would have cut the red across. He would have got straight across the cushion with the red, dropped the other red to the middle, popped the red in the corner, and then he would have had these three reds down his bottom end. But that's a lovely shot.
That is the right shot.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot.
Yeah, lovely.
But he obviously there's the difference in his game that he doesn't do in practice that he's doing now, because it matters more now. In practice, sometimes I feel in practice it's right to sometimes practice those sort of scenarios where we're not put the white safe and being safe all the time, being containing or whatever. That's a lovely shot as well. That's a snooker shot. That is.
Because when
behind the ball,
when some attacking players get into a game of pool, they tend to say, I don't like playing safe, because sometimes it can be a little bit like tentative, and you'll hit it too soft or something. That's why I think it's important to practice keeping your safety consistent in practice sessions.
Yeah, I get that, definitely. I definitely get that.
You can't just practice potting all the time, because you're not just going to always pot when you come to a game like this where you're playing for $2,000.
Okay, next question then. How do you do that? How do you practice snookers?
Well, it's a little bit easier for players like me and Tinks to practice them, because it's in our game naturally. So we're just doing it all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're on the table on your own, like I come up and I do drills to perfect my potting ability or whatever. What do you do in order to practice those? Do you just break the balls open and then just play safe by both colours?
You can, there's not many practice routines for safety. I don't think people will lay 15 balls in the middle of the table and just play safe all the time. But you can do a few things like attack versus defence. You can play a good player and say to them, you only attack and I'll only defend. And then, let's just say, for example, you're the defender and you get 2 shots. You can then pot one of your opponent's balls and just start removing his balls off the table, and then defend again, get your 2 shots, and get used to being in tricky positions and not being able to attack from there.
Yeah, I get that.
That's the best way I've tried.
That's with somebody though, isn't it?
That's with someone.
That's the hardest part about the defence side of this game, is that you can't practice it on your. There's not necessarily a practice where you can on your own. Now there is something I did see that someone suggested, was if you put a red ball on the black spot and a yellow ball on the line in the middle of the table, and basically you play up behind. You play the white up and down the table, and you play the white up and in behind either one of those, the closest colour, right?
Yeah.
From there, you then have to get out of that snooker and go in behind the other yellow in the middle of the table. So say you put it behind the red, you have to come out and round and go behind the yellow. Eventually, what you'll do is you'll get yourself closer and closer and closer to getting behind those balls, and it will help you get out of snookers, but also putting yourself into snookers.
In which case, it isn't really safety that you're practicing; it's more your touch, isn't it?
Well. Yeah, but you're snookered behind the ball, or snookered, or you're putting yourself in the snooker to start with. So if you don't make the snooker, right, then you have to play in behind the ball to put yourself in the snooker to then try and get out of it.
Yeah, but then obviously every single table that you play on can play differently.
Yeah.
So you have to adapt to the cloth. So you could play roll shots and ends up hitting a fingerprint and rolling off, and so practice your touch. I'd say if you want to be a consistent safety player, practice your touch.
Yeah, definitely. He's gone for the skill shot there, and it's not worked out.
It's a good effort. It was the red was a little bit away from the bag, wasn't it? So that
I don't think he needed to play. Did he play down bottom? Did he?
It seems like he's played like a bit of a tactical shot there, because he probably thinks here, even if I get the yellow over the bag, Scott's now got to waste one of his visits by getting his red away from my yellow, and he's still got 2 balls safe on the cushion. So it's quite a clever shot, but he's obviously still got 1 yellow near the bottom.
He could play the yellow straight into the knuckle, and put the yellow on the side cushion.
What I would do here is I'd put the red in the bulk line. I'd play yellow onto the red to get the bag. I'd then go off the top cushion and play red on the cushion onto red onto the cushion, get both of them off, and leave the white ball where the top red is. See the the red on the left cushion, yeah.
Yeah.
So I would have brought the white right over to the left side of the table, so you can get both rail balls off. If he's attacking from here, especially with the black being safe, I don't think that
he must fancy itself from I'd fancy myself from this pot for this pot.
Like, because where the red is at the top now, the top red.
Yeah.
If he left the white there, Tinks can't see the yellow, and it's not easy for him to get to it.
And he's also the yellow's in front of the black. He's got an issue with the black as well.
I don't think being aggressive here is the right thing to do. No. But if he'd have used the first shot and come above the red,
I think what he should play here is play the red towards the pocket. Don't pot it, and leave him to be able to see the yellow. He doesn't want him to be snookered here.
Yeah, but
because he wants to be able to see it, so then he has to hit a cushion afterwards. So, yes, rolling onto it would be hitting the cushion afterwards, but then that would mean the black goes past the yellow.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, when he had his 2 visits, if he'd have potted the red onto the yellow and brought the white across, he could have played the red that he's just played onto the red that's on the cushion on the left-hand side and left the white where it is now, and he would have had both problems off the table as well.
Yeah. See, now the black goes. Now you play the red to the middle, come down to the bottom for the bottom red corner up to the side red.
I'd be
with
playing,
an angle,
I'd be
and
playing
then
the
pop
red
the red
at the
in
top
the corner, and then you come out for the red to the other side, and then you play the black past the yellow.
I'd play the red at the top and leave him snookered again. Yeah. But right now, in my opinion, Scott shouldn't have a problem on the rail still.
Yeah.
You should have done. You should have used the opportunity to get it out earlier.
Now he's going to sew him up with that. Now it doesn't go to the corner.
I haven't seen Scott play many tactical frames, so it'd be quite interesting to see what he does.
He's going to run this in beyond the red. Yeah, perfect. Probably would have wanted it a bit tighter. Tighter would have been better.
Again, if Tinks gets out of this and brings his ball out of play, Scott's still got that problem on the rail. If that ball comes back to bite him...
Oh, there we go, 2 shots.
Well, it won't now, but if that ball did come back to bite him, hopefully later on, if he watches this back and he listens to that...
He will watch this back, I think.
He'll see that he could have got better. He could have probably got both of his problems out with the free shot option.
Played a double now.
But fortunately, it's worked out okay for him. Yeah, play the double if it doesn't sacrifice you white, or you could just clip off it thin, put it into open play. Yeah, so I'd...
Yeah, because you don't want to push the yellow anywhere. It's fine there. It's in an awkward spot because the only place you really want to be on it is on this bottom left side of it to play it in the bottom corner past the red.
You don't want to go for the double thinking, I'm just taking a pot on here, but your white's not in a good position for the next pot.
Yeah.
So if he had to just put that into open play, he would have done that.
Stun this in he got a hold of it a bit too much.
So that says to me...
Stun it out towards the middle, the opposite middle, so then you can play the red to the corner, and then you've got the awkward red to go across the cushion to be able to just not have to do anything with it, just be able to just drop it in and pot the black.
This is tough though, right?
Yeah, no, I'm saying about the shot before.
He has to come across twice now.
Stun across.
Yeah, I think he left himself really straight, so that says to me that he sacrificed his white with the double.
Yeah.
So he should have just put it in open play. You playing this at right hand side?
Yeah, looks like it.
Toughy. He's got away with that.
Yeah,
he deserves that, I think.
Yeah.
After what's happened so far, he deserves that.
Only thing is, it's easy get out, isn't it?
If he comes up and down and he'll get his yellow out, Scott's in a little bit of trouble, yeah. Although he'll cover the black bag.
He's gone hard. He's gone straight in. So, corner, where the corner red is, just drop on that.
I would now
and then play the red across the cushion.
I'd just play the black off of the bottom cushion and leave myself on the bottom rail. So the right red out of the two, just softly bump the black.
Yeah.
In that little gap there, and just leave yourself on the red.
I was saying, if you just bump this, the red in the red by the corner, and you leave yourself the red over here. See, because that's the...
Yeah, but he shouldn't have played a red. He should have played a black.
But what I mean is, just because if you bump on that, you're leaving it over the pocket pretty much. You only have to jab it off gently, and you leave the white where the red is, and the red sitting over the pocket, and you can just run the red in the corner pocket across the table, and then you've got a red to the middle, red to the corner of the pocket, just to pop it in and come out for the black to the other opposite pocket.
Yeah, but what if you hit it too hard and it ended up at the rail?
You only have to hit it gently. You only have to make the red because it's off the cushion.
Under pressure for a grand though. Look what he's just done. In my opinion, playing the two reds, I could see issues. Playing the black, I couldn't see anything going wrong.
See, I can't see any issues with that first red. I don't think that's not a bad shot.
Yeah, if you play it well,
yeah,
which in practice we all do, don't we? So it's not a problem. But in these circumstances, sometimes your shot choice changes slightly based on how you feel.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I get what you mean. See that this now we're so what we was talking about before is the being on the hill, the race to the hill on this race to 8. If he takes these two reds and the black out now, it's 3-3. And he's back in the game.
Yeah, from what I was thinking at 3-0 down, he snookered himself, I think. I was initially thinking Scott would be happy with a 5-3 loss going into the 8, but effectively he could end up being like 5-3 up if he takes advantage of these frames.
I know that's a bad shot, but
this is huge.
If he gets out of this here and it pushes the red to the pocket but doesn't drop it, that's a tough pot for Tinks.
Yes, but he hasn't. I don't think he's got that angle, is he? Would he have to play it with like a little bit of check side off of this cushion? Because
I think it comes straight out round him, round the black.
Yeah, as long as he makes full contact with it, you get really close to the pot, won't he? But he's probably thinking right now, I should not be in this position. I shouldn't even be contemplating being in this position.
Yeah.
Maybe that's all he had. I don't know whether he could come off of this cushion and play it towards the bag. If Tinks gets this will hurt.
Yeah.
This will hurt Scott a little bit.
It's one of the early battles of the game, isn't it? It's not gone the way that Scott wanted it to. Where's your cue ball?
Yeah, that's one of those frames, right, where all good pool players will be extremely livid with themselves if they don't take that. He's had quite a few opportunities in that frame, and he'll be annoyed with himself there.
Yeah, I think he just that when he got to come to the table with the two reds and the black, and he ran in behind the black. I think he just didn't take quite enough time to compose himself before he played it, and just to double check. Make sure, and then just make sure you pop it hard to make sure you're on the red, no matter what. Even if it means, like, you don't play it the way you want to play it with, like, stunning the ball, whatever.
It's just that,
with the queuing, you don't need to worry about the queuing. Just try and play it so you just pop it off with a natural shot. So you don't, rather than trying to stun it and try and bring the white away to be on the red to the corner, just pop it in, let it bounce off the cushion and come out for the red to the corner. We did schedule breaks for at 8, but for some reason Tinks has decided he's going to go for a break at 6.
He's gone
even
to the
though we
toilet,
said 8, yeah. So
what you said just then, right, about when he had the two reds on the bottom and the black, he played it a little bit too quick. That's one of those moments that as a player you need to just compose yourself,
100%,
and go, do you know what, this is easy. If I make it easy, if I complicate it for myself, I'm just going to end up.
That's right. Don't complicate it for yourself.
And that was so easy to play the black off the cushion. In my opinion, that would have been the shot I would have played. Some people would have gone different, but you've just got to say to yourself there, this is easy. I need to 1000% make sure of this, because if I don't, it's going to get in my head, and I need to do everything possible right now to make sure the things that are in my control don't go out of my control.
100%.
Things like going in off, kicked in off a ball off a break, and Tinks getting a little bit of luck here and there. You can't do anything about those, so control the things that you have control over, and
definitely.
Hopefully it should help you mentally going forward.
I mean, he just... there's going to be loads. There's going to be a few moments like that in the game, and you just got to outweigh them for yourself rather than against yourself. He's 1-0 down in that sort of thing, in that sort of sense. If you think about it, in his head, you kind of go, right, I'm 1-0 down with that because I battled in that frame tactically, and I lost the tactical battle, and I lost the frame because of like a slight rush to the head.
He lost the frame because. Well, he was just careless, wasn't he?
Both players were, I suppose, in that last frame. And we're going to have frames like that though, as well, aren't we?
Any players that are playing for this sort of pot, really don't want to be losing a frame if they're given 4 or 5 opportunities in that frame. But again, easier for us to sit here and say that. This is the type of frame that will suit Tinks.
Who would you suggest is the most negative player
out of the two, or in Southampton?
No. The most negative player. Jimmy's just asked. Who do you think's the most negative player? So I presume that's out of anybody and everybody, I suppose.
Yeah, Jimmy, be a little bit more specific. Do you mean in the city? Do you mean out of these two, or negative out of who? I mean, if we're talking in the city, the most negative player I ever saw, but he actually was a really good player, was Kevin Pitt. He was sometimes too negative for his own good, and he had lacked a little bit of confidence. But he was a great player on his day.
Who's the most negative player in practice?
Most negative player in practice? Maybe Tinks. It depends what you call
I was
negative.
thinking of the guy on the right hand side of me, to be fair.
No, because I consider I consider some of my safety to play to be attacking safety as well. It's not all negative.
Yeah, I get that, yeah. I mean, but the thing is, what are you going to practice in practice?
Well,
like, when you get those opportunities that are like the 85% clearances,
hey, look,
are you going to go for them in the practice, just so you know that, like, when you're in a game, if you've got a chance of like that sort of percentage, that you're going to be able to make it, or do you wait until you get 95% chance of making a clearance and go for it?
Here's the thought process. When I first moved to Southampton, there was a player called Mick Warner. He's obviously in Basingstoke now, top player. He used to play on the IPA tour and stuff. I remember him saying to my brother that I understand in practice why people go for crazy shots, because if you don't experiment in practice, where else are you going to experiment? And also, you're never going to know if you're capable of taking crazy finishes out unless you try in practice.
Yeah, 100%.
But he said, on the other hand, if you want to gain consistency and get used to playing the same shots that you play within your natural game, do whatever you would do in practice in a competitive game, and vice versa. So if I'm in a practice frame and I feel like I'm never taking this table out, why go for it?
Yeah.
Play safe. Just do what you would normally do. And then my brother told me that as well, and what Mick said to him, and I was like, that's right. If you want to gain consistency, play your normal game in practice. Don't worry about what anyone else thinks. Don't let anyone else dictate your style. Don't let people start going, it's only practice, you're too negative. Do what you want to do. And if you're a very competitive person like me, you just want to win every frame you play, whether it's in a tournament or whether it's in practice anyway. You just want to beat good players. I come here, I'm not bothered about playing for money. I'll play you in a race and beat you in a long race, and I walk away like I've beat a good player there. You know what I mean? That's the positives I take from it.
Yeah.
So it's not negativity, it's just doing what you need to do to be consistent and feel that you need to do that to get over the line, whether it's practice or not.
I'll tell you who used to be extremely negative, but that was the old rule set. That was Melvin Herridge.
Yeah.
Mate, I swear, I played him in one frame, and he must have had all the balls over the pockets and still put in a snooker.
Yeah.
Still dogged me up behind the ball.
He's yeah, but I mean, it was to his benefit when he was. Well, yeah, did he win it 3 years in a row? Did he?
Something like that, yeah. But there's this EPA rules, and it just you don't have to hit a cushion after the shot and stuff. It's quite easy to play rolling up behind balls.
Yeah, I mean, you could play anyone in a pub, couldn't you? And they could roll up behind the ball in the middle of the table. Having to hit a cushion after contact and be clever with the way that you play safety is
it
very
makes
different.
It very different. Yeah, yeah. The City, good debate.
Is that enough?
Oh, is it off? Yeah,
but
Jimmy
again,
just said
doesn't
in the
benefit
City.
though, does it? Doesn't benefit Scott here because he's still got 2 balls over pockets. What was that? Sorry.
Jimmy said in the City. Yeah, the City. But good debates, lads.
In the City, yeah. Like I said, I don't know. I was speaking to Scott the other week about Tinks' tactical game. He said he believes that me and Tinks have got different types of game. Tinks is a little bit more negative than I am, and I'm a little bit more aggressive with my safety. I don't like to look at it as negative. I don't think that's the right word, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think negative is. I think negative is the type of word that comes from aggressive players that don't like tactical play. That's what I think. Someone like the guy on my left.
Oh, shots fired! Shots fired.
Hey, he's done really well there to try and get. Oh, he's been a bit unlucky, but.
See that then?
He's had to try and get
off the middle of the spot. Then
he's got 3 reds at the bottom and 2 bags are covered. He's got ball in hand. He's tried getting everything out at once, and he's been a little bit unlucky there.
I think calling it negative is extremely negative, isn't it?
Who?
To say it's negative is just too negative, isn't it?
It's way too negative. Yeah.
Stop being too negative with you.
If someone plays a good safety sometimes in a match, it might not be because they're a negative player. It might just be because they're nervous.
Yeah, I mean, there's
someone started
from an aggressive frame of mind. I think there's like, okay, I'll make it something that I was talking at the bar with Simon Ez. So Simon's been on this stream before and commentated, and he's a coach as well. And what he suggested was not necessarily being playing the negative shot or a safety, but making it an advanced idea. So you've got levels of ways you play. So some people will just go, it's easy to play that safety, I'll play that safety, and not think about how they're going to leave that safety perfect. Others will think about, how am I going to leave that perfect safety? That's level 2. Level 3 is, how do I make that safety right and develop a ball for me to make sure that I've got a next chance in the frame, I'm pretty much going to take it out.
Yeah, so it's not all a negative shot would be like, I'm just going to play a safety here and not think about the consequences afterwards.
Yeah,
I'm just going to roll up behind the ball tight, and I'm not going to think about, if this guy gets out of it, he's going to leave me absolutely nothing. That's negative.
Yeah,
I would say the type of players that play tactical to a good level.
No. Oh, and it's just bounced off the Yorkshire side.
I wouldn't say negative is the right word. I'd say percentage. I'm a percentage player. I'll just go for whatever I think is going to end up in my favour.
Who would you say is in out of all the pros and players you've seen, and I'm pretty sure I know who you're going to go for. Possibly.
Liam Dunster.
No. Who would you say is the best percentage player?
Liam Dunster.
Okay.
Liam Dunster's the best player in the world right now.
I expected you to say Neil Raybone, but
he's right up there as well.
Yeah.
Neil Raybone's one of my favourite. Well, I think he's my brother's favourite player. He's very good.
But an underachiever, would you say?
In the Ultimate Pool series, definitely.
Yeah.
Underachiever in
necessarily
his whole pool career, I don't think so.
So percentage-wise, would it necessarily mean it's sometimes it's a bit like, for example, if I play poker, there's a risk to reward sometimes when percentages are slightly not in your favour.
Yeah, by being by being a little bit of a bully and trying to bluff someone.
Sort of, yeah. So in pool, if sometimes it's probably not always the right move to go with a percentage shot.
It's not. So
sometimes you need to take a little bit of a risk.
So I think one of the biggest gifts in pool is to be able to understand your own ability, and you're a very confident player, right? A lot of people have said to me that if someone like me had your sort of confidence around the table, that it would take my game to a new level as well. But whatever situation you're in when you're in a frame, you've just got to weigh up the options, and whatever you think your percentages are there. Like, for example, most pros are very aggressive because they feel like the percentages are in their favour to always go for it. I don't, because I don't fancy myself to take out every finish.
Yeah.
If you don't fancy yourself to take out the finishes all the time, why go guns blazing and try and take out the finish? Why not just be...
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll be negative as well, just to bide me a little bit of time in a frame. It's not because I'm a negative player, it's just literally because I'm in such a tough situation. I need a couple of extra shots to try and get me somewhere.
Okay. So then you take those shots to get you somewhere. What do you use with those? How do you change your mindset in those shots? How do you make yourself more confident in the fact that you can make the clearance? What makes it because things like that could possibly happen. Popping out balls could happen. Anything could happen.
He's got away with that though.
Yeah. Well, no, he's not really, because he's just going to touch me on the black and push the yellow on the cushion. And then as long as he's stuck on that black, he's never going to get anywhere near. Let's see. No, I'd have played it more fuller. Just try and leave the white on top of the black, and then it being right behind it, sort of thing.
You asked me how do I get my mindset into that. To be honest with you, defense a lot of the time is my natural mindset, so I don't have to get into that. It's already there.
Yeah, but that then...
And then if I feel like really nervous at the start of the game, I'll defend a little bit until I get into the right positions, and then when I realise... Because, pool's a feeling, isn't it?
Yeah.
And when you realise you're feeling well, then you start getting more confident and going for things that you wouldn't go for before.
Yeah, again, but for example, for me, for example, as an aggressive player... or as a passive aggressive, I did used to be, when I was a lot younger, just aggression. Now I kind of play a slight more, a little bit more safety in my game, but trying to play the safety at the right times rather than just for any time at all. So,
just out of curiosity, who was it that spoke to you and said that you should rein it in a little bit because you can end up being a much better player if you play tactical? Was that negative player that sat next to you that you took advice from, and it ended up improving your game?
Kev,
you have to have the B game in you, mate.
Claim these sort of things, don't you?
No, I just think you need that B game in you. You have to have it in you.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you can't expect every frame to be an open frame.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, because this commentary we're doing now is basically basically a bit like me and you sitting and talking at the bar, because this is generally how we talk about these sort of things, isn't it? We analyse these sort of things together a large part of the time. So
I also
probably both know each other's answers as such. But
I also believe that the way that we commentate is the same as this game. It's almost like it's a clash of styles, because you're aggressive like Scott.
Yeah,
and I'm a little bit more laid back like Tinks.
Okay.
So it's actually getting both points of view from the players as well.
Okay, so when Scott said that he wanted me on the commentary, and I spoke to him, and he said, I was thinking about, I said, what about somebody else to come in? The first person that came into my mind is sat to the right of me. because it's both. Like you say, it's a clash of styles with both players, and it's also a clash of styles with commentary, not with a commentary sort of. I mean, your accent's a little bit different to mine, but but at the same time, there's a both angles. I said to Scott, I said if you want me to commentate, there's only one person I want to commentate with, and that'll be you. Because
what was the reason?
Because we both have two different styles, and we can both give a better outlook to the game completely as an overall.
Can you say that in a more complimentary way?
I couldn't possibly compliment you in any way, shape or form.
Could you
Kev,
say maybe
because,
I asked for Kev because of his knowledge of the game?
Scott asked for me because of my knowledge of the game.
It was Scott actually. Scott messaged me and said,
because I asked him to message you.
I would like it as a personal favour because Scott wants to watch this back afterwards.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, definitely.
And understand.
Well, that was something I was saying to him before.
Different ways of looking at the game.
Yeah, that was something I was saying to him before he got the game on, when we used to practice in that. And I said, if you get on the stream, you can watch yourself back. I don't care about what anybody thinks of what I'm about to say. I watch myself as soon as I finish my game, and the second I get home in that evening, I will put that on YouTube straight on. Yeah, because it's fresh in my mind. Straight away, I know what the result's going to be. It's not like watching EastEnders and you know what's going to happen at the end, right? But I also I don't watch the other player. I watch myself.
Yeah, me too.
And analyse and say, how did I lose that frame? Why did I lose that frame? Why did I go about the clearance that way? And one thing it has done is it's improved my style for shot selection, I feel, by maybe like thinking more about what's the right shots a lot of the time. But it's also like what I put a lot of my energy into practicing wise when I was a little bit younger was my stance and the fundamentals. And everybody says the same thing around here a lot, is that there's a lot of players that are similar to the way I walk into shots.
Yeah.
Because I've not worked with them, but I've suggested to them, try and find yourself a consistency. Do the same thing time and time again. And people will say, oh, there's so many people that do that. But there are also other players that come in here that used to play with myself and others in Q World, and I can literally tell you to watch the way I walk into a shot, and you'll be able to pick out those same players that I used to play in Q World with, doing the same things.
What, that you learnt from them or they learnt from you?
We all learnt it together. Steve Sherry was over Q World, and he spoke to loads of us when we used to play snooker and stuff, and he'd just tell you about, right, walking in, the best way to see the shot is from stood up rather than being down, because you can stand up and you can visualise the ball going across the table into the corner, into the pocket. you obviously position yourself behind the ball to watch it going in, and then you get yourself where you feel the weight is going to be hitting the contact for that to go in.
You do have good fundamentals, definitely.
Yeah. And then you walk into the shot, and you do see the 2 steps in walking in.
Is it more because you're down here more than everyone else I know? So the youngsters that come down here and try and learn the game, they see you, realise you're a good player, and think, right, whatever he's doing's working. So I'm going to try a bit of that. I'm going to see if that works for me. I remember Sam Buckley. Do you remember him?
Yeah. I
worked with for a little while.
I worked with him a little while and said, and look at him now, like, mate, he's turning over some results, isn't he?
Just beat James Green in a race to 15.
Yeah.
And James Green's playing for like 12 grand today, so he's definitely improved.
Yeah.
Probably the most improved player around Southampton, to be honest.
Yeah, in the last few years, definitely. Yeah.
It is quite an interesting point.
Lovely nipper as well. That's the good thing that goes with it as well.
I know you mentioned about negativity and safety play and stuff, watching yourself back on stream and all that.
Yep.
I'm the same. If when I played my final a couple of weeks ago, I went back and I watched it straight away. Even though I knew exactly what happened, I just went back and watched it. I wanted to see if I liked my cue action. I wanted to see if I could look at things on the commentary, on the replay, and think, would I do anything different to what I actually done in the game? But whenever I watch myself back, I love 45-minute frames of ball. I always have done. I love defensive play, and I love the chess side of ball.
Yeah.
But if I go back and watch myself, I never watch my tactical frames, ever. And I love that. That's my favourite side of the game. But if I watch a pro, if I watch myself, anyone that I watch back, if it ends up being a 45-minute frame or half-hour frame and it goes tactical, I don't like watching it. I love being involved in it, but I hate watching it. So I'll go back and I'll skip to the one where I took out a nice dish.
Skip to the good
skip
bit.
Skip to the bit where I took out a nice dish, and that's the things that other people want to watch as well, isn't it? No one wants to watch all that tactical play. Otherwise, you play world rules.
No, you're right. Yeah, otherwise I play world rules. Yeah, well, non-existent soon, isn't it? I think.
Do you find that weird? Do you find it weird that
Taylor's just sold off the? They signed up to the Blackball thing or something.
Do you find it strange that I love that side of the game but hate watching it?
Well, you love the aggressive side, but you love watching the tactical side, but you don't like.
I love playing the tactical side, but I don't like watching it. No, it just bores me. But I know sometimes I need that in my game to be able to win things, so that's why I play like that.
But this is going to be an interesting one for you, because you say that. I like to watch aggressive ball. I like to watch clearance after clearance and whatever. But I do actually sometimes like to watch a tactical battle.
But
if when
it's an odd frame in between 10 dishes or something.
No, not necessarily.
When you get the odd frame,
see,
it's
this
nice.
is the thing. This is the thing that that I've tried to change my mindset about. Is there's a lot of players that come around and play, and they're all about. I've played 50 odd frames today, and I've had I haven't had any dishes at all, breaks and dishes, right? And they'll be upset about it.
It sounds like me, yeah.
They'll be upset about it. Well, have you won the game? You did, yeah. So why do you need to break and dish all the time? Yes, it's a great part of the game.
I didn't think you had that mentality, right?
Yeah, I know it's a great part of the game.
That is
but
massive.
I don't care if I've come up here. I've come up here for sessions before, and I used to come up for sessions before and know that like nearly every single. That's a break now. We're going to that's 6. Yeah, 6 to about 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah, 5 or 10 minute break. We'll carry on talking for a minute, and then we'll leave the stream to go for our toilet break or whatever.
What you just said then, I did not think you ever thought that way.
Yeah, I do think
why
that way.
Do you need to dish all the time? Do whatever you need to do to win a
because
frame.
I used to come up and go, I'd be well happy that I had 6 or 7 dishes in a session of coming up and playing pool, but
that dish isn't special anymore.
It isn't special anymore.
No, it's not special. No. And that's weird. Like if you said
what's
to
more special than dishing is winning the game.
If you said to a random person, I play pool, and they say, you any good? And I say, well, I was playing the other day, I broke, the guy dished against me, cleared the table, no shot. He then broke and cleared the table against me, no shot. And before I know it, I'm 4-0 down and I've had 2 breaks. They're like, oh my God, we're used to that.
Yeah.
It's not as special as it is anymore.
Yeah, we're used to that happening to us, and we're used to doing it.
So
well.
now it's just
That's
a case
the
of
thing.
do whatever you need to do to win, and
Yeah,
I genuinely
exactly.
didn't think that you thought that way.
Yeah.
That surprised me a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, so there you go. You surprised me by saying you don't like watching the negative, and I'm surprised you because that's my. But that's my mentality. It's changed over the years. That's what it's done. Like after so many competitions I've played and all that lot, and being a few and far between. So one competition I've got into like the last 16, and the next one I've been knocked out in the first round, and it's like there's so much of a gap between the two. Like you get the odd time when you're off between racing, being in the last 16, and then you're not, and then you're getting loads of times when you're being knocked out in the first round.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't want to be knocked out in the first round anymore, and I want to be a consistent player, and I'd much rather be consistent where I'm finishing quarterfinals, or last 16, rather than doing the two opposites. So how do I make myself more consistent to finish in those places? Because the thing is, the people that get remembered aren't the ones that always win. They're the ones that get remembered are the ones that are always there near the end.
Yeah, always there or
All the ones that are there, they get quarterfinals or semi-finals or quarterfinals, last 16 quarterfinals, semi-finals, or finals. Everybody remembers Jimmy White for being in 6 finals and never winning one. Yeah. So they remember him because he was always there, but he never won.
But let's be honest though, the people that are always there tend to be the guys that have an all-round game.
Yeah,
not the guys that are just completely aggressive all the time.
And that's why, as you can, and I'm sure you can admit this, is in the last couple of years I've changed my game from being ultra aggressive into trying to bring in having the all-round game.
And has it helped?
100%.
So you can never turn around and call anyone negative anymore. just got to do what you got to do, mate. Just got to do what you got to do to get through a frame. That's it.
Just got to stay in a positive frame of mind.
Can you pass me Coke quick? I've got a banana in there.
Your Coke, because you got banana. Okay.
I've got a banana. I'm hungry.
We're going to go for a mute for a minute, just so we can go to the toilet and stuff. So will we be back in a few minutes to commence the rest of the game? Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Just a quick mention for anyone still tuned in. We have our next stream coming up tomorrow evening. That's going to be Martin Smith versus Dan Hemphill in a race to 11 in a Challenge 21 Cup semi-final. The winner of that will get at least a guaranteed £200 from the final, and the winner from the final will get £400. So some stakes on that match too. That's just a race to 11, so why not tune in tomorrow evening, Sunday 10th of April from 7 p.m. Martin Smith is the organiser of the Challenge 21, so I'm sure he'll be pleased with himself if he can make it into his cup final. Dan Hemphill has been playing very well recently. He's been on a few of the streams, and I'm sure he's looking to get there himself, so make sure you find your way back to Rocket Rackers TV on YouTube tomorrow evening from 7 p.m. Just another quick shout out for Rocket Ronnie's in Southampton, with over 30 tables of various disciplines, plus dartboard and live PT sports on 6 TVs plus 10-foot projector screen. They're open from 10 till midnight Monday to Saturday, and Sunday 10 till 10. No memberships required, so you can just pop on down and pay and play. And if you've got some juniors you're looking to get into the game, any of the various table sports, snooker, pool, blackball, 9-ball, 8-ball, 10-ball, then why don't you bring them down from 10 till 12 on Saturday mornings. It's £10 a session for 10 to 18 year olds. And the WPBSA accredited snooker coach Simon Ayers will be here to skill up your juniors. Well worth the investment. Plus it gets them out of the house for a couple of hours, gives mum a break. I'm sure she'd always be happy with that. And Rocket Ronnie's has a fully licensed bar, and they have hot and cold food and bar snacks from 12 till late. They have a beer garden and a car park, multi-storey out back, which is free in the evenings. And they have a smoking area for those people who still do that thing. So why don't you come on down to Rocket Ronnie's in Southampton. Just a little shout out to the PDSA. We all love our animals here in Britain, and we can't always afford the expensive care they sometimes need, and that's where the PDSA steps in. They never want to see a healthy dog suffer just because you might not have the money at the time. So they're definitely a worthy cause to support. The match intermission will be ending shortly. We're just waiting for the players to return to the table. They're having a quick bite to eat, refreshing their heads. I'm sure Scott will be trying to compartmentalise the first session and put it behind him. As he went 3-0 down and then managed to get it back to 3-2 and looked at it a few times to pull it even. We've had quite a few tactical frames so far. Neither player wanting to just throw the frame away, so it's been very interesting. Hopefully we'll have some great action coming your way very shortly, so stay tuned.
Right then, we are back.
We are back.
Nice brief break there. 6-2. Scott to break.
There's some bleeding good money matches on today across the country.
Yeah.
There's
2 o'clock is
Clint Ianson versus Declan Brennan. I mean, what a game that is. Mouth-watering. Also, there's a local rivalry. Charlie Begley from, I think, Swindon Way. He's playing James Green from Portsmouth for about 12 grand. And obviously, we've got this one as well.
Break number 9. Who's potted the ball?
Nice table.
Yeah, nice.
Nice table.
Nice table.
Got to go Reds, I think. One problem, bit of doubles. So
play the rail one first? No, because you want to be making sure you're Reds first.
yeah, you could probably play the red.
Pop the one to the corner.
The red in the bottom right, and then leave himself on an angle on the one in the middle to screw into the one on the right hand side of the rail. Or would you just genuinely leave that for a double?
I'm thinking the one that's closest to the right, pop it to the bottom corner, and then play the rail shot.
He's going yellows.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he fancies yellows. Then maybe this yellow on the bottom cushion isn't as close to it as it looks, and it's probably easier to pot.
Yeah, but
if he drops on it.
I don't know whether I don't feel like there's any link ball to that bottom.
Yeah.
And if there is, he's got to take it now because he ain't never getting a good enough angle.
It must go past the red as well. That's obviously why he's going for it. I think he's potting this. He pots this into the corner and pops the white off the back cushion. Gets an angle for cutting this yellow into the corner. It comes up high, full into the face of either one of the red or the black to leave himself the yellow to the middle, which then he can come out and around over to this massive gap in the bottom left-hand side of the table to play the yellow past the red.
I think he would have ideally liked to have been on the other yellow first here, not this one.
Yeah, see, there's the angle he's leaving.
Yeah.
So even if he hits as far, if the two reds near the black, even if he hits the left side red, he's still going to be on the yellow to the middle, and it's going to leave him a lovely angle to come out and
this is very
big
thin.
Gap.
This is very thin.
Big gap down here on the
thinner
left-hand
than you
side of the
think.
table.
Thinner than you think this is.
Yeah.
He may not even get the pot.
You see what I mean?
That's exactly what you called.
Exactly what I called.
He just plays this with a little bit of
so now he just drops this into the middle,
just
and the white comes. Plain ball off the side cushion, and then just bring the white over. Just make sure you don't go beyond the red, and leave it in that gap on the left hand side of the table.
Would you play it with a?
I wouldn't put anything on it. I play centre ball and just let it come
think
out
with
centre ball.
With centre ball, you're flirting with the red, aren't you?
Nah, I don't think you are.
Are you sure, mate? Because you are flirting with the red there.
That's
a good
perfect
shot.
on the yellow.
Yeah, but he was flirting with the red. If he played it a little bit of right hand side, he widens the angle up and he goes. Yeah.
I think in this position with the break, if this is a break in this, if he makes it right, this is that shot there is the one where he's like, I'm so glad I played it that way.
Yeah.
Because now he's got more control on the yellow to be able to get on the black.
Should just be able to pull this back a little bit. Good shot.
Yeah, that's it. Just drop it in and pot the black.
Some players there would have tried punching that too hard. He's just kind of settled for. What do you think? What do you think? He pots this in the right middle. Half clips off the yellow and half clips off the red and goes into the left middle.
He's going to the middle. Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. But he's going to the middle. Too tentative.
So would I be right in saying there that if he was closer to the pot, he would have clipped off the red and gone close to the yellow?
I think. Say that again.
Or it's because he's missed it thin. He's hit the ball. He's hit the red ball in the centre. If he would have potted it, he would have hit the red more on the left side and would have been close to the middle.
Yeah. To be fair, where the white was, I probably would have played it to the bottom pocket. It was dead straight to the bottom.
Don't know.
It was a lot easier to the bottom pocket, I think.
Yeah, it's
just slide it straight down.
Scott probably would have played that in practice.
Yeah.
Again, Tinks has got a couple of issues here, so he can choose to just remove the red on the left-hand side and play a snooker straight away, so he's only got one issue. But obviously, if he does that, it means that Scott can come off the bottom cushion, and a player of his ability should be getting that, so I don't think he'll take that risk. It might be more percentage-wise like I'm saying percentages, it might be better percentage-wise to just go for the finish here and not look for a safety because of where the black is.
Yeah, you've got nowhere to hide. This is a.
He can play it now, though. He can play it now because he can use the red ball as a blocker off the
I'll
block.
go back to something that we were just talking about just a minute ago, where I was asking you about how you practice safeties, right? Now, this is prime to my example. So what I do in my practice is I do a few lineups and stuff, but I'll get all the reds and the black, and I'll put them together, and I'll break them open and leave, and they'll be in spots like this, and then I'll make the clearance, and I'll keep trying to make the clearance as much as I can, right? Because when there's no obstacles in the way, there shouldn't be a problem to making a clearance most of the time.
I've seen you do that. Yeah, I've seen you do that before.
It really has helped me become far more clinical when it comes to these sort of positions, because I'll get myself into positions perfect nearly every time, or try to get perfect every time, to make sure that I can make the clearance a lot more of the time than what I wouldn't. But for the safety side of things, what I also do is add 2 yellows to the outside of the pack, and then break the balls open, and imagine I'm on reds, but I want to snooker them on. And is it beneficial for me to snooker them on yellows? Is it better for me where they position themselves, because it's a random position, it's not set out, it opens all the balls up. I've got 2 yellows which are obstacles now, and I can either use them and say, right, they're obstacles for say I know half an hour, they're obstacles for half an hour, and I've got to make clearances for half an hour. Then the next half an hour, all I keep doing is breaking off and trying to find the tightest snooker I can on the yellows. So then when I've got all the balls on the table and someone's gone for the clearance, yes, I'm practicing it when they've got to the black and they've messed up and they've left me the table, but I'm also practicing it with a couple of obstacles, a couple of yellows on the table as well, which then obviously increases my clinic being more clinical. When people pot 5 balls, say they pot 3 balls off the break and they pot 2 balls and break down, I'm going to then be more clinical to play both styles of play.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and but the only one thing is with both of those exercises, one, when you practice safety play with yourself, other people might be better at tactical play, so they might put you in positions you're not used to putting yourself in. And secondly, with the clear and the red situation, it helps in certain situations, but a lot of the time you have traffic on the table. So when it's like this frame sort of thing, it would be perfect for this sort of exercise. Again, that's a nice shot. That's a very nice shot. Again, you can practice those routines, but it's all about being able to do it under pressure, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, but
took a little bit of an odd route there, Tinks, but he got there in the end.
Yeah, definitely 7-2. But this is what I'm saying is, yeah, it might not be the way that everybody goes about it, and it might not be what works out at the time when you're doing it the best option. But what it does is it gains you more experience in those positions when you're practicing, to understand what can work and what doesn't work.
Yeah.
You know?
But you're only practicing against yourself.
Yeah.
So you do ideally want to be practicing your safety game against someone that has a high level safety game, so that you're used to being put in uncomfortable positions. You might put yourself in a tight safety,
and for Tinks.
You might put yourself in a tight safety, but are you being put in a tight safety where all angles are blocked off? You know, advanced safety basically.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's why it's good to come up against tactical players and learn that side of the game.
Yeah.
Also, you can sit down with someone and try and teach them as much as you can about the safety side of it, but ultimately they're never going to be in the middle of a game, are they, and think, what would Ryan do here? What would Kev do here? They've got to naturally see those shots themselves.
But my point is that in like you said, not everybody can be as confident as you can. But if I'm practicing that on my own and I'm confident that I'm making myself confident because I'm like, right, okay, so I've got a perfect snooker there, and it's literally extreme, like one of the hardest snookers you can possibly put in. I'm guaranteeing myself 2 shots, right?
Yeah.
To win the frame, and I'm pretty much in a position where with 2 yellows on the table, there's not much of an obstacle in the way, and I should be then winning the frame a large part of the time with 2 shots there.
Yeah.
Right?
But obviously,
on the other hand,
you're getting out of stuff yourself. Other people might get out of things in different ways, or
I didn't necessarily
be
say
better.
I'd get out of the pots, out of the snookers. I just want to make sure I'm putting the good snookers in.
What, you put yourself in a good snooker and then you don't bother getting out of it afterwards?
Well, I'll try and get out of it, then I'll just rack them back up again.
What happens if you get out of it?
Because most of the but what I'm saying is because I've practiced the seven balls on the table with no obstacles, and I've made myself bettered myself to be more clinical and in looking at the shot selections and the right shot selections in those positions to make it pretty much like a dot to dot or keep the white under control to the most highest level you can. When it comes to getting 2 shots by putting that really good snooker in, most of the time I should take those clearances out with 2 shots.
Yeah, so if you put yourself in a safety and then get out of it and you hit it, you rack the next frame up, do you?
Yeah.
If you don't get out of the safety, you wrap the next frame up, do you?
Do that for half an hour and then you do the opposite for half an hour.
So
irrelevant
of whether you get out of the safety or not, you always just racking the frame up straight after you've tried to escape.
Yeah.
Does that even make sense?
Well, yeah, because you're practicing that. That's the only opportunity you're going to get.
If you don't get out of it, why don't you put yourself back there and go, well, I need to try and get out of it before I move on?
Well, no, because at the end of the day, if you don't get out of it, you should be expecting your opponent to clear up.
So you're punishing yourself.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
punishing yourself to be better at putting those snookers in and seeing them more better, if you get what I mean, or seeing them in a more advanced way to make sure that no matter what happens, you don't give away 2 shots, or you get 2 shots by putting that snooker in, and if you don't get 2 shots, then you're losing the frame basically.
This would be a good exercise for you. I was listening to Ronan McCarthy before on commentary. Declan Brennan, who I mentioned earlier, who's got a money match today against Clint Ianson, he does this attacking exercise, and it's almost similar to what Ryan was talking about, where it punishes you for making errors.
Yep.
Basically, he breaks. If he breaks dry, he's 1-0 down. Yeah. If he dishes, he goes to 1-1, and he raced himself to 18 and lost 18-15 to himself. But you imagine, though, 15 dishes out of 33 frames still. Because if you break and you don't get anything off the break, that's it. Rack the next frame up, you're 1-0 down. You put it on the scoreboard. If you break and you pot, you've got to clear. If you don't clear, that's it, you're 2-0 down. That's putting yourself under major pressure and punishing you every single time.
Yeah.
It's the best punishment, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose.
One mistake, you're gone.
But then we go back to what we were talking about just before the thing.
Not even
it's
a mistake.
It's not always
just a
about
break.
breaks and dishes, though, is it?
It's not. But I mean,
if he can do that,
it's a scary thing to watch. If somebody comes to the table and they're dishing that regularly and they're a really good cueist, it's really intimidating as a tactical player because you know that they're a better cueist than you. So you just got to hope that they're not on their A game, and if they're not, then tie them to bits.
Yeah.
That is a beautiful shot, that, Scott. That is an absolutely beautiful shot. I mean, he's kind of leaving himself his bad ball till last. I don't think that black goes anywhere. So he would have liked to have been a little bit lower.
Goes to the corner if he gets on that. There's a little gap between the right cushion.
But he'd have to play that with
loads of
left-hand side. And when you're playing with that much left-hand side, it's hard to control the pace.
You need the top left to push it through. Left-hand side would just bring it out like that.
That's beautiful.
That's a great
beautiful
shot.
Yeah.
That's a very good shot.
Really, really good shot. Actually gave me a little bit of a funny feeling down my spine like this.
Did it?
Yeah.
7-3. Frame 11 is Scott to break. Yeah. Great shot. That'll go back on the watch back reel.
Yeah, he'll watch that back later and be like, "Oh, that was worth $1,000."
Yeah. he'll screen record that and post up.
He's got to be feeling good inside now.
He's
puffed his shoulders out.
Yeah.
I think he's ready for it now.
It's what we call, what other pros call it, the loser's stroke. now it doesn't matter.
The what? Sorry?
The loser's stroke.
What do you mean
Never
by
heard it? So basically, your back's against the walls that much that you go, what is the point of me trying to do anything? Just loosen my arm and just pop balls, you know? And just try what I can and cue the ball well as much as I possibly can with the ball, and just get rid of the nerves and forget about all that pressure, and just release that your arm tension, and then you start seeing things flow together again.
That tends to be the journey of what happens in a game. Normally, someone like, for example, now in this game, Tinks goes ahead, so Tinks settles a lot quicker. Then Scott gets to a point where he's like, right, I'm so far behind here, I need to loosen up. So he start going for things, and he'll start getting for things, and then the pressure switches, because Tinks is like, oh, he's loosening up now, he's playing really well, and it just switches. And then Tinks could go and get Tinks could be like 10 frames ahead. Scott starts coming back, Tinks feels really confident the game's easy. As soon as Scott starts coming back and he's puffed his chest out and he's playing a different type of game, pressure switches straight to Tinks, and he's no longer confident anymore, and the pockets are smaller and he's not seeing things the same way, and it's really funny how the psychology of the game works. I absolutely love it.
Yeah. Mark Montague said, totally agree with Kev Butler on commentary about wrong shot choices. It's about right, like we were saying earlier about making the right shot choice. Yeah. Oh, that Dean Hudson just said that was a great shot to get the black out.
I feel like Scott's a little bit guilty in most frames of not looking 7 shots ahead, come into the frame and working your way back from the black, and if you don't feel like you can get the clearance, pot a colour and then take control of the table. But I find that he tends to quite a lot get his colour set and just look for a clearance straight away, even if it's not on. He'll pot 2 or 3 balls, run into trouble, and then realise, hang on a minute, I'm in trouble here, and he'll stop going for the clearance. But by then he's already potted 3 balls, and he's reducing his options in the frame then by doing that, because Tinks has got more balls to play with.
So he was supposed to have 2, isn't he?
You what, sorry?
He's what, sorry?
Mark understands anyway, because he's a very similar player. He's a percentage player, likes to make sure of everything, build his confidence, and when he's playing well, he'll go for more. But always look at the table when you first come to it. Work your way backwards from the black.
Yeah, try and find your shot. The key thing to do is find
that's a really shot.
The last red for your black, and your first red, and a route between the 2 of them.
Yeah. And if
you want to work away from the black towards the black.
And if you look at your issues on the table, I know a lot of people get into them early, but you have to look if there's link balls to be able to get close to them. If there's not and there's no link balls, then just don't go for it. And sometimes people think he's being negative. It's not. I've just seen 6 or 7 shots ahead and I don't back myself to get it from here. So I'll do the right thing for me, thank you.
That's it. And that's what the pros and everyone talk about when they say about patterns. Seeing the patterns where they link together.
Yeah, before you've even played them. Before you've played them is seeing the patterns, yeah. Not seeing it halfway through.
No.
And we all readjust halfway through our finishes. We all like to be perfect with our position, but we can never be perfect all the time.
No.
So we'll readjust and remap and stuff like that. But initially you should have a plan. Get down. If you haven't got a plan, don't get down at all. Don't play a shot unless it's got any value. If you're going to... when I was younger, I used to get down and I used to be like, right, I'm just going to go for this. And what will happen, will happen. I never do that anymore.
No.
I always think, well, if it's got no value, what's the point?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. There has to be a value in the shot that you're playing in order for you to remain in the frame.
It's all a thinking game, mate. There is talent on every single corner. You know what I mean? So many talented cuers sit round here. So many talented cuers in the country.
Pop this in the corner, bounce off the side cushion, and leave the black to corner thing. I don't know if he's got too much.
I think he's okay. This is one of those ones where you worry about the middle, but I think he should be okay.
He should be way okay. Yeah.
He should maybe clip the top jaw of the left middle pocket.
Just play a little bit of top.
I think he can even play this plain ball. If you wanted to be, if you're really confident, you could flick it with a little bit of right hand side. But he's going to screw it, is he? I mean, I personally couldn't see the line that he was taking, how that could have gone right. I think he was probably trying to play it a lot thinner so it come off the side cushion, miss that red on the bottom and come back into the middle.
Yeah.
So again, this momentum thing we're talking about, he's took a really nice finish out in the last frame, played a really nice shot and it's built him up. And what he's doing now, in my opinion, is knocking himself down. Yeah, if he carries on playing the way he was in the last frame, playing good shots and stuff, that confidence stays.
Yeah.
By playing a couple of silly shots here and there, he's affecting his own confidence.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Do all the right things that allow your confidence to stay as it is.
Oh. Next break, I'm going to have to go and put a horse on. It's Grand National Day today, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Who do you fancy?
A horse that's going to win it.
That's not till 5:15 though, the actual main race. So
yeah, no, but this could still be going on by then.
It could, but I'm just saying, like, next break is
Grand National Day.
Not a
is my
necessity.
My favourite day of the year.
I've got a couple of each way bets. I haven't put anything on myself today, to be honest. I had a good day yesterday.
Oh, you watched the festival, did you?
I had a double yesterday on John Bon, who's an absolute machine of a horse, and the Fakir Ducari or something like that. It was £20. Gave me 110 back.
Was that Fakir Ducray?
Fakir Ducray, yeah. I didn't quite know how to pronounce it.
Yeah.
Sounds
Has it got like an X on the end of it? Is that how it's spelled? E-A-U-X?
No, it's like a
Fakir.
It's got a D, then an apostrophe O-U-K something. Fakir Ducari or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, that won me some. So I might stick a tenner or something on today. I've heard that Snow Leopardess at 7-1 is a very good each way bet.
Snow Leopardess in the Grand National, yeah?
Snow Leopardess. Also Manila Times, Rachel Blackmore, she won it last
Manila
year.
Times, yeah.
She won
that would be
12
is that,
to 1.
Nicky Henderson horse, is it?
It could be. I'm not quite sure.
Sounds like a name that he sort of gives to his horses.
But she's got it's the Rachel Blackmore effect in it. She's been on absolute fire. The other horse was Delta Force, so it could be or is it Delta Times? It might be Delta Times.
Oh, he's missed that by a large.
He played the safety at the same time.
But I think he's left the edge of the black.
He cared more about the safety in that shot. That's why he's missed it.
I think he's left the edge of the black, and it wouldn't surprise me if Scott goes for this from there.
Yeah, but if he's left him, it's so thin that he can pot it in the left. I would say that he'd be going in off as well.
Yeah.
I don't think he can see this enough.
But you can get a lot of bottom on it, but then.
No.
Yeah.
No way.
No way, man. But that sort of shot though, that's the sort of shot that starts putting doubt into your mind that you're going to win this game. Because yes, okay, he's played it with an element of safety. Oh, is that going in off the yellow, off the red? No, it was on track.
Well,
look at the reds.
That's a nice result. It's a nice result. But
Tinks
again, look, this is the way the balls lay. People don't see this, right? He can play the top red now as a shot to nothing, because even if he misses it, he's covering himself on the black. When the balls lay like this, you can see it happening.
Yeah, 100%.
The format of the balls allow you to play the game sometimes, and the way it's working right now is every time Scott does something wrong, things are going awkward. Every time Tinks does something wrong, they're going favourable for him. So he's getting opportunities to play his game to his full strengths. Scott's not getting the opportunity to do that at the moment.
Yeah, definitely.
And to be honest with you, I kind of thought it might be similar to this, because when you play for big money, even professionals, when you play for big money, I don't always think you can completely relax and play your natural game. You're always going to be a little bit nervous through most of the game.
Yeah, and the thing that will constantly put you under pressure is if somebody is to and fro with you all the way through.
Yeah.
If you can't ever
hanging
get
on
a lead,
all the time. Yeah.
I had a game with a money match game with Danny Norris from the island, and it was like I don't think we went within 2 frames of each other, or 2 or 3. It might have been one time we went 3 frames. I think he went 9-6 up and I made it 9-9. But there wasn't many. Oh, that's unlucky.
He's unlucky.
There wasn't many times when any of us was more than 1 or 2 frames ahead. And we spoke afterwards. It finished 17-15 to Danny, but he said to me, or 17-14, I can't remember. It was 17-14 or something, I can't remember. But anyway, he said, we was talking about it afterwards and had a drink and that together, and he said, all I kept thinking to myself was, just get 5 frames ahead of this guy and then I can relax a little bit. And he goes, and like literally I was under pressure the whole way through because you just wouldn't. None of us went. Like I went ahead, he went ahead, I went ahead, he went ahead, and it was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it was such a good game to be involved in, and it didn't matter about the result in the end because it was a great. I just wanted to be part of a great game.
Yeah,
that's 8-3. Tinks' break, but it was a great because it was one of those where we both had to keep on top of each other, and that's why where I was saying when you play this positive or this style where you're going to keep going for making sure of every single frame all the way through, and then you get yourself ahead by a substantial amount of frames. Where is it do you stop thinking about playing like that where you open yourself up, and where's the mark where you feel okay, I'm comfortable now, I can keep playing this kind of style, but also playing with a passive aggressive way.
I think Tinks is going to get there soon. If Scott doesn't be careful, I think what you just talked about, Tinks is going to get to that comfortable stage in a minute where he feels like he can go for things that aren't there, and because he's got a cushion now, hasn't he, to play with?
Yeah, and that for me against Scott is favourable for Scott. Because once Tinks starts becoming aggressive, too aggressive, Scott, I believe Scott's got a better ability aggressively.
Yes, but when Tinks gets 5, 6, 7, 8 frames ahead, his A game can match Scott's A game. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
it's good enough to be there with anybody's Tinks. He knows that, but he's using his safety game anyway at the start of the game to build his confidence. Now he's got confidence. Watch, he'll start taking some more finishes out now. And Scott doesn't want to let this get too far away from him. If you remember a couple of weeks ago on Rocket Rackers TV, there was a game between Josh Barnes and Simon Flaxman.
Yeah,
it was very similar. Josh Barnes doesn't spend an awful lot of time on the table. He's more of a snooker player, but he's so aggressive all the time, and he's so confident in his own ability that he's going for these finishes and leaving Simon a table full of balls to play with. If you're going to go for it, you've got to get it.
Yeah, to be fair, that's kind of that's similar to the Jack Coop Paul Pullen. Paul believed in his ability that he could go for everything and be aggressive, and kept leaving Jack chances after chance to be able to win the games.
Yeah, and even if you're an attacking player, like, by the way, Jack Coop is one of the most aggressive players I've ever seen.
Yeah, and he didn't look that aggressive against Paul, did he?
And so Simon Flaxman. But if somebody that you're playing is being super aggressive and not getting their clearances, you can just make the game so easy for yourself by just playing a really easy safety and then clearing up a table full of balls.
Yeah, 100%.
So people like Flaxman, who's aggressive anyway, and Jack Coop, when he played Paul, didn't really need to bring that side of their game out.
No, that's right.
Because it was just made easy for them.
Yeah. So
that's what Scott needs to guard against here, not making the game easy for Tinks.
Yeah. So then when it's the players, Muller has just turned up to cheer on Tinks. He's probably got some money on Tinks anyway. When you're so then surely if you're playing a particular opponent and you know you're playing that opponent, when you practice, that surely changes your routine of practice or your practice ideas. So, for example, if I said, right, I'm going to play Kev Butler for £500 a man, and I know I've got, I'm say 3 or 4 weeks away from the game. The way I'm going to practice is I'm going to tighten up my safety to the extreme, like so much. I'm not going to worry too much about my aggression because I feel my aggression's good enough. When we go toe to toe, when it's aggression, I'll come out on top. When we go toe to toe safety wise, you'll always come out on top. And when we mix it up, it can be a really good game. And it can to or fro, and I'm not going to say what I think. So confidently, I'd feel I'd win the game, but at the same time, I know that you can turn. It won't be a walkover.
So aggressive players, when they play tactical players, you're saying before their game that they play them, they think, right, I need to sharpen up on my tactical play, otherwise he's just going to out safety me.
Yeah, I mean, when I played your brother the other day, I knew that he was going to sew me up a lot of times, and I went 7 frames behind. I went 12-5 down, and I went and had a chat to myself in the toilet. Weird thing to do, but I chatted to myself in the toilet, and I said, "Right, now you need to realise that he's digging you, and he's digging you, and he's waiting for you to make the mistakes, and he's picking up on it.
That's it.
So now what I need to do is make him make mistakes. So what I did was then." He's thinking, oh, he's going to go for this clearance here, and I wasn't going for it. And then I was playing a safety, and then I was tying the game up. And then I pinched 2 or 3 frames against him. And then after that, it got me back into a momentum. And then, like, I'm pretty sure we spoke about this, and he said to you something about the last 7 or 8 frames, I didn't miss a thing.
Yeah.
Because I got myself into that momentum and dug myself into the game. Do you know what I mean?
Do you know we talked about earlier though about I said to you it's really all about how I feel when I turn up, because I feel like I've got the game to compete with anyone.
Yeah. When
I play an aggressive player, I don't think I need to sharpen up my aggressive game to compete with them. You know what I mean? I don't need to sharpen my tools in your area, because I already know that you're stronger than me in that area.
Yeah.
So I just need to do what I need to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Not think about you too much. But when aggressive players play safety players, they do think, I need to not get tied down. Players that are tactical and they've got an all-round game, they don't really think too much about the other player. They care more about whether they're turning up or not.
Yeah.
Of course, we always think, it's a...
I mean, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't not continue sharpening my potting ability up for sure. But at the same time, I'd know that I'd have to be playing a safety game and try and also play a positive attacking game.
I try not to think too much about my opponent before the game. I do. I try not to think about it, but I do, obviously, because I get nervous and stuff, and I think, I'm playing a great player today. For me, I just try to guard mostly against not being embarrassed by someone. I'd hate to turn up, especially if I practice 4 or 5 days a week.
Yeah, I'll do the same.
If I turn up and then lost like 15-1 or something like that, I'd feel so bad in myself. That's what I try to stop, so that's what makes me nervous.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not really about whether if the other player comes and blows me away, doesn't get any luck at all.
That could be framed there.
Just accept it.
That could be framed there.
Just have to shake their hand and walk away.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm the same as you. That's harsh.
You see what I meant earlier about making the game easy for Tinks? I feel like it's starting to edge towards that way now. He's making it a little bit too easy for Tinks.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I never want to turn up and be embarrassed. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm always nervous about, whether I'm going to be embarrassed or not.
Definitely.
Obviously, when you have a little bit of a reputation and people think you're a good player, if you turn up and lose heavily to someone that people would consider you to be a better player than, sometimes it's hard to take, and I care about what other people think. Some players don't. Yeah. Some players, like my brother, he'll turn up and he'll be like, I don't care if I'm ranked 1st, 17th, 50th. As long as I turn up and I know that I can beat the guy that's ranked 1st on my day, that's all I care about.
Yeah.
I'm not like that. Me and Scott are similar in ways where we want to be great, we want to be number 1, we care about what people think about our game and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think like that. I'm not bothered about my game. At the end of the game, what I enjoy and try to do is entertain.
There is no way, Rye, that I've ever heard you come out of a losing session and go, do you know what? I lost today, but at least I entertained everyone. I don't think I've ever Can someone write in the chat to say if they've ever heard Ryan say anything like that?
No, I mean, I'm trying to be humble because
Try harder.
I'm trying harder. I like to win, but I do like to support and help other people better themselves as well.
I do. I like I like coaching people.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people around here that might be very good players or have a reputation, but they're not humble. There's a massive thin line between confidence and
Arrogance.
Arrogance.
Yeah.
You know, so I want to be a confident, humble player. But the most one person I always use as an example for that sort of thing is Hobbs, the most humblest person off the table. You could batter him 15-0 and he'd come off the table and say, "Well done to you, played really, really well," and wouldn't suggest that you were lucky or you shouldn't have won or whatever, and I'm better than you still. When, for example, Jack Coop beat Paul come away and said, I gave him 10 frames.
Don't give him 10 frames. That's your problem.
Yeah. Don't look for the excuses. Just know that you weren't better than the player on the day, and you're not better than that player right this moment until you beat him.
Yeah, but you know what the weird thing is? You're saying this on commentary now. Don't have excuses and stuff, but you're one of the worst for it.
Yeah.
So the weird thing is that you know it.
I'm the most.
How do you know it but don't follow it?
Because I'm the most harshest critic to myself.
Yeah, I think we all are though.
And not to if anybody doesn't support or follow star signs or anything like that, in my traits of star signs, one of my traits is as I'm analytical, and I can see that in myself loads. That's 9-4. Well, that could start being the change a little bit. He needs to get a couple together now, doesn't he? But yeah, I'm so analytical. Like even to with my barbering, when I do my haircuts, I take a little bit extra time than what other people do because I'm so bothered about how it looks when it's finished. I'm so bothered about being perfect with everything.
You're a complex thinker.
I beat myself up because of it.
Complex thinker.
Yeah, way complex thinker.
So
I overthink far too much.
That would for me, I would think that you would be more of a percentage player if you was that type of thinker.
Yeah, so I'm about it looking good as well as being an analytical. Do you know what I mean?
In this entertainment program. Right. We've obviously gone off on a little bit of a tangent.
Let's get on this.
Is there anyone in the chat that want us to talk about anything specific, any debates? And also, have they got any questions? Yeah,
feel free to Facebook message me or Kev. Have you got your phone on you?
I have, yes.
Yeah. So if you if you can't get us, because we don't actually see the comments, I don't think, from the YouTube stuff. So we've just got the screen of what you're seeing on the screen, in front of us, as well as So we get Jimmy text me or message me on Facebook with a question. So
how was Aaron Jones when I was watching a game before though? He was commentating and he was seeing what I was writing.
Yeah, I think what it is Aaron and Lee had it all over in this corner. We're in this corner and Lee's over in the opposite corner. I think that's why they could see, Aaron could see the other screen as well, I think. Because they were commentating together, weren't they? Lee's not commentating today, is he? He's just doing the back, they're putting the score, the changing the scores and all this, technical work. Yeah. All the stuff that everybody else forgets to do when they're commentating.
It's a little bit tricky again.
Monotonous stuff, just pressing buttons, but it's the stuff that makes all this work and make it as good as what it is. So, one of the best streams around.
Should we watch the Whirlpool match?
Right, we just worked out what we can do. Kev Butler's got the stream up on his phone.
Get that chewing gum away from that mic.
We've got messages coming through now, and I can receive Facebook messages from people if they want to send them to me, and we've got the comments on the stream.
If Scott wins, does that mean Ryan has a better pool brain than Kev?
Asking for a friend. Which friend is that you're asking for, Dan? Is that Kev by any chance? Did you text him and ask him to say that?
Well, doesn't really make sense, does it? If Scott wins the game,
does that mean Ryan has a better pool brain than Kev?
Is that because Scott's got a similar style to Ryan? And
no.
Ryan's guessed Scott to win?
Yeah, what he means is, do I know more about the game because I can see the difference in players better than you can? 9-5.
Yeah, but what's the answer
and
to that question?
The ante's been stepped up by Scott.
What's the answer to the question?
What's the answer to the question?
What's the answer to, if Scott does win, does that mean that you've got a better pool brain than me?
I personally, in my opinion, wouldn't rate my brain above anybody else's.
You wouldn't rate it above anyone else's?
No, I mean, like, I wouldn't say I don't like to make out that I'm a better than anybody else.
There's that humble streak. There's that humble streak.
I would say we've got similar brains.
I would say you're a tad more reckless than I am. Not just on the pool table, but in life in general. So I would say
risk taker.
I'm very placid, and I'm quite laid back.
I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie, that's why.
That's a beautiful break, by the way. That's probably the best break of the day.
Oh, mate, yeah.
Straight up the middle of the table, down the middle, and back up again. Absolutely stunning break. And these yellows are
absolutely lovely.
Absolute dollars, yeah.
And this then swings. We were just 6 frames. No, 9.
Black's a slight problem.
It was 9-3, wasn't it? So 6 frames behind. And if he takes this out, that's 3 frames behind within the blink of an eye.
I'd say the only issue he has here is because he's at the top of the table now, and he has to go down for the bottom 3 after, the black becomes a little bit more difficult to get on. If he could maybe leave... Could he screw into the red here that's next to the black?
Oh, yeah, I would now. Definitely.
A soft screw, just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Or he could come down the table and leaves that one till last, but he leaves a funny angle. So I would say go into that red.
Unless he's thinking what he's going to do is
so now
maybe
now
use
he's
that red to hold for the other yellow.
He's got to come off the bottom cushion. He's not going to leave himself a good angle on the bottom yellow.
Like that.
I mean, that's a beautiful shot, so fair play. Don't worry, don't listen to what Kev says.
This again is about how people feel about their own ability.
Yeah, but the angle he'll leave himself now, yeah, on the next one. Look, wait, we'll see what angle he leaves himself.
Screw it to the red. Oh,
right. So now
he just screws in the white into the same near on the same spot he's in now to pot the yellow in the corner, 2 cushions now, and on the black. But
where are you screwing to here? Where are you screwing to?
You want to be closer to the yellow, in the line of the yellow that he's potting with the white. He wants to get closer to the yellow in the bottom corner.
I don't know if he can do that.
Let's just screw back straight.
I think he's playing with the red. Like it looks quite straight on the screen, but on the actual table,
I suppose, yeah.
I think he's having to punch this off the side cushion. Yeah, I mean,
it goes at the top
again. This comes down to type of shot choice.
Yeah.
If he'd have seen that one earlier with the red, now he's got a shot to play in what would be considered a pretty easy clearance.
My question made sense during the conversation you had at the time, lol. Ryan trying harder than ever to be humble, lol. Not better than anyone. I look at me and Stevie Wonder as a level playing field.
See, I don't want to be too harsh here because I know how difficult it is to play under these circumstances. But obviously, I was when I was told to come on commentary, I did say that I would be as honest as I possibly could.
Yep.
And I would be brutally honest. At the moment, unfortunately, Scott is not playing anywhere near his capability.
He's just breaking down right near the end of the clearances, isn't he?
He
Just
is, yeah.
odd shot selection.
But it's not because of the way that he's playing. He's cueing really nice.
Yeah, he is.
It's because of his shot choice.
Yeah.
And I hope he understands that when he listens back.
I think he gets that. I think he understands that.
It's not about his execution because he's cueing really well. He's cueing well enough. Anyway.
And that's the other thing you need to keep in your mind when you're trying to be confident is I'm not cueing badly. I'm not cueing the ball badly. I'm just not making the most of my chances as much as I can.
Yeah, but if you're not cueing badly and things are not going right for you and you're breaking down on clearances, you've got to start asking yourself what's going on. And at the moment, it doesn't seem like he's asking himself. He just keeps carrying on doing it.
But over a larger part of the time, you're going to end up being.
Ooh. So you should be able to play a cross double here.
Yeah. You're going to have chances, though, aren't you? And as long as you're cueing the ball well, knowing that you're not going to miss much simple pots. There's going to be quite a few times when there are going to be simple chances.
If he gets the cross double here, is he close to the in-off in the middle?
No.
Are you sure? It was the natural angle. So again, made it quite easy for Tinks again now.
Yeah, well, I think if the yellow had hit the knuckle, the white was going to knock it in.
So, if Tinks is feeling confident, he'll just take the reds out. If not, he'll put the yellow safe on the bottom cushion and play the plan.
Why
as
not
the
play
first.
the red on the side cushion off the yellow to the middle? Leaves it over the middle.
Because he wants to leave it
push the yellow safe on the back cushion. But instead of playing it like that, I know he's playing the plan now, but you could have played that red, into the yellow, and it even
you didn't need to. This is a natural route.
Puts the yellow
just
in
put
the
this
cushion.
over the bag now and just float off the bottom cushion and play the one in the middle. This is the natural route.
And then he goes off. He pots this red, and the white goes in behind the left hand side red.
No, he just floats it off the top cushion and plays the red into the middle. Look at the angle on there.
Yeah, but this is a wider angle than you think there is.
Nah. This is
you gotta watch it.
This is just plain ball. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. What Tinks played then, see, there was a couple of things you could have done with the free shot, but what Tinks played then is exactly what I would have played, and it's really just for your mentality. Just putting that yellow down there just does something for you. It just helps you relax a tad more on your clearance.
With my shot, you're still putting the yellow down there. You're just getting that plant out the way. How many times have you seen when you play a plan, especially over the pocket, how many times he played the plan, it's gone, potted the ball, it's gone knuckle, and then pushed the red safe on the cushion, and then you've got another problem.
Yeah, but
so you get rid of that problem completely just by taking that red out in the first place.
If he was playing the plant under pressure, it could go like that, but because he put the yellow down there was no pressure on anything, and that was probably the easiest plant I've seen in an environment of plantiness.
So would that make him a what's it, geologist, is it?
Geologist.
What's it called? You know the words, what it's called when they study plants.
Photosynthesis.
Photosynthesis. That's what plants. That's the process plants go through to reproduce, isn't it?
Photosynthesis is something to do with light on flowers, isn't it? Natural sunlight,
which means, like, and they produce seeds from it, which then obviously reproduces the plant, doesn't it?
And there's obviously a seed planted in Tinks' head that if I put the yellow red safe on the bottom cushion,
I knew it wasn't going to take long for you to get into these.
It's getting busy in here now.
It is, yeah.
Nice to see.
So that another second now is coming in on the pricing wise.
So I didn't catch the stats then. When this frame's over, the stats come up on the screen. I'll have a look through some of the stats and see where we're at the moment, see where the dry breaks are at. I'm not sure if there's any unforced errors or anything on there, but we'll have a look at the end of this frame.
See Dan Hemphill there. See, what my frame of mind is, with Ryan, I would have played the red into the yellow. I'll agree with Ryan there, but both ways work. They do both work, yeah. I just feel like it's less risk on the plan.
I think if you play the red into the yellow, you're just trying to make it so much more easy for yourself. Look, either way would have been right because it was so simple to mess up.
Yeah, but how easy is it?
It's just preference, isn't it?
How easy is it to play the yellow into the side cushion and it not actually make the back cushion? right? Because you're worried about making sure you hit it hard enough to make it to the back cushion, but you've got to make sure you're hitting the cushion. And there's loads of ideas that come into your head. Whereas
but even if
you
he
know
doesn't,
that when you're playing that red towards the yellow, no matter what happens, either the red goes in or it hits the cushion, and then it bumps the yellow up to the back cushion. So you don't have to worry. You just literally have to cue the ball at the yellow and have it just enough pace to make sure the yellow makes it to the back cushion. There's less things to worry about, I think, that way.
Even if the yellow didn't reach the bottom cushion and it wasn't as safe as he
there's
actually
still
put
an
it,
easy clearance on.
it's still
He's
so
too far away
easy.
from him anyway because all the reds are down this end of the table.
I think that's one of those situations in this match that doesn't really need to be over talked about. It was so simple to finish it. There was probably 3 or 4 ways to go about it, and a lot of the time it just comes down to personal preference.
Yeah, I get that, but obviously, like some people, there'll be players at home that probably may not play as often as we do and see those sort of things.
It's what you're.
It's good to. I think it was good there for us to have a difference in opinion on shot selection, because then it gives people the idea that there are what those other options are if they don't see them in the first place when they do play on their own against somebody else. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. If people know that there's more than one way to do something, and 2 different types of players can do it in 2 different ways, it helps them to understand that sometimes when someone only sees one thing, it keeps you very narrow-minded, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You can be open-minded to the fact that you can do more than one thing.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm quite open-minded to these different options.
See what Tinks has just done there, right? What we was talking about earlier. Just stayed stubborn with his shot choice and just covered the bag.
Yeah. But he could lose the frame from this now. I think
I can't see that happening.
Okay.
Not from the position he's in now. If I was Scott, I'd be tying him right up behind this yellow now.
Yeah, but that's where he's going to be obviously winning the frame from it, isn't he? Whereas he's not going to do that.
Don't cover the bag.
Peel that out. Now he's got a perfect angle.
I mean, yeah, that's
drop this into the middle. Drop the other one into the middle and kiss it into the red and the yellow, and push the yellow towards the corner pocket, and he's got the black to the other middle.
Yeah, drop the one in the left middle, and you don't have to do anything with the white. It's natural.
So going back to Dan's comment, yeah, Ryan has got more knowledge than Kev, obviously, because he is probably going to lose the frame from here. Well, hopefully.
Oh, no. Oh, hang on a minute. I didn't say that Tinks put in that ball safe. See?
Yeah, but it's the spin. The spin
He took too much on it, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think he had to be more controlled.
He needed to just stun it into the ball.
No, I think I'd have played it with right hand side.
The angle was still there.
He just needed full ball. Could you say it was a little bit unlucky?
I think the angle was there. I don't think he needed to put the spin on in the first place. I think the angle was there to come off the side cushion. It was just kiss the red out of the way and then push its full ball into the yellow.
It's weird because the way I would have played that with right hand side, where I've got a bigger tip, it would have come off slightly different. Where you and Scott play with such smaller tips, you put a little bit of right hand side on, and it can flick so much more on than you actually need.
Isn't that because you're trying to make up for the fact that you've got a small tip anyway?
I have got a small tip actually for players out there that need a small tip. Come down Rocket Ronnie's, we sell Elk Master, Blue Diamond. Also the guy next to me actually redoes tips as well, so if anyone needs a re-tipping service, come down here.
Come down and see me.
And tenner for a new tip and a little bit of labour.
Yep.
And ever since I've had my tip done by Ryan, I used to play with an elk, and I played really high level a long time ago, and I went to a Blue Diamond and I felt like it was too soft for me. I kept decelerating a lot on my shots. Since he's redone my tip with an elk, I found a little bit more consistency with my strokes. So yeah, the tip is really important. As much as people might not think it is, it can be really important for you.
So extra little bit
thank
of
you
Ryan,
for that, by the way,
Ryan dust I put on it.
Yeah, thank you for that, mate.
I just passed you a little bit of my ability in your tip. Sorry.
Only ability to put a tip on, mate, not ability to play.
I'm really humble with my ability, okay?
I think most people round here are relatively humble, but we're all extremely competitive and we hate losing. But I think also we all secretly love fishing for compliments.
Yeah,
like
see,
you
I
say
don't
about
fish
Hobbsy
for
being
confidence.
Hobbsy's my favourite player from the whole of the South Coast.
He doesn't ever
but
fish
he
for
loves.
confidence.
No, he does. He loves.
No way.
I went to Blackball with him. He likes. He's very clever at the way. Ask my brother. He's very clever at the way he fishes for a compliment.
He's never fishes it for it with me.
Dutch isn't though.
Right, that's going to be a break now.
Dutch is one of the most humble players I've met.
Break.
Not if they don't want one. They're not going to have a break.
I just want to run downstairs quick, that's all.
I can carry on.
5 minutes. Literally 5 minutes, not even that.
So we're having an intermission here at 5:11, 16 frames into this race to 21 between Scott Bessey and Tinks Singh Pottiwal for £1,000 a man, £2,000 pot there. As you can see, Scott's had more good breaks than Tinks, and Tinks has fouled off the break a few more times, but obviously he's been able to make it count throughout the frame, and he's extended his lead from the last break from 4 frames to 6. So you could say Tinks has won that session again. Just like to remind everybody, we are back tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. That's Sunday the 10th of April, 7 p.m. for a Challenge 21 Cup semi-final between Martin Smith and Dan Hemphill in a race to 11. Dan Hemphill obviously in the live chat at the moment, getting involved with Kev and Ryan in the conversation. I hope you're ready and looking forward to that one, Dan. Rocket Rackers TV are looking forward to covering it, so I hope everyone watching at the moment can tune in tomorrow evening to catch Mr. Hemphill versus Martin Smith in a race to 11. Of course, when they get into the final, there'll be a guaranteed £200, 400 for the winner. So both of those players will definitely be playing hard to get into that final. Catch us then. We are live from Rocket Ronnie's pool hall in Southampton. They have over 30 tables of various discipline, including English Supreme winner pool tables, Blackball tables, Chinese pool tables, an American pool table, and a couple of snooker tables too. They got some dartboards if you fancy a break from the table sports, and they've also got 6 big TVs and a 10-foot projector screen for all the live BT Sports action. They're open 10 till midnight Monday to Saturday and 10 till 10 on Sunday. No memberships required, so you can just pop on down and play. They got a fully licensed bar, wheelchair accessible and family friendly, as long as your minors are accompanied by an adult. And hot and cold food is typically available, and bar snacks from 12 p.m. till late. Depends how busy it is, obviously. They have to have someone available to cook it. And they have a beer garden, car park and a smoking area. You can also bring on down your juniors, aged between 10 and 18, on a Saturday morning. Whilst you get some practice in. Simon Ayers, a WPBSA World Snooker coach, can be teaching them the fundamentals. in the Rocket Ronnie's Q Sports Academy. That runs from 10 till 12 Saturday mornings and is £10 a session. So why don't you get involved and get them involved and get them out of the house. Definitely worth the time. And our cause for thought today is the PDSA, saving pets and changing lives. And we love our animals in Britain. And it would be a tragedy if an animal lost his life just because the owners didn't have the money at the time. We all know that circumstances changes in life. In 1 year you could be very comfortable with money and then something happens, and then the next year everything's changed, and then suddenly something happens to your dog or cat and you can't afford the care. And that's where PDSA step in. And they make sure all of our animals are looked after regardless of what your financial status is. So when the sun is shining and you want to fix the roof, why not donate to the PDSA today and put into the pot you may need to draw from in the future. Today's match sponsor is Appiday Multimedia, creative digital solutions. They have built and bring you all the 8-Ball Arena and Rocket Rackers TV action here. If you have a project that needs doing, whether it's a logo or a poster, maybe you need a website or something else technological, maybe you want to get into streaming, then come and have a chat. Maybe we can work together. And today's stream sponsor is Q World Q Sports, providing snooker and pool coaching. That's run by Simon Ayers, our WPBSA World Accredited Snooker Coach. That runs the Rocket Ronnie's Q Sports Academy. And they offer more one-to-one tuition for adults and juniors in snooker and various disciplines of pool. And they will be bringing you more services soon, so why don't you get in touch with them today. You can find their details on the website on Rocket Rackers TV, or if you go to qworldqsports.co.uk, you can get contact information to get in touch with Simon Ayers and arrange to improve your game today. Just another little reminder before I get off the mic. Tomorrow evening we are here from 7 p.m, Sunday the 10th of April, for the Challenge 21 Cup semi-final between Martin Smith and Dan Hemphill. And we will be bringing you the other Cup semi-final on Wednesday evening at 7 p.m. So lots of Challenge 21 action coming up soon. And the finals day is on May the 1st, that's Sunday. And we will have the plate final at 12 p.m. on Sunday. And we'll have the cup final, which will feature either Martin Smith or Dan Hemphill, depending on how that match goes tomorrow. And that'll be from 3 p.m. on Sunday, the 1st of May. So lots of action on the horizon here at Rocket Rackers TV, live from Rocket Ronnie's Pool Hall in Southampton. I'm sure the players and the commentators will be back shortly. You are watching a race to 21 between Scott Bessey and Tinks Singh Pottiwal for £2,000. Tinks is 11-5 ahead after the second session. Scott needs to win a couple of sessions now. hopefully he can dig in and make this match competitive. That's what we're all looking for. But we will see. So this is Scott Bessey breaking frame 17.
So we have JJ Cryptic in the chat, which I believe is Tinks' nipper. Nice to see you watching. Said, come on, Dad. Scotty needs to find his true standard. Come on, Scott, you know you can do this. Yeah, I completely agree with you, Wayne. He's not quite flowing at the moment the way that he normally does in practice. I think he's kind of overthinking things a little bit, which is very, very easily done when playing in a pressured situation. Yeah, he's making quite a few unforced errors at the moment, and he'll have a break, and then he'll think about what he's been doing and discuss it, and be like, "Look, I'm thinking too much about my shots. I'm taking first and second looks all the time." He said, "Normally I don't do that in practice. I kind of get down and I flow." And what he's done there is taken out the first few balls in his natural way, and then as soon as it's come to that red, he's thought, right, I'm in a tricky situation here, looked 2 or 3 times, and it's ended up not working out well for him. So all right, 2 secs, Ryan's back. Just said, Ryan, we got Tinks' nipper watching now as well, Jay. He's just said, come on, Dad. And a couple of Scott's friends watching, so I hope everyone's enjoying the action. Little bit of appreciation for both of the players, the fact that they're willing to put both of their hard-earned money up to play this and put on a show for everyone. And obviously aware as well that it's not easy to play under these sort of circumstances. So a lot of mistakes will happen. It's a nice shot.
Oh, and I'm back. Got my.
Who did you bet on?
I've done a number generator.
A what?
A number generator. Generated 4 numbers, and then and that's 11-6.
Good shot.
Number generated 4 of them, and then I asked my daughter's mother if she was with my daughter to get my daughter to pick a number. Unfortunately, she's at work, so she couldn't. Weirdly, obviously, one of the numbers was already 19 anyway, because I was going to do a 19 separately, but it came up on the number generator because 19 is my daughter's birthday, and the first number my daughter's mum come back with was 19. She goes, 19 for Isabel's birthday. Obviously, I said I already had that, so she's picked number 10 for the month because she's born in October. So
you've picked 4 random numbers and just gone with whatever horses they are?
Yeah, and fortunately, one of them was 19 because I was going to do that anyway on its own, just for Isabel. So Isabel's got 2 chances to win, basically.
Who are they? Do you know the names of the horses?
The one that my daughter's got is Long Heat Poet, something like that. Long Feet Poet. That was the number 10. Long House Poet. Yeah, Long House Poet.
So I had a tip earlier that said, well, I say a tip. I had someone who fancied Eclair Surf, Delta Work, Snow Lepidus, and somebody else. He said, I think one of these 4 will win. So tough to call anyway, with so many horses.
Oh, 100%.
You know, with
there's
no
Tiger Roll, is there, either?
No Tiger Roll. No, with the Grand National, obviously it's the big fences with the bushes and that, and like Beecher's Brook and stuff.
Yeah, and you got the armchair, aren't you, around the corner?
There's not a lot of distance between your starting post and the first jump, so you sometimes get a couple of horses that are immediately eliminated just from that because they can't gather up enough pace to get to the first one.
A couple of years ago, they lowered the fences because of the fact that it created a lot of injuries with horses.
Oh, it's so dangerous.
So they had to protect it. Yeah,
I see a horse fall off yesterday, and it bumped into like 3 other horses. You imagine like 4 horses falling on top of you.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Christ, it's just, yeah. Because our Connor was one of them. It was at the Grand National one year, and that collapsed off of a fence, and I think it actually broke his neck, and they put a tent around it and shot it basically.
Here's a question: who does everybody think is the best racing horse of all time?
Frankel.
Is that what you think?
Yeah, 100%. Tell me, go watch Frankel's races and tell me.
No Red Rum?
No way. Tell me there's a better horse than Frankel. No way near. But the only problem is Frankel is a sprint horse and not a jump horse. So you've got 2 different horses.
What about Honeysuckle?
Honeysuckle? No.
16 unbeaten. 16 races.
What flat races? Sprint races? Frankel will absolutely batter it. Go watch the Queen Anne Stakes 2012. Huh?
It beat John Bon in Cheltenham Festival. It's hurdles. So it's a jumper
hurdles.
as well.
Hurdles.
16 hurdles
horses.
unbeaten.
Yeah, 2 different horses.
That's correct,
2
mate.
different types of horses. Sprint races. Sprint horses.
Who's the
and
sprinter?
Jump horses. Frankel.
Frankel's
a sprint horse.
So who's the sprinter that begins with B? It's just recently retired. I can't remember its name. Do you know the number 1 ranked horse right now in the world? Like highest rating?
Would be.
I don't think many people know this. It's quite a strange name for a horse. Sounds like a kid's primary school or something.
Primrose?
No, it's called St. Mark's Basilica.
Oh, okay.
And it's got
But Frankel's retired years ago.
Long time ago, yeah.
Long
So's
time
Red
ago.
Rum, yeah.
But go and watch. If you, they've actually said that when Frankel dies, they are
It's still alive, is it?
Yeah, he had studs a few years ago, and they've won. They're with most of those horses with Godolphin Racing, and they win quite a lot of races. Wear the same colours Henry Cecil used to wear because it's Lady Cecil's horses. Lady Cecil took over from Henry Cecil's, who's obviously owned Frankel. So they wear the greens with the pink sash kind of thing and the white arms. Watch Frankel in the Queen Anne Stakes 2012. At halfway, Frankel was in 4th, or in mid-division, they call it, and halfway through. This is only I can't remember how far the race is. Anyway, he from halfway, being in the mid-division, finishes the race at least 20 lengths in front of every other horse. It literally double times on its speed, and they said they're going to cut it open when it dies because they feel that basically it's got an irregular heartbeat. That's 11-7.
Right, let me come back to the horses.
Yeah.
I just want to have a look at these stats.
Yeah,
by the way, Scott looked so much more confident then.
Definitely.
His body language is better.
Like he's calm now, isn't he?
That break must have done him some good.
Yeah.
So if we have a look at the stats, so Tinks has actually had more foul breaks. He's only had 1 foul break.
Scott's had good breaks, 7 good breaks.
And they've only had 1 dry each, considering this table tends to have quite
Scott's
a few dry
had 1
breaks.
break in dish. That's the only break in dish so far. Tinks had a dish. What's that? What's dishes? What is dishes? Is that just
break and dish?
No, because the break and dish was on there as well. Dishes is in
a dish is when so it was a good break, but they don't clear up off the break, and then the first visit to the table by the non-breaking player, they clear up.
Okay, so technically somebody's gone for the dish, didn't make the dish, so the other player stepped in and dished, rather than it being a dry break and then stepping in and dishing. That's a good one. I like that.
So
that's cool.
That
probably happens quite a few times that we don't even look at.
We would normally associate it with if somebody breaks and don't pot off the break and the other person comes to clear, we call that a dry break. A dry break and dish.
Yeah, or you could call it a second visit dish. So the second visit to the table by the opposing player
it's
would
still
make
his
the
first
dish.
visit though, isn't it? If somebody
no, because it's the second visit to the table.
If Tinks broke and went for the clearance and didn't get it, and then Scott comes to the table and clears up, that's 1 visit.
The second visit that's been made.
Second visit by a player, but first visit by Scott.
Just yeah.
There's many different terms anyway.
Yeah, definitely. I like that one though.
You could say breaking dish is a wet break and a dry break.
Yeah, but nobody counts that though, do they? Because the amount of times you can play somebody when it's just one visit pool for a large majority of the frames, and it is just you've broken, gone for a clearance, broken down, I've cleared up. I've broken, gone for a clearance, broken down, you've cleared up.
I would say that the majority of my game is like that, because I don't dish very often at all. My break is terrible. Shocking breaker. You've got a much better break than me, so you get a lot of first visit clearances. I would actually call myself the second visit man.
Yeah.
I don't clear very often from the break at all, so I feed off scraps most of the time.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
If I felt like I could get in first more often and have more of a foothold on it,
yeah,
you can either take the dish out or take control of it.
That's the other thing. That's why I've changed my break as well. As you see, I've changed my break to the cutting from the side, but we've had this discussion before, haven't we?
I like that, but I can't generate the power with the cut break that you can. I personally use the cut break. I feel like it benefits my game, because if I break with a cut break, sometimes they break really well and then you can take a dish out or take control. If they don't break well, they tend to bunch on one side of the table. Then it makes it difficult for your opponent, and then I feel like as long as I'm in the frame against my opponent, I kind of back myself to have a good frame against them. Then so it suits my style.
What I think about when I'm going for the break is
you do it for other reasons, don't you?
Yeah,
you do it for attacking reasons, because you're always getting the second ball in the middle pocket.
Yeah,
I can't do that.
That's the idea. The second ball on the packet, usually when you hit it square on with centre ball, will go into the middle pocket a large part of the time, and usually the path is always clear for it to go in the middle pocket as well.
But you have to be
moving away from it.
You have to be so accurate,
right,
with hitting that second ball.
But the other thing I do think about is, and we've spoken about this as well. Part one is you always go for the opposite side, so there's a different colour you're aiming at, because then you haven't got you can see directly what ball you're hitting for. So, because you've got two balls at the front, as you see in a minute when he sets them up, two balls at the front where they're the same colour. If you go the side of the same colour, you can't determine if you're hitting the second ball properly. Whereas if you're on the right hand side, you can determine seeing the yellow or the red, but in front of the yellow or the red. Yeah. The other thing is, I always make sure.
Sorry, let me just touch on that.
Go.
Whilst Tinks racks up here,
for
people that didn't quite understand what Ryan was saying there, if you have a look at the top of the pack, there's two colours that are always together. Yeah,
so I would break from the left-hand side of the packet here, because you can see the yellow in front of the red, and that obviously means you've got some better definition of the ball you're hitting.
So if he breaks from the left-hand side, from the right-hand side, as you look at our screens,
left-hand side from their screens.
Ryan's saying that because a yellow and a red next to each other, you can distinguish, differentiate the colours, so it's easier to hit full ball. Yeah. Whereas if you're hitting at two reds at the same time and they're next to each other,
you can't guarantee.
Sometimes you can like half clip the first red and you end up flying off the table.
Yeah.
So mentality-wise, visual reasons, you tend to go for the colours where they're separate.
Yeah. And also, it kind of this part obviously kind of benefits if you're right-handed. So if you're left-handed, you'll have to try and deal with being the two colours the same, because I always try and get as every single time I break, get my hand flat on the table, not on the cushion, flat on the table, because then I'm getting flat. I can get the cue flat on the cushion, and I can hit right through the centre of the white. Right.
Again,
if you're left-handed, that's going to be awkward for you to do from the right-hand side of the table, but it's going to be easier for you to do on the left-hand side of the table. But then on the left-hand side of the table, the two balls are going to be the same colour. Right. Part 3 is I line the ball up from the corner knuckle on the side rail to the middle of the yellow ball on the right hand side of the thing, and then so if I lined it up with my cue, the line goes through the centre of the yellow, through the corner of the knuckle, so literally right on the knuckle, basically on the edge of the knuckle, and the white ball I'll put in the middle of that line. So then there's this dead straight line going between.
Yeah, but you're still able
to play centre ball with not too much power and just cue the ball well, and you'll find the yellow always goes into the middle.
You're still, because of your style of cueing, able to generate enough power by having your hand on the table.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
can't, so I need to use the rail to lengthen my cue to get a little bit more into it. Whereas you've got, I play with a heavy end and a heavy whip where I hold the cue and heavy nearer the end. It's like middle balanced. With your cue, you've got a heavy end, but you've got a really light towards your end of your tip, so it allows you to generate a little bit more power.
Yeah, and I think that's why most players now play with one-piece cues, because you can't really get an even balance. That's 13-7.
Supposedly, if you play with a 3/4 or a one-piece,
You get better
you're
balance.
supposed to cue through the ball better or something.
Yeah.
But I've tried one-pieces, and I tried a one-piece, but I tried a one-piece with a smaller tip, so I tried doing two things at once, and it didn't work out for me.
Yeah, you probably want to get a snooker cue, one-piece snooker cue, and try and develop a game with that to start with. When you get cueing well with that, then try and change the size of the tip to go a bit smaller.
Well, you know, Stephen Lee,
Yes.
the old snooker player who had one of the best cue actions I've ever seen, creates so much cue power, creates so much reaction through his cue power, I met him before a tournament in Reading, and his son was playing in it. His name's Alfie.
Yeah, I beat him at snooker.
I was playing him at pool, and I was speaking to Stephen, and he said he believes that anyone who plays pool to play it at the highest level needs to play with a smaller tip. So anywhere below, like say anywhere between 7.5 and an 8.5 mil tip. He said, but what I will do is start Alfie on a 9 and a 9.5 mil tip, so that I can get him used to hitting the centre of the ball.
Yeah.
And then later on, when he becomes more confident with that, I'll move him onto a smaller tip when he's a better cueist, and he'll be able to take advantage of the finer margins within the game.
Yeah, definitely. And
Doesn't work for everyone, though, because you have to be a very good cueist to play with a small tip.
I started playing with a larger tip when I was younger, and I was playing with a 10 mil, and then I moved down to a 9 mil, and then it was only a few years ago that I moved to a 7 mil.
I don't think I'll ever go down anywhere near that. I don't think I'll ever go below.
I feel really
below 8.5. I probably won't go below 8.5.
I don't feel comfortable with any other size but 7 mil tip now. Literally, I feel so confident with my cue with a 7 mil tip,
and it's crazy because I don't feel comfortable with a tip that small.
Yeah.
And you do feel completely comfortable, but
Yeah.
we can both do exactly the same thing on the table.
Yeah.
That's what's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
People,
definitely.
so many different
Everybody's
styles.
diverse, aren't they? That's the thing. That's what creates diversity.
If we all played the same with the same tips, it'd be so bloody boring, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Different styles, different ways of doing things, different types of tips, different cues, different actions.
Well, if you imagine that we all done everything exactly the same, how would you ever determine the difference between anybody? Because everybody would do exactly the same every single time. So there has to be difference for things to be different.
What would be nice, though, if everybody who plays pool was blessed with exactly the same ability, but it was just based on their mind, how they won the game. So what shot choices they took, how clever they were. So the game was based on intelligence and not ability. Do you think
like mini clip pool then?
Do you think you'd like that?
So like mini clip pool then?
In a way, yeah. So really that comes down to shot choice, because everyone can do everything on there, can't they?
Yeah. Apart from, there you go, this cue's better than this cue or whatever. But
hang on a minute.
Fair, I don't see that happen. How that develops the game for you to play it.
Let's. This is quite interesting, this frame here, because see what Tinks has done here. He's put a ball on top of Scott's ball, and this is what we were talking about earlier about negativity.
Yep.
A lot of people might see this as, he's tying up one of his balls, but at the moment, because he has more balls on the table, Scott had control of that top area there, so he could have got his ball out and backed Scott not to get the finish, but Scott probably would have got that finish. So he's tying it up, and he's putting Scott in a predicament now that Scott ideally doesn't want to be in. Yeah. People that don't like tactical play or don't like slowing down hate to be in these situations, and if you're a tactical player, I think you have to enjoy watching people suffer. That's definitely what I do. When you play slow and you can see people coming to the table and they've always got a problem and they're scratching their head and they're looking at the table like, what do I do here? I thrive off
Playing
that.
Skill shot now. Well, he did try it because he just tutted when he played it.
I mean, if he tried it,
he needed a really
the angle,
better angle than that.
The angle wasn't. That was a little bit of lack of knowledge there.
He wanted to be a little bit more straighter on that yellow to the middle to then just top through it to get that arc on the white to go into the yellow.
But you have to be so sure, because what he's done is he's tied up one of his balls to keep Scott away from the frame.
And now he's giving the frame to him.
Now he's tried to commit.
He's basically giving the frame to him now, because he drops this in and then he plays the red on the bottom cushion into the yellow to drop the red. And then it opens the whole pocket up.
Yeah. Make sure he plays it off of the yellow.
Off the yellow, yeah.
Have to be a bit quieter because he's right next to me.
Yeah.
Play it off of the yellow into the red.
He's right next to us.
See the difference, right? So he's played the shot perfect off of the yellow to move the yellow away so that his red's potable. But at the same time, he's tried bumping his other ball out. Could he, instead of trying to bump his ball out and do 3 shots in one, just played that initial plant with a little bit of run inside and drop on the red that he's playing?
Say that again.
He was in such a commanding position when he played the plant yellow onto the red or whatever. He tried getting his other ball down the table at the same time. He could have just played the plant with a little bit of run inside and dropped on the red into the
same pocket.
Yeah.
That's what I thought he was going to do.
That's the control element that I love. I don't like running into balls and expecting things to happen. And now he's gave the frame away to Tinks again. In my opinion, Tinks shouldn't lose from here now.
Yeah. See, when he played the to flick the yellow, I would have played it cushion first into the yellow. Because cushion first into the yellow would have brought the yellow away and push the other red into the other red to pot it, but at the same time you could then screw away from the other red to be able to play that same red to the middle that same pocket.
Yeah, but because of the way that he played it, he tried getting his other ball out at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
He tried doing too much at once.
Overthought of it. Tried to make the shot too complex, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, guys, I don't want to make it sound like I'm sat here criticising. I'm just seeing things that I think would be a little bit easier. So hopefully when Scott watches us back later, he'll see them things and give a second thought to it next time when he's in the same position. He's tried a skilly there, Scott. It was quite a tough one because the yellow was so far away from the bag. He played it with a little bit of top, I think, in that situation. Even though no matter how you played it, the skilly was going to be tough anyway. I think when it's further away from the bag, you have to play it with screw. Once it hits the yellow, it then transfers into top spin and goes forward.
If it's in the pocket, it's easier to play centre ball.
You can just play same as mini clip ball.
It just runs through with it. Yeah.
Same as mini clip. You just play the ball, plain ball, and as long as it hits it in the centre of the ball, it will drop in the pocket afterwards. When the ball's slightly further away from the pocket, you have to play the skilly with a little bit of bottom because then it transfers into top spin.
So, I've got a message on it that I need to announce. Kerry Smith is Scott's mum, and she says, "Come on, Scott." She's rooting for you, so come on, Scott.
Come on, Scott.
Come on, Scott.
Do you know what? Do you know what happened? Right. So, remember I said just a minute ago, Scott's. I said to Scott in the break, normally when I play against him, you have a little bit of swagger around the table, and so far in this game, I haven't seen any of that swagger. So when we come back off the break, he took out 2 quite nice finishes. And you could tell by his body language that he was more confident and he had a little bit of swagger. But then just unfortunately, Tinks then took out 2 frames straight after it, which kind of, again, like I said, momentum's fragile, killed that momentum really quick. And that was important for Tinks to do that. Now Scott's obviously not in the same confidence that he was 3 or 4 frames ago.
Yeah. I just saw Lee Knapp down in to put up my bet on for the horses, and I said the same to Scott that to Lee, sorry, that Scott's just getting it gets 2 or 3 running, and then it sort of gets pinned back by Tinks winning a couple more on the bounce again.
I actually agree.
3 or 4, 5 or 6 frames run, and then he'd be fine.
I agree with I agree with what Dan Hemphill said. He said these are the frames that Scott just don't know what to do to take control. I don't know whether it's the fact that he doesn't know what to do. I just don't think he likes doing it. He just hates getting into that. He said to me before the game a couple of weeks ago that he ideally just doesn't want to be getting into any type of B game or tactical battle against Tinks. He wants it to be really open. But unfortunately, in Paul, you can't guarantee that that's going to happen. And if you're Tinks and you know that's your strength, you're going to make sure that does happen. So you have to put more time into trying to learn that side of it. And you're right, Dan. There has been plenty of opportunities in this frame, similar to the Josh Barnes-Simon Flaxman game, where Josh had a lot of opportunities. If Scott played the right shots at the right time, he could have also made this game just as easy for himself as what Tinks is making it.
Just so you know, because apparently we're not seeing any of these results, Jimmy's just told me to inform us that Everton beat Man United.
Did they? Do you know what? I enjoy Man United losing just as much as I love Liverpool winning. I love the Man United downfall. I really do.
But that
just
means
like Tottenham and Arsenal.
Everton. You like Everton, do you? That's your rival team.
I don't care about Everton because they're not. I don't see them as a threat. Man City are my threat.
Typical Liverpool fan.
Man City are my rival, and Man
Typical
United.
Typical Liverpool fan comment. Oh, so because Man United were your threat in the 80s, you'd be, or you started being funny about it.
Man United are my threat because my whole family support them, and I chose to be different. We
go back to this being different thing, innit?
My whole family were United fans when I was younger, and I was like, I ain't supporting them. I'm going to be at Liverpool. And when I chose this, I was no glory hunter. Liverpool was struggling. We didn't win any. I started supporting Liverpool in '96. I don't believe that we won anything until 2001, when we won like 5 trophies in 1 year. Man United dominated for years, so I had to take constant banter from my brother.
When you say 5 trophies in 1 year, that's spanning over 2 seasons, is it?
There was a couple of Mickey Mouse trophies in there. So we won the UEFA Cup, the old UEFA Cup before it was the Europa League. We won the FA Cup and the Worthington Cup. Remember, it's called Worthington.
Worthington was EFL, yeah.
We played Arsenal in the final. Michael Owen scored. It was in a yellow kit against David Seaman. We won the Carlsberg Cup as well, which was like a privately set up tournament for people that were sponsored by Carlsberg. And I can't remember what the other cup was. Oh, we won the... when whoever wins the Champions League and the UEFA Cup play each other.
Charity Shield.
European Super Cup.
Oh, the Super Cup, yeah.
We won that as well. So we won 5 in 1 year, but it was the Mickey Mouse treble. The only team that's done the real treble is Man United, and hopefully we can replicate that this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tinks is flying a bit now, isn't he? He's 15-7 up now. 8 frames. So we got another Liverpool fan in the chat. Hate to keep going off the Paul topic, but I love Liverpool. Come on, you red men, you'll never walk alone. I believe that we are just on the brink of signing a new Portuguese youngster from Fulham as well, Fabio Carvalho.
Oh, the day that Liverpool start taking over,
he looks like a hell of a player.
It's the day I'll start giving up watching football forever.
Yeah, we already are taking over.
Don't be silly, mate. Man City will always be in front of you. Man City will always be better than you.
We are the second best team in the world
until next season, when Newcastle become better than everybody else in the league.
We are the first and second best teams in the world right now. No one's anywhere near us. Although Real Madrid do like that. And
then Saints will be up there soon with this new elite sporting elite.
They've just been bought, haven't they, Saints?
New owner. Yeah, Sporting Elite.
Hungarian, is he, or something?
Sporting has three owners. They're a syndicate group thing. It's like Red Bull.
How much did they buy him for?
100 million.
Is that for the whole thing, or it's like a percentage?
They gave it cash, but for the whole thing. They took
100 million for the whole club?
No, 80%. Katrina Lever still gets 20%.
100 million for 80% of
straight
the club?
Up cash.
Jesus.
But Gayo only paid...
That's cheap, isn't it?
Gayo only paid 200 million in the first place.
I mean, it's a lot.
All he's done is put us in debt because he got loans from the banks. Van Dijk, when we sold him to you, that basically just paid off. That basically just paid off the one of the loans for the banks.
Yeah, so a lot of Saints fans are actually a little bit bitter about some of the fact that Liverpool bought a lot of their players. But let's be totally honest, without sounding like a Liverpool fan here.
Anyway,
those
so
players.
Tinks is about to play the yellow into the middle. No, he's not.
Those players. Right, we'll end it here. Those players were always going to go on to bigger and better things. Yeah, Van Dijk was always going to be at a world-class club at some point. So, anyways, yeah. So when Tinks played that shot just a minute ago, he got really fortunate again, and with Scott being 8 behind now, that's going to maximise it even more.
Yeah, it was a foul because he went to play the red into the middle, didn't he? I did think he was.
And clipped
the yellow, yeah. And then it went straight into the other yellow. So
he's actually getting quite close to 21 now. So we've obviously had a few debates and stuff. So we'll spend the last few frames, or hopefully Scott actually can make some sort of comeback and it'll be a lot tighter. But we'll spend the last few here trying to analyse this game as much as we can.
Yeah, definitely.
Touching on Liverpool.
It's yeah. We'll just talk about the game. We won't talk about how much you rate yourself and all that, though, Kev. Yeah.
No. I don't.
I don't either. I don't rate you either.
No,
I don't rate myself either.
Not rate myself. I don't talk about rating myself.
Oh, really? So
right.
you developed that asking for compliments from James Hoskins, then, did you? I see that now.
I developed his. Yeah. You're right, mate. Yeah. Actually, I've become less humble since I've won the singles. Did someone say I won the singles? What?
Oh, there you go.
Do you know what it is, though, right? I'm quite a nervous person. I get when I play pool, I get a little bit of anxiety and stuff, and clammy palms and stuff, which is one of the reasons I wear a glove as well.
Yeah.
So sometimes I use the fact that I've won something to help my mentality. I'm like, right, I'm the best round here. I'm the singles champion. No one's better than me in Southampton. That's not because I'm a nasty person or I think that way. It's just literally to help me with my confidence. That's the only reason I do it.
Yeah.
I don't know if other people are the same. If there's anyone in chat that have any little techniques that they use to help them with their confidence before games, like do they go into certain games against certain players and think, right, I can beat this guy? Do they think about how they're going to beat them? Do they tell themselves, I'm this, I've won that? You know, what little techniques have people got to help them with their confidence? Neil, does playing on this stream put added pressure on a player? 1,000%. 1,000% in my opinion.
Yeah, yes and no.
He's not saying does it put pressure on you the whole game. He's saying does it put pressure on you? Yes. Unless you are
100%.
Unless you're a world champion that is used to being in these situations all the time, and you're just coming to a club and playing on a random stream, it will seem like nothing to those guys. People that know that people are watching, there's so much more to think about than actual pool. You're thinking about who's watching, what are they thinking about, am I doing the right shot choice? If things go wrong, like you'll be on a simple shot in the middle and it's a 99 out of 100 in practice, but you'll get down and think, if I miss this, how embarrassed am I going to look on stream? You just start thinking about things that you don't need to think about, and that is Scott's luck of today.
Yeah,
his white's running like mad, and the black ball doesn't go many pockets, but that is unfortunately his luck for today.
Up and behind the yellow now, or is he not?
He's just got to hit it hard, I think. Yeah, no, not even hit it. I think he's losing his head a little bit here. Not because he's that type of person, just because the way the game's going, and
yeah, it's been a bit.
You just feel like everything's against you.
In certain spots, it's been a bit harsh, and we could technically, we could probably go back to the black that bounced out in the middle in the corner.
Yeah, it's that second
for where it all started. Really.
Yeah, he's had a lot of bad luck, but right, I think the positive way to think about it is, in situations where he's had opportunities and he hasn't taken them.
Yeah.
In certain frames where he's had easy finishes and he's messed it up.
Yeah.
If he'd have taken them, the frames where he's making errors in like that and snookering himself will not seem as harsh.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Because he's being clinical in other situations. This just compiles the pressure on top of him every time he makes a mistake.
But at the same time, because those things happen, you feel your back's against the wall. It don't matter what you do. So it may be tight when he was tightening his white. When he was tight, when he was with his white, when he was first started, it became looser and looser and looser. The more and more, it's just not been fortunate for him.
Yeah.
You know, and then the more and more looser it is, more and more of these situations are happening that make it look more and more harsh. When actually it's because of that's kind of come out from the unfortunateness of the earlier frames.
See that shot that Tinks just played. Then he had the opportunity to play the red into the middle and just bump full ball into the one that he's just potted.
Yeah.
Now that red that he's. I mean, look. You talked earlier about stubborn shot choice, right? He's 8 frames clear here. He's got 3 balls in the open, and he's decided to do that. That's proof of where his head's at, isn't it?
But that red's awkward in the middle of the table, isn't it?
Not when he moves this red, unless he gets right tight behind this.
Yeah, he flicked that. And now this is tough. What's he going to do here?
So what you could do here is play this on this red that he's closest to. He could play this with like a little bit of left run inside off of the side cushion and make sure the white goes in the direction of the red near the top. He should be able to get the snooker. There's quite a big margin of error. I can't see much else at the moment. Or you could play off the side cushion and the red near the top.
Nah, you play top, play it dead straight to the centre of the table and top through it to go past the black. And then just let the ball go wherever it is.
See what he's done there?
Yeah,
so
like that. But you could have just played it, because then you'd still get a red up this end of the table, because in a minute, he's going to come off the side cushion and back cushion and try and go behind the yellow again and snooker him. If he goes up the top with a load of top, and then bounces the red off the back cushion, it comes back up this way, right, and he's snookered him. So when he leaves him like that, he's still going to leave himself on his red. Do you get what I mean?
He's actually played a really good shot there.
Exactly what I just called.
But if Tinks played the same shot as me, but just in a different way. If the white ball would have been further up the table and he took the line further up, then Scott wouldn't have been able to play that shot, would he? And then Tinks would have an option now. Good thing is he's got a big target. He can come off the side. I'd probably play off 2 cushions here, off of the right, off of the left, and I'd be looking to hit those red balls somewhere in the centre. Because if he comes up and down, he's playing with the on off. I don't like this. Really don't like this at all. Yeah.
That's it off, yeah. So what
he should have come off the side cushion at the right, off of the left, and then.
Yeah, so that's what I said. Where he was, it's like a snooker. It's a snooker. You know when they play the ball away and they just try and tuck up behind the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of the same thing. He's playing it away, pushing the white away behind the red, behind the black, going forward. But the red is then coming off the back cushion and coming up this end of the table where the yellow is, and you're keeping yourself in the frame because it's harder for him to be able to just go in behind the yellow and snooker you, because you're going to have a red there to be able to get on. So it's going to be even tougher just going in behind it.
So Scott I think he's looking at playing the black on the bottom cushion, but it doesn't leave him a great angle, and he's playing with the yellow. Why doesn't he just pot the red? Yeah, pot the red and use the left rail to just come down. It's an easy shot if it's just another yellow. That's perfect. Good lad. So he's played a good shot as well to get himself in a good position. He's touched to get behind that yellow ball was really nice, so he deserves this. Yeah. It's a bit better. Again, probably one that Tinks should have been winning from that position, but
it's just that Emma's
Scott
just
needs
said,
to keep
"Come
plugging
on,
away."
Bessey! Come on, Bessey! Shout, Ryan! Come on!" I don't really want to shout. I'll get looked at in funny ways. Not that people don't look at me in a funny way, anyway.
As much as I'd like to see Scott come back, he's looking a bit down and out. Roots aren't looking clean yet. Yeah, Dan, I agree. I don't think his roots have been that good through the whole game, to be honest, and he'll probably agree. I can only put that down to pressure.
This is what he's going to gain from this. When he watches this back, he's going to be able to say and see our analysts on it, as well as yeah, that makes sense. Why didn't I do that? And then he can put it into practice. And then if for example, they get a rematch on or whatever, Scott will come back. It's not about the setback; it's about the comeback. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't think there will be a rematch.
Well, who knows? Who knows?
Hopefully there will, but I believe Scott has said that he's coming to have this game. Whoever wins this game, he's just going to be like, right, they're the better player. He's not interested in playing again. I don't even really think he's too worried about the money, to be honest. I think he just wants to come and put on a show, entertain a few people, which is why he's a little bit disappointed in himself at the moment, because he doesn't feel like he's put on much of a show. Tinks, on the other hand, I believe, is only here for one thing, and that's just to do what he needs to do, get over the line and get that money. And I think that's where the style of plays, you can tell in the style of play that Tinks is doing what he needs to do.
Yeah. Well, some might say that Scott's been unfortunate in earlier frames.
He has, yeah. He has, for sure,
and that's thrown his momentum off.
But it's the frames that he should have been winning, which would have made him a lot closer than it is now, so the run wouldn't seem as important. The run is only important. Like, at the end of the game, if he turns around and says, everything went against me, you can't think like that. You need to think about the times where you had opportunities to take frames out and you didn't.
Yeah. Sometimes as well, in games, you just got to roll with it, haven't you?
Yeah.
And just get it going.
We are fully aware, obviously. We know that Tinks has definitely had the run of the ball, 100%. Yeah. He'll know that. We all know that. We also know that playing in this situation is very pressured, so even Scott knows that when he watches this back later, some of his shot choices he'll probably look at as well and go, I should have done that. Because he's not seeing the game as clear as what he normally does. Tinks will also agree. I don't think Tinks is playing anywhere near his best, but he's using his B game to do what he needs to do and just play the right shots. Yeah, he's a little bit low on this now, isn't he? I think if he plays this, he's got to play it with stun off the bottom, because otherwise he's running towards the reds, and it becomes a lot tougher when you're playing it like that. Good shot.
Great shot.
Barring another jump out of this pocket.
Won't jump out this time.
That's back to 6.
Yes.
He played it softer, didn't he? He's like,
I'll
roll it in this time.
Softer, definitely, yeah.
I hate that, though. I hate having to be on a pool table and think, I'll roll this in softly because it could jump out.
Yeah,
Shocking
I know.
you have to
and
think
that's
like
why
that.
you have to think that. I mean, the tables upstairs, you don't have to think about that at all. I have stood up there for hours, absolutely ploughing balls in as hard as I possibly can with loads of spin in the middle pockets and trying to arc and generate as much power and whatever, and they do not pop out of the pockets upstairs.
But
Supremes, you could never trust them.
what tables are they upstairs?
They are Blackball.
Blackball elite
Ross
tables.
McGuinness and Michaela Tabbs tables.
So obviously there's pros and cons, aren't there? Because they might not have jump outs, but there's definitely more elements of a Supreme winner that I love than those tables.
The reason why people don't like those tables upstairs, the Blackball tables, is because they're tighter pockets and you have to be so much more precise.
I just feel like they're a bit thuddy.
I love playing on them
you
tables.
You have to be accurate, and I don't mind that.
If I go and play up at one of those tables upstairs, and then I come down and play on one of these tables feel like these pockets are like
seem
buckets.
Easy. Yeah,
they're like
easy,
buckets.
Yeah. But Supreme winners, in your opinion, are the best pool tables that exist, or what?
I used to like Super League tables.
Barring the jump outs.
They don't do them anymore, but the Super League tables, they used to have them up Q World.
Super League.
I actually like them tables.
Is that in the finals in Great Yarmouth? Vauxhall Holiday Park in Great Yarmouth.
No, these are really old tables. These are. Used to have the jabbing, flipping. Used to have to put like 20p's in the slots and push them in.
Oh yeah.
There was one. I went to a snooker match out at Mottersfont, at Mottersfont Club, and they actually had a Super League table out there, and it was just the cushions are flatter. There's not the little groove on the cushions. The beading's a bit more tighter into it, so you don't get it caught on the beading, and the pocket. Like when it hits the pocket, it sounds like it's hitting. It's not like it's hitting plastic. It's like it's hitting you can hear it proper.
Yeah,
like it in the pocket, rather than it just. Do you know what I mean?
I believe you went to Blackball, didn't you? Golden 8 ball.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Those
Sam
tables,
Atlantics were incredibly
beautiful.
Good. £2.5 a piece, though, weren't they?
Seem smaller when you're playing on them. They don't seem as tall, but the middle pockets, they're like
tight as you like.
They're like square jaws, so they're so much harder to play into. But they run so beautifully.
Yeah, they do. And I'll tell you what the difference is between the Super League, the Supreme tables to the Sam Atlantics is on the cushions. You see the silver beading on the outside. They don't have that on the Sam Atlantics because down the cushion they have 4 bolts where the cushion is actually bolted onto the actual cushion, like a snooker table's cushions would be bolted on.
I'm not a big fan of those silver things.
No, neither am I. But that's what Supreme do. But Sam Atlantics don't do them, and that's why when you play a double or you're trying to get out an angle on a Sam Atlantic, the ball will never straighten itself up. It will always go in the same route.
And those tables upstairs,
so you can literally play. You can play like a quadruple, and it would still stay. It would go across the whole of the table and still go on the top. Say you was at the bottom end of the table.
That's a really nice shot.
Cushion. Yeah, it would go that same path all the way through. It never straightens up. Whereas when you play here, sometimes you go side cushion, and then straighten up and then not go where you want it to be. Do you know what I mean? That's what the advantage is.
This is what I mean by millimetres. This is not a good position. No.
Why? You just drop the yellow into the top corner with a little bit of top
spin. You need
an
angle on the yellow up to the top left to come across to the black. Now he's running into the red and he has to force it through. Now he hasn't got the angle for the black.
No, he's got perfect angle. He's just going to come down this big gap down the bottom end.
He's running into the red at the side cushion if he plays this.
Top spins it through. That's only a tiny angle. It's going to come out to the side cushion there and come out and over to leave the black to the bottom corner.
Listen to Kev.
Listen to
Kev.
He went far knuckle. He didn't hit it
clean if he potted it.
I don't think he hits the red if he pots it clean.
I know what you're on about.
It's just to hit the edge of the red.
The physics of the balls, I did exactly see the type of line you were playing. But maybe if Scott was flowing, he might have got that line. But again, he still looks a little bit.
Some of that's cueing as well. If he accelerated a little bit through the shot there, then the top spin would have took quicker.
Yeah, the thing is that type of shot's so easy for Scott. He's such a good cueist and he's got such a nice touch. That type of shot normally he's dropping in and the black's gone and I'm already racking up the next frame in practice.
So
he's missing shots that I just don't expect him to.
Yeah, exactly. Now here's a question for you. If you were to practice and to try and turn pro, would you practice from, say, I don't know, 4 o'clock until 7 o'clock at night, or 4 o'clock till 9 o'clock at night, or would you do 9 till 5?
9 till 5.
Yeah, 9 till 5. Would that be your hours?
I don't know, or that'd be too much. I think I don't. I personally think.
That 9 to 5 is suitable hours, really, isn't it?
9 to 5 are suitable hours for an office job, yeah. But I mean, pool can become very tedious when you play at a high level. As soon as things start going wrong, it can, proper get depressing if things don't go right for you. So to come up here every single day and do, what is that? What is
working 9 to 5?
8 hours playing pool every single day. Eventually, you'd start getting a little bit annoyed with the game, especially if you wasn't getting results. I think you just need to come up here, make sure your eye is in. So that every time you come to a table, it feels like you've been on it yesterday.
Yeah.
Don't spend too much time on it. I imagine there are some pros that play to that level. I imagine Shane Thompson probably strikes me as that type of guy, that he just puts 7-8 hours in a day.
7-8 hours a day. I reckon he's probably up there from open until close, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's probably hustling at the same
time.
He's at.
Did you play All Stars?
He just arranges loads of money matches.
Bristol? Shane O'Hara's the manager, isn't he?
So he just
or when I used to go up there, he was the manager.
He just
that was actually what I was going to say. I met Stephen Lee up at that Bristol competition, and he actually was Stephen was talking to James Hannay and Gary Phillips, and he watched me play a frame, and then as I went to grab my drink, he grabbed me and said, "Mate, you're a mustard pool player."
Did you say Steve Hannay or do you mean James Hannay?
James Hannay, and Stephen Lee. Stephen Lee actually grabbed me and said, "You're an immense QS and a great
See
player."
Stephen Lee,
But
yeah?
that's just to say what his opinion is. Doesn't mean I can achieve everything that I want to achieve.
Stephen Lee is one of the best QS I've ever seen. He come over to play pool for a little bit, didn't he? Come over, played pool for a little bit, Stephen Lee, after he got banned from snooker.
He got beat by John Sullivan.
He had a money match against John Sullivan,
Yeah.
who is a die-hard 8-ball player.
Yeah, exactly.
And understanding the physics of the balls is so different to snooker.
Yeah, right. So what it is, when the white ball is 1 inch and 7 1/6 of a bit whatever size, whereas the cue ball, the object
smaller.
balls, slightly smaller there. So the object balls are 2 inches. So when you're playing cuts into pockets, what I usually try and do is what players would do if they were playing snooker, where they would line it up to the centre of the pocket. What you need to try and do is over adjust, because with the white ball being smaller, it creates throw on the white. That's unlucky.
That's not unlucky. That's a really bad shot, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Without sounding harsh, he could literally play that with right hand side off the top cushion and have so much to play with.
Yeah.
Just a flick, and he's got this red in the middle. That is so careless. He's probably going to get away with it, even though it's not easy to play a safety from here either.
But we can't be negative, Kev.
He can't clip off either ball and go in the middle.
But yeah, so what happens is when you go to cut balls in, it looks like you think that you're hitting the right part of the ball to be able to pot the ball, but actually the white ball creates, with it being smaller, creates throw on the ball, so it will throw it off the line. So that's where you have to slightly over adjust to it for the throw on the ball.
Do you believe they should make the white ball the same size as the object balls?
No.
Not at all.
Because that's what makes this game different. That's what makes the game what it is. That's what makes the game enjoyable to play, enjoyable to watch, is that it's different. I know Ronnie O'Sullivan came out on TV not long ago, a few years ago, and said this is like crazy golf compared to snooker, because snooker would be like the golf winning the Open or whatever. Snooker would be. But we got these are 2 different games, man.
Yeah, guarantee.
They're cue sports,
Ronnie
but
O'Sullivan,
they're 2 different games.
Come over, Ronnie.
Come on over.
Ronnie comes over to the pool side, which he obviously wouldn't, because what did he say? It was like crazy golf.
Yeah,
crazy golf compared to snooker. If he came over, he would obviously be unbelievably good, because he's the most talented QS I've ever seen in my life. But it's so different. Stephen Lee's already proved it.
I mean, he's done the program where he went away. He was an American hustler. Went away to America.
9-ball though,
done
wasn't it?
9-ball tables. Yeah, they play same size white balls, same size cube object balls. So that's why you see him playing off cushions and around rails and all that a lot more, because they can't generate as much spin as what we can when you've got power. Yeah.
You know what? Like, they don't like leaving themselves straight on rail shots and that, do they? They always leave themselves angles.
Always leave themselves angles, yeah.
Especially the American guys.
Yeah. And you just look at the table with like an oval in the middle of the table and try and keep the white in that oval.
Yeah.
Because the pockets are relatively easy to pot in because of the cuts of the pockets.
Yeah, so a lot of people watch 9-ball and see the pros clearance after clearance after clearance and missing balls by a foot and still dropping in and that. And people criticise and say they're buckets. The thing is, that game might be easy for a lot of pool players, but there's pool players that are playing that to an extremely high level. So can you play to the level that they're playing at? That's what the question is.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone can pop balls on that table, everyone can clear a table, but can you consistently do it like the top lads can?
Because once again, the same thing is that this game has, as that game has, is there's patterns to the way they go about the shots.
Regular patterns as well that you can see.
Always come along.
Sometimes, as an 8-ball player, you can see it. You can see the way the game unfolds. If you've got experience, is that in the middle? No. Scott's hanging on a little bit here, because Tinks probably should have already had this frame, and he'll probably be very disappointed that he hasn't taken this one already.
So we've just gone off.
Well, he removed the red off the top cushion, even though he's leaving the yellow available. It's not potable, so he's removing a ball, or would he? Yeah, I think that's probably.
So we've just gone off subject a little bit of the pool, what's going on or whatever. But the other thing I wanted to go back to was
this is what I love.
Scott's sisters saying showing up and taking part is what it's all about. He's done well, no matter what. No matter what takes balls to do that. Takes balls to get up on and play for $2,000 for sure.
100%. I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't. I mean, I would do it if I had the money.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I haven't got the
point.
money to play for this sort of money, and
Great shot.
That's a great
shot. That
great
is.
shot.
Very,
and
very
this
good
is
shot.
going to be putting it within 5.
That is so hard. That is to play.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
if he hits that
shot.
any thicker, it's probably just covering the bag. If it's any thinner, he doesn't clip the black, and he just puts his yellow safe on the bottom cushion. Now he's got to screw this off the side. Yeah, brilliant. Very, very good shot.
Yeah, wow.
I'd say there's probably been a couple of shots in this game that Scott's played that have been shots of the match. That one, and there's one to go around the rails and get into the black have been the 2 shots of the game so far.
Yeah. Definitely takes balls. And also, Kerry, Scott's mum, she said, I can hear but I can't join the chat for some reason, but I am really proud of him and I want him to win as well so much. I'm so nervous.
If you go onto YouTube, or you got the YouTube app, underneath where it says like Scott Bessey versus Tinks, $2,000 and stuff, you got like, dislike. There should be an option that says live chat there, and you can just press on live chat and it should open it up for you.
And you do need to be a subscriber to Rocket Rackers TV to join the live chat.
So please like and subscribe the channel.
Please do.
And you'll be, if you like and subscribe, do they get notifications for when the games are coming up?
Yeah, if you hit the notification bell, then it will inform you every time I schedule a new Rocket Rackers TV match, and then also when a match goes live, it will notify you too.
Wicked. I think that's what I've done.
Just out of curiosity, actually, whilst you pop in there, Lee,
Yeah.
can you give us maybe a little bit of an understanding of where you're looking to go with this stream and what you're hoping to achieve with it?
Yeah, I mean, the 8-Ball Arena platform is, the foundation of it all, and I would like to be able to not only develop Rocket Rackers TV to, include more competitions and more matches and get more commentators on and, higher stakes money matches and such, but also to create new versions of Rocket Rackers TV for other locations, but that would require someone else to be running it, of course, to get involved quite intimately in learning how it all works, and if they're running their own competitions halfway up the country and like what they see, then the platform's designed for them to build their own Rocket Rackers TV and run it just like what we're doing here. So the ultimate aim for 8-Ball Arena is to get more channels like Rocket Rackers TV, and the aim for Rocket Rackers TV is just to keep growing it, keep getting more local interest, certainly, try to get bigger matches, better matches, more commentary on it, and make it the house channel for Rocket Ronnie's and Southampton pool. So,
and why pool? Why pool? Yeah, I'm assuming it's something you play yourself, and do you play to a good level? Do you enjoy playing it?
Well, I used to, yeah. Not so much anymore with my shoulders, but it was started off as a curiosity, really. Aaron and Ryan were like, "Can you make a website that streams pool?" So that's what I did. But rather than just making it just to do a few streams at Rocket Ronnie's, I made the platform to be able to expand it indefinitely into the future, and the more interest it gets, the more I can develop it, and it will do more than just pool. There's some interest to expand it into snooker and other table sports. So
we've got the singles snooker league starting up at Rocket Ronnie soon, haven't we?
Yeah, so I've got to do a bit of work on the website to be able to support snooker. But yeah, it's expandable, and the more interest it gets, the more it will be able to do in the future. So,
well, there we are, guys. There's the guy behind the camera.
Thank you,
Lee Ingram.
So it's expandable, but can it ever be expendable?
Never. I've spent a lot of effort on this, so I want to keep it going.
Without guys like Lee, who's willing to, because he's from believe the Portsmouth area.
That's right, yeah. I'm a skate, as they say around these parts.
But we don't care about that.
Yeah, you Liverpool fans don't care about that.
all that rivalry and postcode stuff, that's non-existent anymore. We're just happy that someone's willing to give up a lot of their time to come down here, and you know, without this, really, we can't showcase our talent or anything.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, that's it, and it's also a tool to develop your talent as well, because like you were saying earlier, you get to look back on these streams and question what, you know, the decisions you were making, and you get some constructive feedback from the commentators that are analysing your game. So it could be a really valuable tool. But
100%, yeah, and
it's a fantastic shot there.
Like Neil Turner was saying earlier as well, you know, when you're on the stream and you're being judged by people, it creates a lot of pressure for you, so it helps you to be in pressured situations as well.
Yep, takes you out of your comfort zone and pushes you forward. So yeah, hopefully we can keep doing this and keep building the product, keep building the talent in the area, and yeah, we can all benefit from it.
Yeah.
Do you know what would be really interesting if you know, like in the TV when you see they're talking about individual games. You've got a main game that's going on or whatever, and then you've got individual games. So if there's a competition going on, would it not be really cool to be like, we're commentating on this game, and then we'll go, once at the break, we'll just go and see what's happening on table, blah, 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 and pick up the table and go, no, this is a score, and then, because someone could be watching and kind of say, there's a big shot about to happen on a certain table, and then you can flick to it quickly.
Let's go join them quickly.
Let's go join them quickly and see the shot, and then they play a big shot, and then it's like, whoo, and then come back to the thing. It kind of gives that sort of that everybody's being watched whilst they're playing in a competition or something. Do you know what I mean?
That would be awesome.
That'd be really cool, wouldn't it?
It's all possible, but yeah, that would take a lot more equipment and a lot more development, money, and then a lot more organisation and running as well. So you think, you know, that stuff that you see on the telly, of course you've got, you know, media corporations with millions of pounds and entire workforces, and at the moment it's just me running around feverishly before the match starts to try and get everything in place. So yeah, it you know, we can take it there, but time and money and interest from the people around here to carry that forward as well, because you know, it takes a village, really.
Yeah, definitely. It's some way to promote it, to get a substantial sponsorship, to develop it, to obviously make the game create its own integrity, if you get what I mean. Like, to the sense that like they got on the TV with the snooker and all that, like it being so much massive prize money.
Yeah, that's it. I
you
think
could do that with that, and a corporation would go, actually, yeah, that would work more for us because it's entertaining the flick between the tables, and they would be interested in investing in that because it's a versatile way to make the game be more watchable.
Oh, and Scott's on the black, you know, here. This is looking great.
Rather than just watching one game.
Absolutely. I think like if there's, because at the moment, like the competitions that we've been able to show off, it's all the money has been from the players. Whereas if you could get some outside money,
yes,
that would I think it would attract better players, as well as, you know, give the players around here who do normally join those competitions a bit more incentive to try and win it, because it's not just their 20 quid or 40 quid times 16 or 32. It's also, you know, like local corporation threw in £1,000 to have their branding plastered across everything, and then there's real money that can be won.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you've got a great foundation for it now, and there's only way forward is up, isn't it?
Hopefully, yeah. Sideways from time to time, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, that's like every project goes sideways sometimes. Yeah, you just need to, like I said earlier, it's not about the setback, it's about the comeback.
Yeah, just got to keep plucking away as well. Like, not give up on it. Just keep going.
There's not an awful amount of money in 8-ball pool. There never has been. A long time ago, there used to be shown on Sky Sports and stuff. But now, more than ever, pool's going through the roof. Some of the series that they're doing, Ultimate Pool, IPA, different organisations now, so much competition. This is like the grassroots of it, isn't it? But if you can take it even further than this, then you know it's a big market to get into.
Yeah, for sure. I think Barry Earn would be interested in that idea of putting them on all these tables and making it like a Sky Sportsy kind of, like Sky Sports News. Do Gillette Soccer Sports Saturday thing, kind of. You know what I mean?
I thought that's what you was on about earlier when you was like, you remember like last day of the season when they're like, right, we're going to go over to Everton's ground. Yeah, they've just scored an equaliser. Right, we're going to go over to Ryan's stream here. They've just played a great shot.
Yeah, it'd be cool, wouldn't it? It's different. That's the thing. The main thing is to make something more better than what it has to be. It usually is. It needs to be original and different. Do you know what I mean? And that's an original idea that's different to what we have seen in Poole up until this point. Yeah, so in order to create some more like sort of popularity with it, people want like going, actually this is really cool. Like more people watch it. It's something different to what we've got already.
I remember one of the last games that was on here as well. We had one of the guys tune in from Elite 8 Ball TV, and they were very complimentary of this stream, and he's quite experienced now. Jakob Tungaland, his name is.
Did you say that right?
Jakob Tungaland, yeah. It's
a good effort, regardless.
He's got a really nice stream, and he was really complimentary last time of this. So you're obviously doing the right things.
Yeah, definitely. Well, maybe you might be watching now.
It's different. Like you watch a lot of streams, they don't really have some of the things that you've got on here. Like, I mean, the timing, the stakes. Sometimes on tournament days as well, or money match days, you have the other scores popping up alongside of it as well.
Yeah, that's really good. That is, I like that. That's really cool.
Yeah, I'll try and add, as you know, I've obviously don't have infinite time and capability to code everything, but I'll try and keep adding little features here and there that might make a more compelling show.
Yeah, definitely.
Is there any particular reason why you're more what would be the word? Well, why you prefer coming more to Southampton and streaming Poole as opposed to staying where you currently are?
Well, I live in Southampton because my kiddies are here. Yeah, my home is wherever my kids are. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I live around here because my kids are here, and
it's a much better area as well.
Southampton has I think of Hampshire. Southampton has the best pool hall. There isn't a pool hall this size.
And the best football team.
I don't know about that, but we could debate that for a while. But
best pool hall best pool hall in the South Coast. Did you say this is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, certainly, like in this, in a reasonable radius, 30 odd tables. There's nothing like that in Pompey, and
I think that's what gives it that though is the substantial amount of room and tables.
Yeah, it's a big community here that's
compared to other
as
clubs.
well.
Other clubs have probably only got six or seven, 8 tables, whatever.
Yeah.
There's 30 odd tables, so it's like it thrives because there's a minimal amount of chance that you're not going to get a table most of the time.
Yeah, so it attracts a lot of talent in that sense, and then definitely. You want to do a big competition day, you can take up 10 tables, 12 tables, and there's still enough space for the public.
Yeah, but good players want to come to good venues, don't they? It attracts the top lads, and then you've got the top lads on your stream, and it's just like a domino effect, but the other way around.
Yeah, definitely.
And we are obviously massively appreciative to the fact that Ronnie's come here, because he's from the Isle of Wight. He's come here.
He's from Southampton originally. He moved to the Isle of Wight, I think.
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a club over the Isle of Wight.
Yeah.
Two clubs over the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, 2 clubs.
One in Newport, one in Ryde, I think.
Ryde, that's right, yeah.
He's got the monopoly here on it, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got all the coloured tables and stuff, and the chess on the ceiling, and he's doing really well for himself, and we obviously appreciate the fact that he's been able to provide a venue like this for us. Allows us to come down here and try and perfect our craft and that. So.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Ryde one, don't quote me too much on this, but I think it was originally some sort of arcade kind of style of venue anyway, so you wanted to try and keep that kind of thing going on or something. So there's like chess pieces on the ceiling, and
that was already there, was it?
It looks like a wacky warehouse pool hall kind of thing. Yeah. I think there was something along the lines of that sort of thing. I think was
the actual building itself from the outside as well. Looks like a big guild hall or something.
Yeah. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's good.
Looks well cool. We haven't been over there to see it yet, but I think we're going over next weekend to the Newport one to play the competition over there, the April Easter competition.
That's a good venue, that is.
£10 a man. It's like Ben Mills's birthday, I think, so we're all going over for that.
It may not seem when you walk in there as impressive as the 2 others that he owns, but it's got a more homely feel, and like when you when you walk into there and you have that smell of an old club, and
what's that, Newport?
The one in Newport, yeah.
And then you got the tables at the back where it's like an arena kind of thing, and it's
been refurbed actually, isn't it? I don't think I've seen it since it's been refurbed.
Oh, I went over there. Was it August bank holiday last year? I think it was, or somewhere. Chelsea are 1-0 up against Saints. Great. Yeah, and I loved it over there. I thought it was brilliant.
This is a quite a tough shot now.
Yeah.
I wonder if he can play this into bottom left and come off the right cushion. Maybe underneath the black. I don't know if he's got that angle. Off the bottom cushion. Play this with loads of top. I've played it in the other bag. That's a lovely shot.
So
I just want to touch on what Dan said in the chat. I'm singles champ before lockdown. Decided since then I'm too good to be playing much anymore, so I let the underdogs Kev Butler get a chance. Dan, you was in the Wednesday singles league, that wasn't even the Prem. Yeah, you didn't
plays anymore.
You didn't have any of the top lads in there.
And about 8 players in it.
You've entered the singles about 4 or 5 times, and never even got to the quarters, have you? I think you got to the quarters one year and lost to me. Oh.
Did he don't get past the second round usually, does he?
No.
So back to the chat. I've got a message from Nicola Johnson. Bessie, come on, Bessie, you can do it, from Auntie Nicola.
Yeah, there's kind of been roughly this gap for quite a while now, isn't there? It's
yeah.
Oh, actually, is that only 4 now? Oh, that's 6. My bad.
6 now.
So it's been roughly this gap the whole time. So I would personally say that Tinks has been relatively comfortable. He's never really, apart from his own pressure that he's put on himself, Scott's never really had the chance to put him under pressure. So,
but Scott's been slowly getting himself into this game. And this is the thing with the race to 21. Now, he's queuing well. The game's taking a momentum for him, for his flow, I feel. And if he strings 3 or 4 frames together, it gets this tighter, and then look at this.
You want it to be on top one there.
He's on plumb on the bottom one,
He is on the top.
There you go. This could be a run out here, and then this is 17-12, and we're back to 5 frames. Put 5 frames around again, and then if he takes out another couple of frames there, we're then within touching distance of each other, and then the whole game swings.
See, the shot he just played then. He screwed it off of the 2 rails. I think he needed to punch stun it off the top to leave himself on the one in the left middle, because he's doing a lot of travelling with his white ball all the time, and he can make this game so much more easy for himself if he just follows the natural angles.
Yeah.
Sometimes trying to do too much with the white ball, and obviously when he's flowing in practice, going around with a white ball, you can knock everything in, can't you? But when you're under pressure, you need to change your shot choice slightly so that you're making the game a little bit more simple for yourself.
Yeah, definitely.
You have to adjust to the way you feel.
Jimmy said, you two have done well today. Thank you, Jimmy.
I think he might be on about Scott and Tinks.
Oh, he's on about Scott and Tinks, sorry.
Neil Turner said, we have a massive pool community here in Southampton and a fantastic venue in Ronnie's. How long before we have some real talent coming through who could go pro, hopefully one day? Yeah, I completely agree, Neil.
Yeah, I will do when I get my barbershop.
there definitely is a couple of players round here that have capabilities of being pro. I've seen some pro players, because obviously being pro isn't just you have to be a phenomenal player. You can go onto a tour and just be an amateur and pay to go on tour and gather enough amateur points.
That's a bad shot.
You can gather enough amateur points that eventually they'll offer you pro status and you can just accept it or not. It doesn't always, like Kev Barton, who owns IPA, he's not a professional standard player in my opinion, and he is a pro. So I do think there's players around here that can play at a standard. They might be lower ranked pros. But for me, there's only ever been one player in Southampton who I thought was pro standard, and that was Mr. Hoskins himself. Because I'm a big fan, as you can tell.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Hoskins, to be fair. He's a great player.
He's the one player for me that I've watched, and I thought his white ball is different. If you're a pool enthusiast, you can understand the difference between certain people's white balls, and his white ball was special.
Do it after this one if you want. We missed the break by 4 frames. So you can do it after this one if you want. Yeah? Gonna have a short break after this frame, I think. We'll double check with Scott and see if he's okay with him to go, because Tinks has just asked. But they should have had a break 4 frames ago, I think.
He probably won't want to, will he? He'll probably.
That's what I mean.
That's what I said. Just want to get
we'll
on
ask
with it
Scott first before we guarantee it's going to be a break.
If he takes this frame now, I think he'll
won't
be
want
okay.
a break.
I think he'll be okay with the break. It'll be easier to accept.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that would
but
be.
If he messes this up now.
Remember, we're before the watershed, mate. Yeah.
if he takes this out, okay, he'll be like, right, 5 frames behind. Because what happens when I was talking about earlier how the pressure switches, Tinks is comfortable right now, but all it takes is for Scott to get 3 or 4 behind and Tinks make a couple of errors, and suddenly Tinks will be like, this is mine to lose, and I could lose it.
Yeah.
Because it is Tinks' to lose right now.
Yeah, it is now.
So soon as Scott starts getting closer to him and showing that he doesn't really care about the pressure, then Tinks will start worrying.
He's got a whole completely different demeanour then. When he walked around there, he's just completely different demeanour. Like, he's just comfortable. Like, he's flowing now. And look, Scott, do you want to have a break now? Cool. Right, we are going to go for a break. We'll get some refreshments for ourselves, and we will be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. So, see you soon. Bye-bye.
So this is my chance again to remind you of upcoming action tomorrow evening. That's Sunday the 10th of April at 7 p.m. We have the Challenge 21 Cup semi-final between Martin Smith and Dan Hemphill. That's a race to 11 where the winner will go into the final with a chance to win £400, guaranteed £200. So like and subscribe to Rocket Rackers TV and hit that notification bell to ensure you do not miss that action. Be a nice way to settle down on the Sunday evening before you have to go to bed for the new week. Race to 11, so it should only take a couple of hours. And commentary will be provided at least by myself, and maybe someone else will jump on the microphone with me come the evening. So yeah, check out that tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. As we were discussing earlier, we are here at Rocket Ronnie's pool hall in Southampton. They have over 30 tables of various disciplines, including pool and snooker, Chinese and American pool. We've got dartboards and 6 TVs and a projector screen so you can catch all the live BT Sports. They are open from 10 till midnight, Monday to Saturday, and 10 till 10 on Sunday. No memberships required, so pop on down. They have a fully licensed bar, wheelchair accessible and family friendly, though minors do have to be accompanied. They serve hot and cold food and bar snacks from 12 till late. And they have a beer garden, a car park, multi-storey out back, which is free in the evenings, and a smoking area for those that do that thing. And on Saturday mornings, there is a Rocket Ronnie's Q Sports Academy from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. for ages 10 to 18. If they want to try Q Sports, including English 8-ball pool, 9-ball, Chinese and snooker. All levels of ability welcome. Activities are led by a DPS check WP BSA World Snooker coach. That's Simon Ayers. He's a genuinely decent chap and he's very clever and he knows his stuff. So he'll be a great coach for your juniors. And it's a great way to get them out of the house, get them in an interesting environment, and get them to do a sport. It's only £10 a session, so why not pop on down on a Saturday morning with the juniors and get them into an interesting sport. You are watching a Money Match Day, Ad-Hoc Money Match. So we do minimum prize pots of £100, minimum races to 13. If you would like your money match streamed, then please get in touch via Facebook or YouTube today. We'll be happy to arrange that. Generally happy to do weekday evenings or over the weekend. We do rake a fee from the winner's prize pot just to cover the cost of putting it all together and running it and respecting everyone's time and such. But it's a great and valuable service, especially if you have backers who can't make it. Then they can watch it at home or on the go, anywhere they've got a smart device. They can watch it on YouTube. So it's a fantastic facility for those backing your money match. And then also getting on the stream is a great tool for your own development. Our commentators will try and be as constructively critical as possible so that you can come away from the experience and grow to be a better player. Our cause for thought today is the PDSA, as I've mentioned a few times already now. They save pets and change lives, and they step in and ensure that the health of your pet is not impossible if you fall into hard financial times. They only care about ensuring that our beloved pets are able to be fit and healthy. So if you're looking for a cause to support, I couldn't think of a better one than the PDSA. They've helped my doggy out in the past when he swallowed some glass-laden kebab meat on the streets of Southampton and sliced his throat up, and we were able to get him down there and they fixed him up good and proper. So I couldn't think of anyone more deserving than the PDSA, so please support generously. Our stream sponsor today is Q Sports, providing snooker and pool coaching. That's run by Simon Ayers and Adam Humphreys. They are WPBSA certified snooker coaches, and they can provide English and American pool coaching and snooker coaching, and they can provide one-on-one tuition for adults and juniors, and they run the Q Sports Academy here at Rocket Ronnie's, and they're building up their facilities and their processes to try and offer more services. So if you're looking to improve your game, then Q Sports, fantastic organisation to get in touch with. And a match sponsor today is me, really. Appiday Multimedia, providing creative digital solutions from web and streaming and creative graphics and social media. They're the company behind 8 Ball Arena and Rocket Rackers TV. So if you have a project that you need to get done in the digital realm, then get in touch with Appiday Multimedia. That's me. Any way you like, really. And telephone numbers on the website, as is an email address, where you can find me here after any of the streams at Rocket Ronnie's. I'll put you on intermission. I'm going to go and refresh myself, and I'm sure we'll be back for more action shortly. So here we are, frame 30, Tinks to break. And that's come up dry. And Ryan and Kev are just stepping into the commentary booth now. And they will take us on for what might possibly be the final session of the match.
Okay, well, I don't think Scott was even ready for that one. I think Tinks just went ahead and started breaking. But okay, we're back anyway.
Right, I just want to touch on a little bit the psychology of these remaining few frames. So, right now, Tinks would probably consider himself relatively comfortable, and he has been 5 or 6 frames clear most of the game, so he hasn't been tested too much. But what will happen is if Scott wins the next couple of frames here and he starts getting closer, Tinks is thinking at the moment this is mine to lose. If Scott loosens up and gets closer, the pressure will switch then, and Tinks will be like, oh damn, I can lose this now. And then if Scott does get closer to him, the pressure will then switch again, and Scott will be thinking, hang on a minute, from a position where I didn't think I could win the game, I can now actually win this. And he'll start feeling the pressure as well, so it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds.
I think in that position, Scott becomes favourable, even though if for example it goes level, Scott becomes favourable.
If Scott does the right things.
Because like I said earlier, you get that loser's stroke. So you loosen your arm right up, yeah? So now he's like, I don't need it. I've got no tension because my arm's so loose now.
Yeah, but he has to do the right things, because if he makes a simple mistake again and leaves a ball on the table,
but then
it'll be 6, it'll be 7.
Yeah, but then you see that Tinks gets tension in his arm.
Like that's huge, yeah. He might think I'm still in good control here.
I think he's fine here. He's fine here. It's not a problem.
What? So what, you're telling me a good player can't clear from here, these yellows? And either way, he's going to cover a bag, so he's going to create a problem that Scott didn't want. Maybe even push the black onto the side cushion.
No, I still fancy that's not too bad a shot. And that's a massive pocket now, and that's giving it even more of an easier chance for Scott now.
Yeah, so little tiny things like this, a millimetre leaving the pocket open and stuff like that. When
make the game so different.
When he starts feeling the pressure, he'll leave them openings for Scott.
Yep.
Scott needs to capitalise.
He's shaking his head there whilst he stood across the side of the table. Yeah, that's nice. Just to get that further away from the black.
I think he has to
gives you an extra pocket there, because it didn't go in the corner pocket, did it?
I think he's got to take the red up the top now, which is a tough shot off the cushion. When you're playing a shot off of the cushion on a diagonal, it becomes quite tough.
Yeah, but I think you'd be comfortable with the fact that you could just roll this in. Because you'll have a red to the corner, which you can play the other red to the middle, which then obviously leaves the black to the two middles in the corner. So
yeah, if
you can play it a lot more confidently than what you would if you were backs against in a bit more difficult situation.
What's he shaking his head at? Are you sure the red goes past the yellow?
Oh yeah, flies by, mate. Flies by.
It is not it's not, in my opinion, the right shot to take it now. He could maybe play it and screw off the side cushion, come back underneath the yellow and black in a straight line to have the red in the middle, but it needs to be millimetre perfect.
I think you need to go the long one.
I think you got to go up top, yeah,
because it gives you
more control in it. That's what I mean. It's just about playing the
better shot on the white.
It's about playing the game in control.
You're playing the shot there into a blind pocket.
He needs to be right behind that if it's tight. Yeah,
definitely.
So what he said earlier is I keep overthinking things. So what he done there is he saw the shot up to the top, knew it was the right shot to play. That was his gut, and he didn't bother taking it.
Well, a reprieve for Tinks.
So Tinks is seeing the opportunity here. It's like a shot to nothing. He can probably try and pop this.
So during this stream,
and he knew that he'd always be favourite.
During the stream, I gained myself 3 points. No one will notice this unless you watch it back. Jimmy said to me, whilst talking, without people realising, state a couple of Oasis songs, which I did, some might say, and roll with it. Right? And then so that's 2 points. And then he said, now do a Dolly Parton one, and that's when I come up with a 9 to 5. 3 points I gained. So thank you, Jimmy, for that. He's also said that our commentary's better than Sky Sports.
Is it really?
He said it's better than the Sky Sports that commentary for the Saints-Chelsea game.
Are you saying that I'm the new Jeff Stellan?
Oh, you always have to take it one step too far, don't you?
See that shot that he just played there, right? Scott's shook his head a little bit. Yeah, he has got a little bit of fortune up there, but Tinks was always putting his white ball in that area, and Scott was always going to be in trouble no matter what happened with the white ball up there.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's a situation you need to be annoyed about.
No.
It's all about controlling the things that you get annoyed about in this game.
Yeah.
Like things that you don't have control over.
And I think if he goes back and analyses it, obviously what he'll see is when we were talking about the shots before, is it would have been the right shot to take that he looked at in the first place, playing the red to the corner, because then he would have won this frame, well, potentially had won this frame earlier.
See the difference,
right?
Which
he could potentially now lose the frame.
I know Tinks is 5 ahead.
Saints are 4-0 down.
But Scott's just got a little bit of fortune into the middle there, and I know it's easier to take when you're ahead, but Tinks has kind of just had a little smirk to himself and thought, you know what, I'll deal with it, I'll get on with it.
Yeah.
Not letting it get into him in the same way.
Thing is it's not as fortunate as what Tinks was when he missed the red to the corner, and then Tinks was able to play the yellow in behind into the pocket. That's more of a fortunate thing for Tinks than what it was for Scott, whereas now the yellow is not that in that much of a bad position because it could go other places.
Yeah.
You know, whereas he blocked a pocket and then or tried to block a pocket and made it harder for Scott.
It's not as fortunate as some of the slices of luck that Tinks have been getting, and it's not as crucial timing wise either.
No, that's right.
I completely agree. I think anyone that's watched this game who is a pool player, people that actually know the way the game works, will obviously understand that the format of the balls through this game has definitely suited Tinks.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that Scott hasn't been given opportunities to capitalise on his errors. He definitely has done. But see the way he takes the balls in a certain order, like now he's troubled ball that's next to that red, he can take that.
Take to the corner, yeah, exactly.
Again, it's another shot to nothing.
Yeah.
How many shots to nothings do you want in one frame? That's not because it's just because of his shot choice. It's just a clever way of taking the balls out.
Yeah. And
he can take this carefree now, can't he?
Yeah.
He can just stun it there.
Like I just said just a minute ago, to the fortunate bit about the fact that when he missed the red and put the yellow, and then Tinks put the yellow in the pocket, when the red went where it went there, it's not fortunate because he's on the ball there and he's not really had to try too hard to be on that.
Now all he needs to do now is play this. He can roll it through or just punch it off the side cushion. I think he's rolling it. Play the one over the left. He wants to leave the one. Yeah, he's punched it. Play the one over the left so that he'll come off the bottom cushion and he can just play the one over the bag with a tad of left hand side, and it'll flick the jaw that it's right next to and just leave him absolutely perfect on the black of the middle. Oh no, Tinks. That might be nothing but pressure.
That might be the turning point of this
could be.
Game completely.
I would still expect him to get out of the snooker and he'll have a tough black then into the middle off of the jaw of the pocket or a double.
I don't think he can go up and down.
No, he'll have to come off the left side.
Yeah, but
I expect him to get that still. I don't think the black goes now, though. I think he might have to double it.
The thing is, if he hits the ball, if he hits the yellow full in the face and it's a knuckle, it will drop in and the white will come pinging back out.
No, not if he plays it softly like that.
Oh, he's missed it.
Come on then, Scott. Big chance.
Remember, we have to stay impartial, yeah?
I am impartial, but
I like to see a comeback.
Impartial people like to see deciders, don't they?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, neutrals. Now
so this is a perfect example of a frame where he's had these frames already through the game, and he hasn't capitalised. He needs to tell himself now this needs to be 17-13.
So
if he doesn't take it,
punch this out into the middle of the table and not leave him a thin cut. He's left in the thin cut.
He's got to play that with more confidence and just push it forward and leave him directly in the centre of the bottom pocket, bottom cushion. If he's going to play this,
actually go up and down,
so that he can't see any of the black. He's got a cross double on there.
Yeah.
If he ends up cross doubling this, his white's flying, of course.
Yeah, I mean, like, he needs to get the white right over. He needs to move another 3 inches, so then he literally cannot go. When he's snookered, he can't go up and down.
Where it says
he's got to go across the table.
Where it says race to 21, he wanted to be where the E is.
He is, 100%, yeah. So then that way,
tight to the bottom cushion.
Yeah. So then he'd have to go off the side cushion and head it out, which then obviously pushes the black to the side cushion, but opens all of his reds up.
Right, again, I want to touch on this again here, right? So Scott's a little bit annoyed, right? But you can't be annoyed in this situation because Scott's messed up the previous shot. So you got to think to yourself, I shouldn't be in this position. I should have got the previous safety right, and if I got that right, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to get lucky. So you can't be too hard on the facts here and go, Tinks has got fortunate. Don't give him the opportunity to get fortunate. Because we all know that luck can happen. The things that can happen between 6 pockets and good players is crazy. So stop people giving the opportunities. Now he's left Tinks. I mean, Tinks should not have a shot on the black in this frame anymore. And if he loses this, in my opinion, that could be curtains.
Oh, he's got away with that. Right, now come on, Scott. Corner, middle, corner, black.
Landed a tad funny again.
What did you say? Corner, middle, corner, black.
I don't know what his angle's like on that bottom. I think it's straighter than we both think it is. I'd ideally like to punch it off the bottom and come up and play this red into the bottom left.
Nah, I'll just pop this in and leave it resting on the cushion, drop the one into the middle, and then you come naturally out for it to be straight into the middle, because that doesn't go far enough, and then that makes an awkward shot to get on the next red. Now it's going to make it awkward to get on the next red, because he's got to punch this in the middle.
It's okay. That's fine.
Yeah, okay.
He's perfect too.
But I'd much rather not be playing a difficult shot like this and then into the middle, because this isn't like easy. There you go. But that's a tough shot into the middle there, under pressure, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. And if he
well, not tough. It's just not what you want to be playing, is it?
No,
it's just
exactly.
a little bit tricky. You just want to make it as simple as you can.
And there we go. Now we're 4 frames now. 4 frames of difference.
That was so huge because Scott was in control where he had 3 balls, played a really bad shot, gave Tinks an opportunity at winning the frame again, which he shouldn't have had, and he's got away with it. Now he's psychologically thinking differently.
Yeah.
If he did pop that black Tinks, I think Scott would be on the verge of giving up maybe now.
Yeah, whereas now it's all in the balance.
Again, straight all to play for again. So, yeah, one thing I will say today is he is breaking like a machine.
Yeah, man, his break is huge.
This table is pretty tough to break on.
The yellows are all on now.
And this is what I mean about he's given himself so many opportunities. The way he's breaking.
This could be within 3 now. Could be.
So my route here: play the one in the left middle, screw back. Play the one in the top right on out of the 3 yellows, top right, left, right, and then screw down the table to play the yellow in the bottom right, one over the bag, black in the right middle. So one in the middle.
Middle for the one to the middle of the table, yellow, to the corner. The one over the pocket.
You'd go bottom first, would you?
Yeah. I'd go bottom first because you've got loads of gap around here to play to the corner pockets.
Just depends whether you prefer to play the black in the middle or
if you drop
bottom.
if you leave these 2 balls at the bottom end of the table now, right, and then you get on the black, you've only got the middle pocket to get on, like middle pocket and the bottom pocket, because you're going to be up this high, because you've got to go low on it to be able to get on these 2 corner pockets.
Yes, but look at the angle he's got now. Look at the line he's got.
Yeah, this is what shot. That's the
so
shot.
If you're a pool player, have you got the perfect line here to be as nice as you want on the right yellow, because that's the one you want to be on next, so that you can play the one in the left one after, or does the natural line go with that red in the middle of the table? That's where he wants to be, doesn't he? He wants to be straight on that right yellow out of the three.
So
see the line? It's not the right line. That's how mistakes happen. He's played it in the wrong way.
I wouldn't have played close to it. I'd have just stunned into the middle of the table to leave myself the outside yellow to go to the corner, because I could just drop that outside yellow in, and then it leaves me the yellow to the other corner.
Scott will know that that's probably the easiest finish he's had of this game, and because I wouldn't say there was anything wrong with going bottom first. I think your route would have been fine, but when he left himself on the bottom cushion, he should have been looking and seeing that those reds are in my way of being straight on that right yellow.
Yeah.
So that's why I would have gone up table first, because I would have liked to have got better.
Yeah, I'm just thinking more about the black, because of the fact that when you come up to the top end of the table, you're only going to be able to really leave yourself to the middle. And if you don't get a nice position on the corner ball, you're going to be cutting it in, and then it's going to come away from the black. And if you come short, you'll be on the reds. There's a lot of factors, and I feel that going.
Yeah, but you're thinking about things. You're thinking about things that can go wrong, and that was a very simple clearance. I'd say. I'd say 70% of Southampton take that clearance out easily.
Yeah, like I say then.
Without pressure, of course.
Yeah, but like I say then, that with that position he was in, I probably wouldn't have tried to get anywhere close to the yellows. Just leave distance. One thing that Mick Warner always used to say to me, great player as well. Mick Warner used to say to me, always try and leave yourself a shot. Right? Yeah, so in that position, I just try and leave myself the outside yellow, because I know that I could just run. I literally just got to cue the ball straight and drop it in. I don't have to move much at all. Drop it in, it bounces off the side cushion gently, leaves me the yellow to the other corner, and that's just drop that in. The other yellow goes to that corner, and I'm on the black.
Yeah,
guaranteed
what
on
saying,
the black.
What I'm saying though, with that type of clearance,
pockets to pop it in.
If your shot choice was correct in that clearance, you don't have to take any long pots on, or even leave yourself anything.
No, you're right, yeah, but at the same time,
not seeing it as clear as he normally does.
It doesn't matter if you've got a potting ability. If your potting ability is as good as his, and as good as what I appreciate mine is of myself, I would. That's why I would leave that shot, because I know I could just have to cue it in. If you know you can pop balls from anywhere, you don't really have to worry too much, do you?
But again, there he's gone from.
But it's trying to keep it simple.
That should be 17-14 now,
out.
right?
Yeah.
And again, Scott would have taken 2 on the bounce there, and he would have been flying again. And now he's at the point where he's like, damn, I've put myself back in the same position now.
Yeah.
I think Scott will be a little bit annoyed with himself there. But again, like I say, if you watch it back later, when he watches that clearance back, he'll see because he landed on the bottom cushion, which was exactly the right thing to do.
Yeah.
If you look at the natural line of the yellow ball when you come off of that one over the pocket, it's not where he wanted to be. Whereas if he took the one in the middle first and then screwed back and left the one on the right at the top, I think the only thing that could have gone wrong is those 3 yellows at the top, which happened to be the case. If he'd have took care of them first, he wouldn't have had any problems at all.
Yeah. The thing is we can sit and analyse it as much as we like from here. We're seeing it at different angles.
People always analyse
being on the
tables.
Yeah, being on the table was a lot more different than being sat here watching it, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I'm not disrespecting any of these 2 players. I just said that if I do come on stream, I'm going to be brutally honest and say what I would do in certain situations. I don't mean to be extremely critical of any of them. I like them both as people, both great players. I understand what it feels like out there under this pressure. I have clammy hands just watching it. So I definitely know what it feels like to be involved in this type of thing. So I'm not being judgmental. I'm just kind of doing what I've been put here to do, I guess. I hope neither of them take any comments that either of us have made personal when they watch it back.
Oh no, I don't think they will. I think it's been constructive criticism, I think.
Yeah,
at times.
Yeah, we're not world class players. We don't claim to be.
No.
We just have things that we see. We have different elements to our game, and that was obviously why we got put forward to do commentary. But Scott's had.
But the main thing is we've just been trying to keep everybody entertained whilst the game's been going on. So there's been talking about different subjects and stuff as well, isn't it? So that's helped. Just keeps it being. It's really. How hard do you find it to sit and watch a stream on Facebook, for example, on a Facebook Live, no commentary?
If I watch Paul in silence, I absolutely hate it.
Same.
Absolutely
hate it.
I like playing it in silence.
Yeah.
But I hate watching it in silence.
Yeah.
Even if the commentators sometimes don't know what they're talking about, I just like hearing a voice. I like them talking about the clearances and
talking about like sports, the Q sports in general.
Because people that are watching as well, they want to know if they're thinking in the same way when they look at the clearances. Like, would I do that? What would I do here? And if they're then comparing it to the commentators and then comparing it to the actual players on the table as well, they can technically judge where their game's at.
Yeah, exactly. And then we sit in silence for a few minutes.
Right, so again, so Scott's Reds here, right?
Yep.
See what he plays here, quick. Okay, I'm glad he's played that.
Yeah, that's the right shot, I think.
I didn't think going for another pot would have been the right thing to do there.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing I've learned as well.
But if Tinks plays this yellow in the top now, again, it's made so easy for him because all he has to do is roll it in and then roll the yellow down the cushion. He's in complete control again.
Yeah, something else I've learned over the years.
There you go. As long as you don't pot it, the frame's in his.
Yeah,
it's in his hands again now.
I've it's about when you. Sometimes you could go for a clearance and you become like your back's against the wall because you run out of position slightly or whatever, and you struggle. Keeping your mind going to make sure that you don't play a bad shot again, if you get what I mean. So basically, if you get into a bad position, instead of playing a bad shot, composing yourself and then thinking of something that's more a positive shot but not a pot.
Yeah, you know when you muck something up, and you throw a little tantrum,
which I do.
We all do.
Yeah. I beat myself up every day of the week.
I know that if I know I can sit here and tell myself, what is the point getting angry? If you get angry, what are the chances of you pulling off something here? Very low. If you stay composed and try and stay positive, the likeliness of you pulling something off is higher. But when you're in the heat of the moment and your blood starts boiling and someone's getting loads of luck and things ain't going your way, it's so easy to lose your temper. I appreciate people that have got great temperaments. It's not easy to do.
Well, the thing is, if I get angry and lose my head, like get annoyed, then I'm probably likely to pull off my own head.
Extreme.
Well, that's how I feel sometimes in my own head. Like, for Christ's sake, what have you done, you absolute idiot? Like,
I just wanted to add something in this bit as well. When you get visibly angry around the table, you're also given a big piece of information to your opponent that they're getting to you, and that all they got to do is keep doing what they're doing, and they're going to keep undermining you. If you can keep your cool and keep that inside, then you know that, especially if your opponent's looking for that from you and you're withholding it, then you know that I think that's definitely an important part of the psychological game, is to
definitely
hide your emotions and keep that to yourself.
Do you know the perfect example? Peter Ebdon against Ronnie O'Sullivan. Do you remember that game when he was like, Ronnie O'Sullivan was he had a skinhead, didn't he? And he was like jumping on top of the chair and stuff, checking out his shots behind the referee.
Yeah.
Peter Ebdon was he took 5 minutes over a couple of shots. Ronnie's taken a 1:47 out in that time. So he's leaning on his hand and he's like covering a flannel over his face.
And Peter Ebdon knows that he's
I'm going to take longer. I'm going to take longer.
Yeah.
That's what I like doing. I like watching people suffer. You have to enjoy that, doing that.
Yeah.
If you haven't got the ability that Ronnie's got, Peter Ebdon's got to use his own strength.
I think that's determined on your background, though. Surely, I've suffered for long enough that I don't like suffering anymore. So I don't like seeing other people suffer because it makes me feel bad.
I'm not making them suffer. I'm not making them suffer in a bad way, though.
No, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
I'm not committing any crimes here. I'm just playing Paul. But like for example, someone could come and take 3 dishes out in a row. If I'd done that, I'd be like, okay, I'm queuing well. If I come and play a shot where I clip off of a ball, come round 3 cushions and land in behind another ball, touching ball, that is such a beautiful feeling for me. I thrive off that. I love that side of the game.
What, going around the table and landing on a ball?
No. If I clip off of a ball with a little bit of right hand side, come off of 2 cushions and go tight in behind my own ball, and it's millimetre perfect, that is so much more aesthetically pleasing than me just taking a couple of dishes out in a row. It does more for me. Yeah, so that's why I like that side of it.
Yeah. That's the side of it that I've started to enjoy a bit of recently by playing a little bit more like that.
Is it because you're getting results from it? Or do you actually enjoy it doing it?
Sort of getting results from it, but at the same time, it's I get what your feeling is when you've got it tight in behind something, and then you know full well that pretty much there's a very, very, very extremely small percentage that they're going to give you that they're not going to give you 2 shots.
I don't think it's about whether they're going to give you 2 shots or not. I just mean in general, the way that a ball falls softly in behind another ball and lands perfect, millimetre perfect. I just like the feeling of that.
A bit like
that makes me feel happy.
A bit like the shot you played against Connor Davison when you blasted the ball in and it went about 8 cushions.
Yeah. Proper finesse one.
Yeah, when it potted the red and landed you plumb up. Yeah. I see. That made you feel good then, that one?
No.
The fluke of the century.
Because that is nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I played a shot in my final a couple of weeks ago where I come off the top cushion, off the side cushion, and landing behind a ball. And it just, when you what's that face that you make? Oh, what's it called? When something goes wrong and you make a grimace.
Yeah.
But it's like a happy grimace where you're like, that was a shot. That I get that type of feeling from
it's
that
like
type
when
of shot.
when you see Ronnie play and absolutely he splits the balls like from some insane position, and then you see him just like walk around a table and he puts his tongue out.
Yeah.
You go.
That's the type of shot that gets you going, yeah. When you split open a nice balls and you see the way they split open.
Yeah.
That doesn't do it for the same as me. Like Ronnie played a shot. Remember Ronnie played a shot against a young Judd Trump a few years back where he was on. Where he was down the bottom and he played a snooker off the bottom, the right, the left, the top, and landed in behind a green.
Yeah.
That for me is much better than like splitting balls open. Or
Yeah. But I mean, that's why we love the game, because
so many different elements of it to love.
There's so many elements to it that just.
But there's also so many elements to hate as well. It is a love-hate game. I'm telling you.
Yeah, really is. Definitely. No 2 days are the same.
No 2 tables are the same. So all Scott's got to be thinking is hang on to his coattails here. He wants to be keeping Tinks off of the hill, so he doesn't want to be letting Tinks get on 20. So if Tinks ends up taking this frame, he needs to make sure after that he digs deep in whatever way possible to make sure that he doesn't get on the hill. Because if he's so many frames clear, the one when you're on the hill is always the most difficult one to win, and if he's so many frames clear, it'll become so much more comfortable for him.
Yeah.
If it's tighter, it'll be a lot harder for him to get over the line. So,
I'll tell you another thing that I've changed as I've developed through the years is something, because I just see it there. Is if you look back on that shot, then you see how far Tinks' tip is from the white and how far his cue in his back. Look, he's nowhere near the white there with his tip. When he's feathering up and he's lining himself up.
That's to do with his timing, isn't it?
Yeah. So my timing, I've developed my timing to get better because I'm getting closer to the white. Ronnie O'Sullivan actually done that years and years and years ago. Remember
John Higgins does it now.
Yeah.
John Higgins has got closer.
Ronnie O'Sullivan took a year out, didn't he? And then he went back and won the World Championships. Whilst he had that year out, his mentor said to him about how far away he was with
Ray Reardon.
I think so, yeah. He was so far away from the white ball, it was causing him to miss certain shots. So he got him to move his hand closer. So and then to develop that, I watched a few videos from Barry Stark, snooker coach on YouTube. He's got loads of videos on YouTube for snooker coaching, and this is something he does with his with his students. Is he will get their cue and he marks their cue at 12 inches down the cue.
So you can't go past that with your hand, with your bridge.
No, when you bridge, you feel that groove on your finger. So every single time you bridge, as long as you go down and bridge right, that point should be landed on your bridge.
Yeah, because the distance between your bridge and the end of your cue, when you're going to hit the white ball, if it's further and there's a longer distance, there's more likely that you're going to go off slightly.
Yeah, exactly.
If I cue really close to the ball, but sometimes it works against me because I accidentally feather the white ball.
Yeah.
So your timing has to be really good.
But how you haven't got? So what I did,
but I haven't got a lot of cue power either. So
no. But what I did is I put it, instead of doing 12 inches, because obviously a snooker you could probably get away with it a bit more on a snooker table. It'd be better for you to generate the cue going right the way through the white better on a snooker table because you got more
snooker.
Maneuver.
I think you have to have that type of cue action. Yeah.
On it when the pool, I teeted with both 8 inches and 6 inches, and I move between both of them now, and I've got marks on my cues. You'd be able to feel them when you put it down on my shot. That I'll play like closer tight shots, closer to this on the 6 inch mark, and then a long shot I'd play with an 8 inch mark.
It's got to play top right here and screw back. Yeah. With snooker, with pool, you can get away with being a little bit jabby.
You can. Yeah,
and you can just like dink balls in and stuff.
Yeah.
So you can get away with that type of cue action. With snooker, you have to cue everything.
Yeah.
You have to be proper confident with the way that you're cueing things in.
But I feel like that helped me develop my cueing to be far more consistent again as well. Because my hand's always going down and my cue's always sitting in the same spot all the time.
I try and screw back on a snooker table and I can only stun majority of the time.
Yeah,
because I don't really have a lot of cue power. I'm not the best cueist, but it just suits well for pool.
Yeah.
It makes me keep a tight white ball. I think Scott's kind of, but by his body language, I don't want to say too much because anything can still happen.
Yeah, definitely.
But by his body language, he looks a little bit defeated now. Which it's never over, and if you've got this sort of money on the line, you've just got to think to yourself, if I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose. I might as well try my best from this position. I might as well dig deep as much as I can and do whatever I need to do.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's just an insult to injury.
Yeah, definitely. It's just like backs against the wall now, isn't it?
So 2 shots to Tinks.
Oh, if you're watching now, go and like, subscribe, and put on that alert for Rocket Rackers TV. You'll get all the notifications for the next money matches coming up when they're published, and you'll also get notified when they go live.
If anyone who doesn't play pool as regularly is wondering also why there's red dots on the white ball, that's just to kind of show people what spin's happening really on the ball when people are playing shots. We used to play with a lot smaller white ball and it was just a plain white. I think it was a gram lighter.
They were always slightly different sizes as well, depending on what pub you went to.
Yeah, but this white ball that they have now with the red dots on the weight of it and the way that it looks when you play certain shots has by far been my favourite white ball.
Yeah, definitely. You can. I think they'd originally created it for like training purposes, so you could see the spin on the ball.
Yeah.
Now it's more widely used by most that are on like that have streams and competitions, because it's a consistent white, and it's obviously good to see on the TV, isn't it?
Well, the other white ball, the plain one that doesn't have dots on, it's a little bit lighter and it just seems a little bit too small. It feels weird when I get down on shots and play it with that one now.
Yeah. I think it's made with a different product, but different material as well.
That's a brilliant pop, by the way.
They're Aramith, but they used to be made. I think it was years and years ago. It was ivory, and then it was crystallite as well.
I've got a feeling he's going to get these. He looks. He's not. He's actually left himself a bit of a rubbish angle there, but the black's tied up. I don't know. He's. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, if he watches this back, when he watches this back later, he'll look at that and probably just think, well, my head had already maybe gone at this point. I wasn't thinking as clearly. But what are the chances of you being able to go into that black and then it coming out right and you landing on one of those reds? It's very, very slim, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
You on the chat on that?
No, you on the chat. I'm not getting no.
I don't know if anyone else was on there.
Anyone else commented?
No, not since last time. Look at the score. Hell.
Hang on, it can't be.
No, it's because I'm behind. It's 1930.
24 people watching.
Right, so I can't see anything else here than other than Tinks getting on the hill. Just play this one in bottom left now and just stun up slightly, play the one below the black into the bottom right. I think they'll have to push this through now and play the one in the left middle now, or one in the bottom left. Yeah, one in the left middle, yeah. Drop this in, play the yellow in the bottom right, black bottom left, and he's on the hill, and little grimace there. I think he's left himself a little bit high. He should be okay to drop it in. Yeah. And that's Tinks on the hill, so he'll have.
Well, wait, because that black popped out.
No, he'll roll it. Oh, yeah.
He'll roll it.
So he's got one more frame to win, and he is going to be £1,000 richer.
Wow. he might not be. Other people might be a bit richer.
Has he got backers? Has he?
I think so. I think
either way,
I know that Scott's put his own money in.
Yeah, Scott's put all his own money in, but I personally would feel more pressure playing for somebody else's money than my own.
Yeah.
Is that how you feel? So if Tinks is playing for other people,
yeah, I felt a bit like that.
I would say that he has more pressure on him.
Yeah. But then it was agreed before the game that Scott and Tinks both agreed it would be their own money. But it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, Scott might be thinking that this is a little bit of a means to an end. But that will be the case if he just gets down and plays a slack shot or doesn't really think about it as much. If he wants to have any hope of still winning this game, he needs to remain professional and just hope that things go his way. And carry on playing the game in the same manner that he would. We float through now, play the one in the left middle. Yeah. Don't think it's a good angle. I have to play this a little bit of left-hand side to thin the angle so he can play the one at the top. Yeah, it's perfect. And then he'll be looking to roll down. I think he has to play the rail shot next. So just roll past the middle red. Has to play rail next. Could have just rolled that. I don't know whether the stun was the right shot.
Run it into
Bump
the
into the red under the black.
Yeah. Oh,
if he'd have potted it, I think he might have.
You kind of take your mind off the pot and think about the kiss then and the red, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. It wasn't easy anyway,
No,
but
it wasn't. It's still he's in control of his frame, I think.
I think maybe if he'd have played the one in the middle and just drifted down past the two yellows, he would have been closer to that one on the rail. But yeah, he is still in a bit of a commanding position. So Tinks, even 7 frames ahead, will be just tying him up here now. Staying stubborn with his shot choice.
Yeah.
Which, he hasn't played it well, but I agree, definitely was the right thing to do. I don't think there was many attacking options there. How was that not dropped? So if he play the red on the right hand side, he snookered him on. Yeah, if he just bumps that out into the middle, so he covers the yellow and just puts the white at the top, like that. A little bit too hard, but ideally he wanted to leave the white at the top and just put the red blocking that yellow, because now he can play a plant. Yeah, like that. Oh no. I mean, what can you say?
Wow.
What can you say? That's he has to rely on a little bit of luck in that situation, but for it to just happen that way is just the epitome of how this whole game's gone.
5-0.
How many minutes gone?
Just got into the second half.
Are you upset?
No, because we're due a 9-0 this season anyway. We have one every season.
So if you wanted to be on the hill and wanted an easier opportunity, the easiest opportunity you wanted possible to take out your last frame, you probably couldn't ask for much more than this.
No, exactly. I'd be loving life right now.
Play this off the yellow if he wants to. Oh, he's absolutely fine. Middle, and then he'll play the one that's closest to the yellow in the same bag. Yeah. And I think Tinks already knows right now in his head that this is game over. I think
he did. If you did notice earlier, when it was 17, 13 or whatever, Tinks slowed down loads, didn't he?
Yeah.
He went extremely slow.
If you can, who's had the best game management? You'd have to say Tinks, but obviously because he's been ahead most of the game, he's been able to manage the game. I don't think Scott's had the opportunity to do that, but he's definitely had a few frames where he could have managed it a bit better. But that's it then. Tinks 21-13. Both players, great sportsmen. Happy with the win there, Tinks. Gracious in defeat, Scott, as always.
Definitely.
And Tinks has to wait a couple of hours and he gets to take home his money.
Actually, 50 minutes.
50 minutes. Thanks for everyone that joined in and watched it with us. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did.
Yeah.
Everyone that got involved in the chat had any questions to ask and stuff. And obviously if you subscribe and press the notification bell, whenever Lee puts on another event, another money match, we'll have it pop up and you'll be able to enjoy watching another one.
Yep. It's been a pleasure commentating with you, Kev.
Thank you. You too. Been nice to see two different insights of the game.
Yeah, definitely. There's been a bit of good feedback from people, saying that it was nice to listen to us. And
happy,
that
yeah. Always nice to know
cool.
that you've done a good job. I think now I'm probably going to go back and watch some Clint Ianson and Decky Brenny.
Decky Brenny, and then you got the later one of James Green and
what time does
Charlie
that start?
Begley, 6 o'clock.
Does it?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, well,
I've got to go and do some work now over in 4-0.
Thanks everyone for tuning in.
Yeah.
I've been Kevin Butler.
And if you ever want us to do the commentary for your money matches, then don't hesitate to give me and Kev a text or a message.
For sure. Give us a call, yeah.
And I've been Ryan Watts, and you've been
Kevin Butler. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you for tuning in, everyone. So that was Tinks winning 21-13 against Scott Bessey there. Unfortunately, I think halfway through the match it kind of seemed like it was going to be that way in the end. But Scott gave it his best, and by his own admission he says he just weren't able to get into his game in the end, and he knows he could have done much better, but hopefully it doesn't discourage him too much, and a solid victory there for Tinks. So thank you everybody for tuning in. Just to remind you all, we are returning tomorrow evening, Sunday the 10th of April at 7 p.m. We are bringing you the Challenge 21 Cup semi-final A between Martin Smith and Dan Hemphill. That is a race to 11. That should be some good entertainment. Two decent players, both racing to get into the final, where there's a guaranteed £200, 400 to the winner. So that should be good entertainment. We are here live at Rocket Ronnie's in Southampton with over 30 tables of various disciplines, dartboard and live BT Sports on 6 TVs and a 10-foot projector screen. And they're open Monday to Saturday 10 till midnight and Sunday 10 till 10. So get down here, no memberships required if you fancy a knockabout. Our cause for a thought today was PDSA. If you're looking for a charity to support, then I couldn't think of a finer charity than the PDSA, looking after the nation's pets in need. So if you've got the financial capacity to take on a new charity, then why not the PDSA? Our match sponsor today was Apaday Multimedia, the creative powerhouse behind Able Arena and Rocket Rackers TV. If you're looking to get a project completed for your business, then how about get in touch and we can see what we can do for you. And today's stream sponsor is Q Sports, providing snooker and pool coaching on a one-to-one and group level for adults and juniors alike. Not just for pool, but for snooker as well. So if you're looking to raise your game in a proper way, why not get in touch with Simon Ayers of Q Sports. You have been watching Scott Bessey versus Tinks Singh Pottiwal. 13-21 in the end for £2,000. Maybe the score doesn't reflect the true nature of the match today, but it is what it is. So thank you both of those players for participating. Always takes a lot of courage to get up in front of the cameras, especially for big money in a race to 21. So we applaud both of them for participating. You have been watching Rocket Rackers TV. Please like, subscribe and hit the notification bell to ensure you never miss the action in future. Like I say, thanks for tuning in and we'll see you tomorrow night.